Iran tomorrow or strike everything? Donald Trump tells media if Iran does not make a deal soon, he will blow up everything and seize Iranian oil. Kuki militants attack at Thoi Tangkhul village in Manipur. Villagers take shelter at neighboring houses. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to be in Assam today to hold a series of election rallies ahead of the state's legislative assembly polls. Viewers, we are getting a breaking news where we have fresh visuals coming in from the West Asia war, this time from Israel. Visuals clearly shows Iranian missiles in the skies of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Fresh strikes taking place in Israel by Iran comes at a very critical juncture when the deal and no negotiations, in fact, are appearing to be in sight, and also at a time when Donald Trump issued expletive-laden threat to Iran over the Strait of Hormuz. Now remember, these are the visuals, viewers, that you can see from Israel, in Jerusalem, in Israel, where you can see how missiles are being launched by Iran towards Israel. We are getting you these first visuals from Jerusalem. Now remember, of course, the objectives of this war is in fact very much confusing. Donald Trump earlier talked about the Strait of Hormuz, not a concern for the United States, but now talking about the opening of the Strait of Hormuz or all hell will break loose. Donald Trump's stark warning. And so essentially Iran also ramping up the attacks on multiple enemies, including Israel, also comes at a time when Houthis and Hezbollah, both the factions, the Iranian backed militia, they are also attacking Israel. These are the visuals that we are getting you from Jerusalem, where multiple areas came under attack after these strikes by IRGC. Remember, IRGC has made it clear that it will not let itself concede to the demands of Donald Trump. And Iran, in fact, set out some new conditions for the opening of Strait of Hormuz as well. And these are the visuals that we are getting you, viewers, from Jerusalem. You can see how missiles are being launched. These are the missiles that you can see over Israeli air sky. And of course, impacting several areas in Israel. Live visuals from, in fact, we have visuals from Tel Aviv as well. You can see how rockets are being launched, not only in Jerusalem, but in Tel Aviv, capital as well. Earlier also we saw, you can see the visuals, how the missiles are flying right above the residential buildings. Stark visuals that we're getting you from Israel. Multiple rockets, multiple missiles being launched at a time when we have a 24 hours deadline looming, which is going to be on Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. So, of course, concerns are mounting, and residential buildings are also coming under attack across the Gulf nation, and Iran not only targeting the Gulf nation, but also, in fact, carrying out missile attacks in Israel. Remember, earlier we saw how Iran's parliament speaker slammed Donald Trump. In fact, Donald Trump's expletive-laden threat, and called it reckless, dragging US into a living hell. You can see these visuals of Iran striking Israel. We saw how Parliament Speaker accused Trump of escalating tensions. So remember, viewers, in this war, the United States is in fact losing more defense weapons than Israel. And these are the visuals that we're getting you from Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. So these are the visuals that we're getting you from Israel in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Now remember, viewers, Donald Trump yesterday escalated the tensions when he talked about destroying the entire country of Iran. The entire country of Iran, saying that Donald Trump will blow up the entire country, and is also, in fact, talking about attacks on energy power plants in Iran. And these are the visuals, because Iran is also outrageous. And not to forget that Israel was a country who helped, in fact, United States to carry out the combat rescue and search mission that took place yesterday. And these are the visuals that we're getting you from Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, Iran striking Israel deep into central Israel. And now, viewers, more strikes are taking place in Lebanon as well. An overnight Israeli strike in southern Lebanon has killed 7 members of the same family, including a 4-year-old child. Now, rescue teams are searching through debris in Kfar Hatta near Sidon as families mourn the loss and authorities confirm casualties in Lebanon. Here is a full report.
Rescue workers and grieving relatives gathered in southern Lebanon after an overnight Israeli strike. The attack killed 7 members of the same family, including a 4-year-old child. The strike hit the town of Kfar Hatta near the coastal city of Sidon, leaving buildings reduced to rubble. As the rescue operations continue, emergency teams search through debris for more bodies. A retired Lebanese army officer, along with his son, who served in the Lebanese army, was also among those killed.
عديلي مقاعد بالجاي زلمه قالوا ابنه عسكري ما يعني شو بدك تقول الله يرحمهم الله يرحم الشهداء.
Family members say they had already fled their hometown of Kfar Tebnit and moved north of the Litani River, hoping to escape the fighting.
شو بتشوف عديلي تحت حاطينه بالاسعار والباقيين عم يبرموا عليهم شي هان وشي هان. هلا ابن عديل الثاني لهلا للصبح اللي تاكدنا انه هو هان بالبيت. نحن مفكرينه هان وهان عم يتلفنوا له ما بس هي سيارته بينت هان لحتى هلا عم يبرموا عليها ولحد هلا هي مثل ما شايف ما بين شيء.
The Israeli military had earlier issued evacuation warnings for areas south of the Litani River and called on residents to evacuate. As the West Asia crisis escalates into a wider regional chaos, Israel and Lebanon continue to strike each other.
And now, viewers, the Israeli military says that its troops have recovered a large cache of Hezbollah weapons and equipment inside a school in southern Lebanon. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces claim that the materials included rockets, launchers, and training documents linked to Hezbollah's Radwan terror force. Now, the discovery also comes at a time when Israeli troops continue to target ground operations in the region. Here is a detailed report.
Israeli troops from the Golani Brigade say they uncovered a large cache of Hezbollah weapons inside a school in southern Lebanon. According to the Israeli military, the materials included uniforms, military gear and graduation certificates linked to Hezbollah's elite Radwan terror force unit. Soldiers also recovered RPG operation manuals, surface-to-surface rockets and launchers from the site. The IDF says packages believed to have been sent from Iran to Shiite villages in Lebanon were also found alongside the equipment. In a nearby area, troops discovered another weapons cache including explosive devices, anti-tank missiles and military vests and helmets. Hezbollah embeds its weapons in civilian areas as a routine practice of using sites like schools for military purposes and endangering local civilians by turning them into military infrastructures. This is a part of ongoing IDF operations to dismantle Hezbollah's terrorist infrastructure, eliminate operatives, and expand the security zone in southern Lebanon.
Now, viewers, time for some top global headlines. 4 people were injured in Israel's northern city of Hifa after a missile launched from Iran struck a building on Sunday, according to emergency services. Israel's paramedic service, Magen David Adom, said an 82-year-old man was in serious condition after being hit by a heavy object, while 3 others suffered mild shrapnel and blast injuries. Now, the ongoing war began with joint US-Israel strikes on Iran on 28th of February and has since killed thousands. The conflict has shaken global markets, disrupted key shipping routes, and pushed fuel prices higher. Both sides have targeted civilian areas, drawing warnings of possible war crimes. The main border crossing between Lebanon and Syria was closed after the Israeli military warned it planned to strike the area, alleging Hezbollah was using it to smuggle military equipment. Now, Syrian authorities denied the claims, saying that the crossing was being used for smuggling. In recent days, Syria also announced the discovery and closure of several tunnels allegedly used by Hezbollah for smuggling. Now, the closure comes amid renewed conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. More than 200,000 people have crossed from Lebanon into Syria in the 5 weeks since the fighting escalated. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan arrived in Damascus for a trilateral meeting with Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara. Now, discussions are expected to include joint projects for rebuilding Syria and regional developments, including the integration of northeast Syria into the central government. Now, Volodymyr Zelensky said that he also discussed the wars in the Middle East and Ukraine with the Syrian leader. He noted there was a strong interest in exchanging military and security experience between Ukraine and Syria. Zelensky earlier met Fidan in Turkey, where they discussed Ukraine peace talks and possible defense deals. Now, several hundred motorbike riders took part in the unique Easter Sunday parade in Sintra near Lisbon. Father Evanilo Alves has been leading the traditional Compasso blessing on the back of a motorbike for nearly 20 years. In Portugal, the Easter custom involves a priest visiting homes with the cross of Christ and bless the faithful. Now, in this parish, Father Evanilo turned the tradition into a moving motorbike parade. The initiative now draws hundreds of bikers and spectators each year, celebrating the return of Christ in an unusual way. And now, viewers, we're getting another breaking news where Israeli Defense Forces have launched a series of strikes against Hezbollah targets in Beirut in Lebanon, targeting the terror organization's headquarters and gas stations controlled by El Amana company. Now, these gas stations were used to refuel trucks transporting weapons and terrorists, generating millions of dollars in profits for Hezbollah. Now, since Operation Roaring Lion by Israel began, the IDF has struck over 15 Al Amana gas stations, aiming to disrupt Hezbollah's economic infrastructure and military logistics. Now, the strikes also targeted Hezbollah's headquarters, where terrorists planned attacks against IDF forces and Israeli civilians. So these are the strikes that we're getting you. Strikes, visuals, in fact, posted by IDF of the Beirut gas stations explosions. Israel alleging that these gas stations in Beirut, in fact, were used by Hezbollah to transport terrorists, and it also generated huge amount of revenue for Hezbollah, which was essentially using it to carry out attacks on the Israeli civilians and on the IDF forces. The first visuals that we are getting you from IDF, posted by IDF, in fact, showing the strikes taking place in Beirut gas stations. Alleges that gas stations were used by Hezbollah and headquarters were also targeted in Beirut. You can see how massive explosions on the gas stations are taking place. Now, these are the claims by Israel, but of course, it also gives a hit to the civilian infrastructure, as these are gas stations that we're talking about, explosions at essential critical facilities. And these sort of similar visuals we also saw taking place in Gulf, and now it's happening in Beirut. And viewers, the war rhetoric just got sharper. Donald Trump has now given Iran a 48-hour ultimatum to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face what he calls hell. At stake is not just a waterway, but the world's oil lifeline as well. Take a look at this detailed report.
The time is ticking. US President Donald Trump warned in his latest salvo against Iran. Trump has said that if Tehran does not adhere to his deadline to open the Strait of Hormuz, hell will rain down on them. This comes after Iran effectively blocked the strait, a route that carries nearly 20% of the world's oil supply. Trump's message posted online says time is running out and the consequences will be devastating. After this, Trump said that if Strait of Hormuz is not opened, he will target Iran's energy infrastructure and bridges. He even told the media that if Iran does not reach to an agreement, he will blow up the entire country. But even as Washington threatens force, back-channel talks and mediation efforts are still ongoing. Oil prices have spiked, shipping has halted, and the world is watching nervously. So the big question now, will this deadline lead to a deal or trigger a much bigger war? Because when global oil, military power and political ego collide, the aftershocks are never regional.
And now, viewers, shifting our focus to the dramatic search and rescue operation that took place yesterday. It is now at the center of the escalating war in Iran after claims of a downed US F-15 and a high-risk recovery mission. Now, while Washington insists that its pilots are safe, Tehran is doubling down with explosive counterclaims, turning this into yet another battle of narratives in an already volatile war. Take a look at this report.
US choppers were flying really low to search for the pilots of the shot-down F-15 jet. US choppers and airplanes soared the Iranian skies while searching for their missing pilots from their F-15 jet. The remains of the F-15 jet was found from the wings to the tail. It all began when Iran had claimed that they had shot down America's jet. In the more interesting take, Iran had claimed that they had captured one of the American pilots. And Iran upped the ante by claiming that a Black Hawk chopper searching for the pilot was shot down by Iranian forces. Iran had released a video showing the Black Hawk chopper after being struck, spiraling down and crashing on Iranian soil. Another video shows the aftermath of the crash of the Black Hawk. The Goliath of choppers remains scattered on Iranian soil with parts burnt due to the blazes. After continuous efforts, US claimed that they had rescued both their pilots safely. After which Israel's Defense Minister Katz came out and congratulated Trump.
אני מברך את שותפינו האמריקאים על חילוצם בשלום של אנשי צוות האוויר האמריקאי. זהו ביטוי נוסף לשיתוף הפעולה ההדוק בין ישראל לארצות הברית, גם ברגעים מורכבים ביותר.
Not only this, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu came out and congratulated Trump.
Congratulations, President Trump. All Israelis rejoice in the incredible rescue of a brave American pilot by America's dauntless warriors. This proves that when free societies muster their courage and their resolve, they can confront seemingly insurmountable odds and overcome the forces of darkness and terror.
Netanyahu also claimed that this mission reinforces the sacred principle of no one is left behind.
This rescue operation reinforces a sacred principle. No one is left behind. This is a shared value demonstrated time and time again in the history of both our countries.
Netanyahu said that this mission brought a great victory to America.
Israelis and I, we know what a bold decision you took. President Trump, Donald, my dear friend, once again, your decisive leadership brought another great victory to America. I salute you. We all do.
But the story does not stop here. After this rescue mission, Iran claimed that America's rescue operation has failed again. Iran also claimed in their latest statement that Iran had shot down not one, but 2 Black Hawk helicopters and 1 American C-130 military transport plane. Trump also claimed that one of the pilots that was rescued was severely injured. However, reports suggest that Trump feared Iran trap during F-15 crew rescue. The F-15, one of America's most advanced air superiority fighters, is designed for high-altitude dominance, making its downing a significant claim in this conflict. Iran's claim of shooting down multiple US air assets, including a C-130, if true, would mark a major escalation in direct military confrontation. With contradictory claims from both sides, the fog of war only deepens, leaving the world to piece together the truth.
And so we were a high-risk rescue deep inside Iran, and a mission that came at a significant cost as well. The US launched a complex operation to extract a downed crew after an F-15E Strike Eagle was brought down by Iranian hit. Now, while the rescue was ultimately successful, multiple aircraft were reportedly destroyed or damaged during the operation. More in this report.
In a daring and complex operation, the United States carried out a high-stakes rescue mission inside Iran. The rescue operation was carried out after a F-15E Strike Eagle was shot down by Iranian strikes, while 1 crew member had been recovered earlier. The rescue operation came at a heavy cost, with several American aircrafts either destroyed or lost during the mission. At least 1 MC-130J Commander II was reportedly destroyed by US forces themselves after it was unable to take off to prevent sensitive technology from falling into enemy hands. In addition, Iran claimed that 2 HH-60 Black Hawk helicopters were shot down during the rescue attempt. There were also reports of an A-10 Thunderbolt II being damaged by Iran. Iran further claimed that an MQ-9 Reaper was also shot down in the area. Despite the losses, US forces completed the rescue mission. As the operation concludes, President Trump said that the rescued pilot sustained injuries but is recovering. Calling the pilot a brave warrior, Trump said that it was a miraculous search and rescue operation.
All right, time for a short break. Coming up, Donald Trump issues final warning to Iran, says open the Strait of Hormuz or face hell. Donald Trump makes big claims, says we'll reach an agreement with Iran tomorrow or strike everything.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट। 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Character, the taste of success.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up. Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it is a redundant chain is also available, and there is no way that.
Let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. Donald Trump issues final warning to Iran, says open the Strait of Hormuz or face hell. Donald Trump makes big claims, says we'll reach an agreement with Iran tomorrow or strike everything. Trump tells media that if Iran does not make a deal soon, he will blow everything up and seize Iranian oil. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi dials External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar fourth call since the war began. Kuki militants attack at Thoi Thangkhul village in Manipur. Villagers take shelter at neighboring houses. PM Modi is scheduled to be in Assam today to hold a series of election rallies ahead of the state's legislative assembly polls. And viewers, we are getting a big breaking news where Iran's foreign ministry warns that any US attack on Iranian infrastructure will trigger an in-kind response against American-linked assets. Now, this statement by Ismail Baghei follows President Donald Trump's military threats aimed at forcing a diplomatic agreement and reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Iran's armed forces have reportedly identified targets that contribute to US aggression, signaling a high-stakes escalation in the ongoing strategic conflict between the two nations. So you have Donald Trump on one side claiming that Iranian infrastructure, oil facilities, and even energy, electricity power plants will come under attack if Iran does not concede to the demands of United States to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or secure a deal with the United States. And now you have Ismail Baghei, in fact, talking about a similar sort of a response, an in-kind response against American-linked assets which are located in the Gulf region. So you have a warning and you have a counter-warning by Iran. Remember, the 48-hour deadline is looming large, and everybody is speculating what could come next if Iran does not concede to the demands of United States. Remember, we had Donald Trump, in fact, talking about Strait of Hormuz, saying that it does not concern United States. It, in fact, impacts other countries who import huge amount of oil through that transit route. But now Donald Trump talking about Strait of Hormuz again, so shifting objectives by US President Donald Trump. Let's take a look at the top global headlines. 4 people were injured in Israel's northern city of Hifa after a missile launched from Iran struck a building on Sunday, according to emergency services. Now, Israel's paramedic service, Magen David Adom, said that an 82-year-old man was in serious condition after being hit by a heavy object, while 3 others suffered mild shrapnel and blast injuries. Now, the ongoing war began with joint US-Israel strikes on Iran on 28th of February and has linked and has in fact rather since killed thousands of people. The conflict has shaken global markets, disrupted key shipping routes, and pushed fuel prices higher. Both sides have targeted civilian areas, drawing warnings of possible war crimes. The main border crossing between Lebanon and Syria was closed after the Israeli military warned it planned to strike the area, alleging that Hezbollah was using it to smuggle military equipment. Now, Syrian authorities denied the claims, saying that the crossing was not being used for smuggling. In recent days, Syria also announced the discovery and closure of several tunnels allegedly used by Hezbollah for smuggling. The closure comes amid renewed conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. Now, viewers, more than 200,000 people have crossed from Lebanon into Syria in the 5 weeks since the fighting escalated. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan arrived in Damascus for a trilateral meeting with Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara. Discussions are expected to include joint projects for rebuilding Syria and regional developments, including the integration of northeast Syria into the central government. Zelensky said that he also discussed the wars in the Middle East and Ukraine with the Syrian leader. He noted that there was a strong interest in exchanging military and security experience between Ukraine and Syria. Now, Volodymyr Zelensky earlier met Fidan in Turkey, where they discussed Ukraine peace talks and possible defense deals. Several hundred motorbike riders took part in a unique Easter Sunday parade in Sintra near Lisbon. Now, Father Avelino Alves has been leading the traditional Compasso blessing on the back of a motorbike for nearly 20 years. In Portugal, the Easter custom involves a priest visiting homes with the cross of Christ to bless the faithful. In this parish, Father Avelino turned the tradition into a moving motorbike parade. The initiative now draws hundreds of bikers and spectators each year, celebrating the return of Christ in an unusual way. And now, viewers, the war rhetoric just got sharper. Donald Trump has now given Iran a 48-hour ultimatum to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face what he calls hell. At stake is not just the waterway of Strait of Hormuz, but the world's oil lifeline as well. Here is a detailed report.
The time is ticking. US President Donald Trump warned in his latest salvo against Iran. Trump has said that if Tehran does not adhere to his deadline to open the Strait of Hormuz, hell will rain down on them. This comes after Iran effectively blocked the strait, a route that carries nearly 20% of the world's oil supply. Trump's message posted online says time is running out and the consequences will be devastating. After this, Trump said that if Strait of Hormuz is not opened, he will target Iran's energy infrastructure and bridges. He even told the media that if Iran does not reach to an agreement, he will blow up the entire country. But even as Washington threatens force, back-channel talks and mediation efforts are still ongoing. Oil prices have spiked, shipping has halted, and the world is watching nervously. So the big question now, will this deadline lead to a deal or trigger a much bigger war? Because when global oil, military power and political ego collide, the aftershocks are never regional.
And viewers, shifting our focus to the dramatic search and rescue operation that took place yesterday, it is now at the center of the escalating Iran conflict after claims of a downed US F-15E and a high-risk recovery mission. Now, while Washington insists that its pilots are safe, Tehran is doubling down with explosive counterclaims, turning this into yet another battle of narratives in an already volatile war. Take a look at this detailed report.
US choppers were flying really low to search for the pilots of the shot-down F-15 jet. US choppers and airplanes soared the Iranian skies while searching for their missing pilots from their F-15 jet. The remains of the F-15 jet was found from the wings to the tail. It all began when Iran had claimed that they had shot down America's jet. In a more interesting take, Iran had claimed that they had captured one of the American pilots. And Iran upped the ante by claiming that a Black Hawk chopper searching for the pilot was shot down by Iranian forces. Iran had released a video showing the Black Hawk chopper after being struck, spiraling down and crashing on Iranian soil. Another video shows the aftermath of the crash of the Black Hawk. The Goliath of choppers remains scattered on Iranian soil with parts burnt due to the blazes. After continuous efforts, US claimed that they had rescued both their pilots safely. After which Israel's Defense Minister Katz came out and congratulated Trump.
אני מברך את שותפינו האמריקאים על חילוצם בשלום של אנשי צוות האוויר האמריקאי. זהו ביטוי נוסף לשיתוף הפעולה ההדוק בין ישראל לארצות הברית, גם ברגעים מורכבים ביותר.
Not only this, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu came out and congratulated Trump.
Congratulations, President Trump. All Israelis rejoice in the incredible rescue of a brave American pilot by America's dauntless warriors. This proves that when free societies muster their courage and their resolve, they can confront seemingly insurmountable odds and overcome the forces of darkness and terror.
Netanyahu also claimed that this mission reinforces the sacred principle of no one is left behind.
This rescue operation reinforces a sacred principle. No one is left behind. This is a shared value demonstrated time and time again in the history of both our countries.
Netanyahu said that this mission brought a great victory to America.
Israelis and I, we know what a bold decision you took. President Trump, Donald, my dear friend, once again, your decisive leadership brought another great victory to America. I salute you. We all do.
But the story does not stop here. After this rescue mission, Iran claimed that America's rescue operation has failed again. Iran also claimed in their latest statement that Iran had shot down not one, but 2 Black Hawk helicopters and 1 American C-130 military transport plane. Trump also claimed that one of the pilots that was rescued was severely injured. However, reports suggest that Trump feared Iran trap during F-15 crew rescue. The F-15, one of America's most advanced air superiority fighters, is designed for high-altitude dominance, making its downing a significant claim in this conflict. Iran's claim of shooting down multiple US air assets, including a C-130, if true, would mark a major escalation in direct military confrontation. With contradictory claims from both sides, the fog of war only deepens, leaving the world to piece together the truth.
So viewers, a high-risk rescue deep inside Iran and a mission that came at a significant cost as well. The United States launched a complex operation to extract a downed crew member after an F-15E Strike Eagle was brought down by Iranian hit. While the rescue was ultimately successful, multiple aircraft were reportedly destroyed or damaged during the operation. More in this detailed report.
In a daring and complex operation, the United States carried out a high-stakes rescue mission inside Iran. The rescue operation was carried out after a F-15E Strike Eagle was shot down by Iranian strikes, while one crew member had been recovered earlier. The rescue operation came at a heavy cost, with several American aircrafts either destroyed or lost during the mission. At least one MC-130J Commander II was reportedly destroyed by US forces themselves after it was unable to take off to prevent sensitive technology from falling into enemy hands. In addition, Iran claimed that two HH-60 Black Hawk helicopters were shot down during the rescue attempt. There were also reports of an A-10 Thunderbolt II being damaged by Iran. Iran further claimed that an MQ-9 Reaper was also shot down in the area. Despite the losses, US forces completed the rescue mission. As the operation concludes, President Trump said that the rescued pilot sustained injuries but is recovering. Calling the pilot a brave warrior, Trump said that it was a miraculous search and rescue operation.
And now viewers, we are getting another breaking news where state-run Iranian media, including the Iran Daily newspaper, has in fact reported that an airstrike targeting a residential neighborhood in the holy city of Qom has killed at least 5 individuals. Located just south of Tehran, the city serves as a major Shiite seminary hub, though the specific objective of the attack remains unidentified. The incident occurred amid a broader lack of transparency from Iranian officials, who have refrained from releasing comprehensive casualty figures or documenting specific material losses during the ongoing conflict for several days. So a big hit there on the Iranian holy city of Qom. Multiple people, in fact 5 individuals, were killed in this strike. These are the reports we are getting you from Iranian media. In fact, remember earlier also the city of Qom came under attack. In fact, in March, at least 18 people were killed and 10 others were wounded in a similar sort of a strike in a neighborhood in this city, Iranian city of Qom, which is close by Tehran. So 18 casualties at that time and 5 casualties now. This is a big major hub for Shiite seminary population. And these are the visuals, in fact, we are getting you of the strike that took place in the city. You can see how massive plumes of smoke rising into the sky. You have the visuals of the map also, which locates the city of Qom near Tehran. A big news that we're covering this morning. So the joint strikes, in fact, are being carried out by US and Israel is not stopping. We can see these are the fresh strikes taking place in Qom, nearby Tehran. Airstrikes in the Iranian city of Qom, killing 5 individuals. Now, who were these individuals? We don't know, but civilians are increasingly coming under attack in this war in West Asia. We have earlier seen how in the same city strikes took place in the month of March. In fact, on 27th of March, strikes took place on the city of Qom, killing 18 individuals and now 5 more individuals losing their life in the city of Qom. All right, viewers, let's take a look at the top business headlines. 6 weeks into the West Asia conflict, oil prices have surged past $120 per barrel, disrupting one of the world's most critical shipping routes. Now, analysts say that the crisis initially appeared to be temporary supply shock. However, uncertainty now centers on how long the conflict will last and whether any global power can bring it to an end. The markets continue to grapple with volatile energy prices and supply disruptions. The prolonged conflict is increasingly weighing on global trade and economic stability. Dairy giant Amul has crossed 1 lakh crore rupees turnover milestone in FY 25-26. The Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation said that the brand's total unduplicated revenue rose 11% from 90,000 crore rupees in FY 25. Strong demand for dairy products helped drive the growth. Now, the milestone marks a major achievement for India's largest dairy cooperative brand. Amul continues to expand its market presence across domestic as well as international markets. Tata Trust trustee Venu Srinivasan has resigned from the Bai Hira Bai Trust after Maheli Mistry challenged his appointment through an affidavit. The dispute surfaced after Maheli Mistry was removed from the trust, a decision backed by Srinivasan's vote. In his response to the charity commissioner, Mistry questioned the eligibility of trustees who voted against him. Now, the development has triggered a fresh governance dispute within the Tata Trust network. Srinivasan is also the chairman emeritus of TVS Motor Company. Gold and silver prices saw mixed movement in India amid global market volatility. On 3rd of April, MCX gold closed in fact at 1,49,650 rupees per 10 grams, about 17% below its record high of 1,80,779. Now, meanwhile, silver prices fell sharply by 10,901 rupees or 4.5% to 2,32,600 rupees per kg. Now, bullion prices have fluctuated in recent weeks due to the US-Iran conflict and oil supply disruptions. Now, the geopolitical tensions have also triggered volatility in global stock markets. And viewers, we are getting another piece of breaking news where early Monday strikes targeted Tehran's Sharif University of Technology and an adjacent gas facility, causing structural damage while the campus remained vacant due to wartime remote learning. Now, although specific targets within the university grounds were not identified, the institution has long faced international sanctions for its alleged involvement in the Revolutionary Guard Corps' ballistic missile program. Now, these strikes, viewers, occurred as Iranian security forces are increasingly utilizing secondary locations like universities for assembly points, following repeated attacks on their primary military bases throughout the ongoing conflict, is what the claims are. So we are getting you the visuals of the structural damage that took place on the university campus. We are talking about the Sharif University of Technology located in Tehran. Remember, increasingly science and technology institutions located in Iran are now coming under attack. United States claims that these institutions are in fact providing shelter to the IRGC fighters. And these are the visuals, absolute rubble after the strike taking place in Tehran on this Sharif University of Technology. Now, not just this university, even adjacent gas facility also came under attack. Gas facility, critical civilian infrastructure, as Trump's 48-hour deadline looms. These are the visuals from the capital city of Tehran that we're getting you. Now, the institution that you can see on your screen, which is now in rubbles, earlier faced several sanctions because there were claims that IRGC's ballistic missile program was being carried out here. And these are the visuals from Tehran that we are getting you. Strikes occurring as Iranian security forces are increasingly utilizing secondary locations after the primary military targets are being hit by United States. And now, viewers, shifting our focus to some news from West Bengal. As West Bengal gears up for assembly elections soon, BJP held a massive rally in Cooch Behar, West Bengal. Addressing the public, Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched an attack on Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and her party TMC. Now, from the allegations of corruption and Jungle Raj to claims of shielding infiltrators in the state, the Prime Minister targeted the ruling TMC, urging voters to bring about a decisive change in the state. More in this detailed report.
As West Bengal gears up for upcoming assembly polls in the state, NDA is leaving no stone unturned in a pursuit to landslide victory in the state. Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed a rally in West Bengal's Cooch Behar, where he launched a sharp attack on the Trinamool Congress. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that countdown for Mamta's government has started in Bengal, accusing her party of supporting infiltrators in the state.
एक और घुसपैठ कराकर विदेशियों को यहां बसाने का भय है। दूसरी ओर घुसपैठ रोककर सारे घुसपैठियों को बंगाल से बाहर करने का भाजपा का भरोसा है। एक और बदलती डेमोग्राफी से अपनी ही जमीन पर आजादी छीनने का भय है। दूसरी ओर अपनी माटी पर गर्व के साथ सिर उठाकर जीने का अटल भरोसा देने वाली भाजपा है।
PM Modi also blamed TMC for the Malda and Sandeshkali incidents and alleged that the party is responsible for the Mahajangal Raj in the state.
आपने 2-3 दिन पहले ही देखा है, पूरे देश ने देखा है, देश के न्यायप्रिय नागरिक चौंक गए। कैसे मालदा में न्यायिक अधिकारियों को बंधक बनाकर रखा गया। सोचिए, ये कैसी सरकार है, ये कैसी व्यवस्था है जहां जज और संविधान की प्रक्रिया भी सुरक्षित नहीं है। तो बंगाल की आम जनता की सुरक्षा की उम्मीद इन लोगों से कैसे की जाए? मालदा में जो हुआ वो केवल टीएमसी की उद्दंडता ही नहीं थी, ये इस निर्मम सरकार का प्रायोजित महाजंगल राज है, महाजंगल राज है।
The Prime Minister accused the TMC of looting West Bengal people but asserted that they will have to pay for this once the results are declared on May 4th.
इस बार चुनाव के बाद इनके पापों का पूरा हिसाब किया जाएगा। चुन चुन के हिसाब किया जाएगा। 4 मई के बाद कानून अपना काम करेगा। चाहे कोई बड़े से बड़ा गुंडा क्यों न हो, इस बार न्याय होकर रहेगा। एक बात मैं आपको और बता दूं, ये इतने वर्षों से बंगाल की जनता का पैसा लूटा गया है। हर भ्रष्टाचारी को ये जो लूटा हुआ पैसा है ना, वो जनता को लौटाना ही पड़ेगा।
PM Modi also urged the people of Bengal not to get intimidated by TMC goons on the polling day. Slamming TMC, PM Modi also said that TMC is opposing the SIR drive to shield the infiltrators.
बंगाल में टीएमसी सरकार घुसपैठियों के बचाव में लगी है। इसलिए ये तृणमूल वाले एसआईआर का विरोध कर रहे हैं ताकि घुसपैठियों की पहचान न हो सके। उल्टा टीएमसी सीएए को रद्द करने की धमकी दे रही है। यानी जिन शरणार्थी हिंदुओं को नागरिकता मिली है, ये उनकी नागरिकता छीनेंगे और वो नागरिकता ये किसको देंगे? अवैध घुसपैठियों को, क्योंकि इन घुसपैठियों को टीएमसी अपना वोट बैंक मानती है।
The political temperature is now rising in West Bengal ahead of assembly elections, with fierce campaigning as voters now hold the key to the state's political future.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up. Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available, and there is no way that.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning to you on this Monday morning. Viewers, you're watching live this morning on Republic TV. I'm Chongtham Amrita, and the war in West Asia is intensifying. US President Donald Trump has issued a stark warning to Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours, even as Iranian's minister has responded strongly against that, saying that they will hit US bases across the region. We will get you all the details, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. Trump issues final warning to Iran, says open the Strait of Hormuz or face hell. Donald Trump makes big claims, says we'll reach an agreement with Iran tomorrow or strike everything. Trump tells media if Iran doesn't make a deal soon, he will blow everything up and seize Iranian oil. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi dials EAM Jaishankar fought calls since the war began. Kuki groups attack at Toi Thangkul village in Manipur. Villagers take shelter at neighboring houses. PM Modi is scheduled to be in Assam today to hold a series of election rallies ahead of the state's legislative assembly polls. Viewers, we will start this bulletin with some recent visuals coming in from the West Asian war. These visuals are from Tehran in Iran, showing massive explosions in the Azadi district of Tehran. There on your screen, fresh visuals from Iran. This happened in Tehran of explosion taking place within the city as Israeli strikes continue to hit Iran. Now, viewers, there has been a strong warning, a threat issued by U.S. President against Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours. And even as Iran continued to respond and hit back strongly against that, strikes are still hitting key targets. There's a black smoke, thick black smoke rising up high up in the sky across the city. You can see there. This happened overnight as Israel has now shifted to striking overnight strikes against Iran. And these are incoming from the central city, from the central part of Tehran, as these key buildings and structures are being targeted. And these are fresh visuals, viewers, from the overnight strike as Israel has hit Tehran once again, even as negotiations are underway, even as Trump has issued a stark warning to open the Strait of Hormuz, even though Iran has taken a strong stance saying that the Strait of Hormuz will not go back to the previous status. These are visuals showing these fresh explosions going up and took place in a large scale. Even you can see from the fires that has been going on there with the smoke very thick. You can tell this was a very precise target that was hit, and a big explosion as well. And this in fact took place in Tehran. Massive explosions. Now this thick black smoke are still going up in the sky at the night and still paints a very grim picture of this war. All right, we have more visuals coming in of the war. Again, fresh visuals now from Baghdad in Iraq, now showing massive fire raging at the U.S. Victoria base in Baghdad after it was targeted in a drone attack again. The U.S. military base in Iraq, and now as Iran has also vowed to launch retaliatory targets in response to Donald Trump's threats. And these are fresh visuals, even as the statement, the war of words was being exchanged. In Baghdad, the U.S. military base being struck there on your screens, viewers, in Iraq this time. Iran has again struck in a drone attack, a massive attack launched against the U.S. military base in Baghdad, once again being targeted as its side continues to take out key positions, key infrastructures, and now Iran has once again struck this military base, one key target since the beginning of this war. In fact, in Baghdad, the U.S. military base struck in a drone attack once again. This is the U.S. Victoria base in Iraq, in Baghdad, a big military base, in fact, and this has been fully functional. One of the key strikes, one of the key area of the U.S. base that was used in the attack in the earlier part of this war also. And you can see the fires going up, the smoke once again. This happened in a drone attack. Iran launched a drone attack against the U.S. military base, the U.S. Victoria base in Iraq. Now, as Iran has just recently, moments ago, also claimed to launch retaliatory attacks against U.S. President Donald Trump's statements on his warning towards Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or even reach a deal within 48 hours. And this only shows that Iran still continues to stand strong and take a stance and not bowing down to the threats and continuing to target a U.S. military base. Once again, this one based in Baghdad in Iraq. There are visuals of the military base in Baghdad being struck by a drone attack launched by Iran as the fight escalates, as war of words continue to exchange between the two nations. All right, let's move on to another story from the region. An overnight Israeli strike in southern Lebanon has killed 7 members of the same family, including a 4-year-old child. Rescue teams are now searching through debris in the Kfar Hatta region in Sidon as families mourn the loss and authorities confirm more casualties. Here's the full report. Take a look.
Rescue workers and grieving relatives gathered in southern Lebanon after an overnight Israeli strike. The attack killed 7 members of the same family, including a 4-year-old child. The strike hit the town of Kfar Hatta near the coastal city of Sidon, leaving buildings reduced to rubble. As the rescue operations continue, emergency teams search through debris for more bodies. A retired Lebanese army officer, along with his son, who served in the Lebanese army, was also among those killed.
عديل مقاعد بجاي زلمه قالوا ابنه عسكري ما يعني شو بدك تقول الله يرحمهم الله يرحم الشهداء.
Family members say they had already fled their hometown of Kfar Tebnit and moved north of the Litani River, hoping to escape the fighting.
شو بتشوف عديل تحت حاطينه بالاسعار والباقيين عم يبرموا عليهم شي هان وشي هان. هلا ابن عديل الثاني لهلا للصبح اللي تاكدنا انه هو هان بالبيت. نحن مفكرينه هان وهان عم يتلفنوا له ما بس هي سيارته بينت هان. لحتى هلا عم يبرموا عليها ولحد هلا هي مثل ما شايف ما بين شيء.
The Israeli military had earlier issued evacuation warnings for areas south of the Litani River and called on residents to evacuate. As the West Asia crisis escalates into a wider regional chaos, Israel and Lebanon continue to strike each other.
The Israeli military says its troops have recovered a large cache of Hezbollah weapons and equipment inside a school in southern Lebanon. The IDF has claimed that the materials included rockets, launchers, and training documents linked to Hezbollah's Radwan terror force. The discovery comes as Israeli troops continue to target ground operations in the region. Let's take a look at this full report.
Israeli troops from the Golani Brigade say they uncovered a large cache of Hezbollah weapons inside a school in southern Lebanon. According to the Israeli military, the materials included uniforms, military gear and graduation certificates linked to Hezbollah's elite Radwan terror force unit. Soldiers also recovered RPG operation manuals, surface-to-surface rockets and launchers from the site. The IDF says packages believed to have been sent from Iran to Shiite villages in Lebanon were also found alongside the equipment. In a nearby area, troops discovered another weapons cache including explosive devices, anti-tank missiles and military vests and helmets. Hezbollah embeds its weapons in civilian areas as a routine practice of using sites like schools for military purposes and endangering local civilians by turning them into military infrastructures. This is a part of ongoing IDF operations to dismantle Hezbollah's terrorist infrastructure, eliminate operatives, and expand the security zone in southern Lebanon.
Now, viewers, let's take a quick check into the top headlines in the world of business and financial markets. Six weeks into the West Asia conflict, oil prices have surged past $120 per barrel, disrupting one of the world's most critical shipping routes. Analysts say the crisis initially appeared to be a temporary supply shock. However, uncertainty now centers on how long the conflict will last and whether any global power can bring it back to an end. Markets continue to grapple with volatile energy prices and supply disruptions. The prolonged conflict is increasingly weighing on global trade and economic stability. Dairy giant Amul has crossed the 1 lakh crore rupees turnover milestone in financial year 2025 to 26. The Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation said the brand's total unduplicated revenue rose 11% from 90,000 crore rupees in financial year 25. Strong demand for dairy products helped drive the growth. The milestone marks a major achievement for India's largest dairy cooperative brand. Amul continues to expand its market presence across domestic and international markets. Tata Trust trustee Venu Srinivasan has resigned from the Bhai Hirabai Trust after Melli Mistry challenged his appointment through an affidavit. The dispute surfaced after Melli Mistry was removed from the trust, a decision backed by Srinivasan's vote. In his response to the charity commissioner, Mistry questioned the eligibility of trustees who voted against him. The development has triggered a fresh governance dispute within the Tata Trust network. Srinivasan is also the chairman emeritus of TVS Motor Company. Gold and silver prices saw mixed movement in India amid global market volatility. On April 3, MCX gold closed at 1,49,650 per 10 grams, about 17% below its record high of 1,80,779 rupees. Meanwhile, silver prices fell sharply by 10,901 rupees or 4.15% to 2,32,600 rupees per kilograms. Bullion prices have fluctuated in recent weeks due to the US-Iran conflict and oil supply disruptions. The geopolitical tensions have also triggered volatility in global stock markets. Viewers, now nearly 10 months after the deadly Air India AI-171 crash, families of victims are still waiting for answers. Around 30 bereaved families from Gujarat have written to Prime Minister Narendra Modi demanding the release of the aircraft's cockpit voice recorder and black box data. The families say transparency and proper communication are essential to uncover the truth behind the tragedy. Here's a detailed report. Let's take a look.
Nearly 10 months after the devastating Air India AI-171 crash, families of victims are still searching for answers.
On June 12, 2025, one of the worst civil aviation disasters of India killed more than 260 people in Ahmedabad, and on that same day, the people who were on board in AI-171 Air India's plane, with them, with these victims, all these families were devastated too. And till date, after 10 months, the questions are same. They are seeking for fair investigation. They petitioned the Prime Minister of India, DGCA, AAIB and all the concerned authorities. Let me tell you, they have asked to release the data of black box, on the other hand CVR, which is cockpit voice recorder. Now the questions are same till date. On one hand, wherein the authorities are investigation this worst civil aviation disaster.
Kinjal Patel, who lost her mother, demanded black box data.
इतने 10 मंथ हो गए फिर भी हमें कोई ब्लैक बॉक्स का डेटा या कोई प्रोविडेंस या कोई रिपोर्ट्स नहीं मिला है कि फ़्लाइट का रीज़न क्या था और उसका वो कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ. सिर्फ प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट जो पहले रिलीज़ हुआ था जो रूल्स के हिसाब से वही मिला है और कुछ नहीं मिला है. तो उन लोगों को यही रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो लोग जल्दी से जल्दी हमें वो रिज़ल्ट दे या फिर हमें वो न्याय दे कि हम ये जान सके हमारे फैमिली मेम्बर इतने सारे लोग चले गए.
Several families also say they faced difficulties even accessing the belongings of their loved ones and complained about poor communication from authorities.
फ्लाइट क्रैश के बाद हमें जो दिक्कतें हो रही है उसके रिगार्डिंग हम 20 to 30 परिवार हम इकट्ठा हुए थे उसके रिगार्डिंग बात करने के लिए. जो पहले फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हमारा डिमांड ये है कि हमें ब्लैक बॉक्स का डेटा प्रोवाइड किया जाए, जिसके लिए हम पूरा मेहनत करने के लिए तैयार है. जहाँ पे बोलेंगे, जैसे भी बोलेंगे, हम वहाँ पे डेटा लेने के लिए और इन्फॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट करने के लिए जाने के लिए तैयार है.
Victims' families also say the process has been overwhelming, especially when they were asked to use digital communication channels they were unfamiliar with.
एयर इंडिया और वहाँ से ऐसा बोला जाता है कि किसी भी लिए ईमेल से बात करो, तो ईमेल से तो हमें नहीं पता चलता है. तो कोई उसका फ़ोन नंबर मिले तो हम उससे बात कर सकते हैं.
Around 30 bereaved families from Gujarat have now written to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, demanding the release of the cockpit voice recorder and black box data. The Boeing 787-8 aircraft flying from Ahmedabad to London had crashed minutes after takeoff on June 12th last year, killing 260 people, including passengers, crew and people on the ground. For families still grieving the loss of their loved ones, the demand remains simple: transparency, accountability and answers about what caused one of India's deadliest aviation disasters.
Viewers, let us now shift our focus to West Bengal as the state gears up for the assembly elections. BJP held a massive rally in Cooch Behar, West Bengal. Addressing the public, the Prime Minister launched a scathing attack on Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and her party, the Trinamool Congress. From allegations of corruption and jungle raj to claims of shielding infiltrators, the Prime Minister targeted the ruling TMC government for urging voters to bring about a decisive change in the state. We have more in this report. Take a look.
As West Bengal gears up for upcoming assembly polls in the state, NDA is leaving no stone unturned in a pursuit to landslide victory in the state. Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed a rally in West Bengal's Cooch Behar, where he launched a sharp attack on the Trinamool Congress. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that countdown for Mamata's government has started in Bengal, accusing her party of supporting infiltrators in the state.
एक और घुसपैठ कराकर विदेशियों को यहां बसाने का भय है, दूसरी ओर घुसपैठ रोककर सारे घुसपैठियों को बंगाल से बाहर करने का भाजपा का भरोसा है. एक और बदलती डेमोग्राफी से अपनी ही जमीन पर आजादी छीनने का भय है, दूसरी ओर अपनी माटी पर गर्व के साथ सिर उठाकर जीने का अटल भरोसा देने वाली भाजपा है।
PM Modi also blamed TMC for the Malda and Sandeshkali incidents and alleged that the party is responsible for the Mahajangal Raj in the state.
आपने 2-3 दिन पहले ही देखा है, पूरे देश ने देखा है, देश के न्यायप्रिय नागरिक चौंक गए हैं। कैसे मालदा में न्यायिक अधिकारियों को बंधक बनाकर रखा गया। सोचिए, ये कैसी सरकार है, ये कैसी व्यवस्था है जहां जज और संविधान की प्रक्रिया भी सुरक्षित नहीं है। तो बंगाल की आम जनता की सुरक्षा की उम्मीद इन लोगों से कैसे की जाए? मालदा में जो हुआ वो केवल टीएमसी की उद्दंडता ही नहीं थी, ये इस निर्मम सरकार का प्रायोजित महाजंगल राज है, महाजंगल राज है।
The Prime Minister accused the TMC of looting West Bengal people but asserted that they will have to pay for this once the results are declared on May 4th.
इस बार चुनाव के बाद इनके पापों का पूरा हिसाब किया जाएगा। चुन चुन के हिसाब किया जाएगा। 4 मई के बाद कानून अपना काम करेगा। चाहे कोई बड़े से बड़ा गुंडा क्यों न हो, इस बार न्याय होकर रहेगा। एक बात मैं आपको और बता दूं, ये इतने वर्षों से बंगाल की जनता का पैसा लूटा गया है। हर भ्रष्टाचारी को ये जो लूटा हुआ पैसा है ना, वो जनता को लौटाना ही पड़ेगा।
PM Modi also urged the people of Bengal not to get intimidated by TMC goons on the polling day. Slamming TMC, PM Modi also said that TMC is opposing the SIR drive to shield the infiltrators.
बंगाल में टीएमसी सरकार घुसपैठियों के बचाव में लगी है, इसलिए ये तृणमूल वाले एसआईआर का विरोध कर रहे हैं ताकि घुसपैठियों की पहचान न हो सके। उल्टा टीएमसी सीएए को रद्द करने की धमकी दे रही है, यानी जिन शरणार्थी हिंदुओं को नागरिकता मिली है, ये उनकी नागरिकता छीनेंगे और वो नागरिकता ये किसको देंगे? अवैध घुसपैठियों को, क्योंकि इन घुसपैठियों को टीएमसी अपना वोट बैंक मानती है।
The political temperature is now rising in West Bengal ahead of assembly elections, with fierce campaigning as voters now hold the key to the state's political future.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled again. And finally it's happening today. So we are gonna celebrate a new milestone for everybody, not only for USA, for the whole planet, for the whole humanity.
Good roll pitch.
Roger.
A very good morning to our viewers. You're watching Republic TV, and these are some of the top stories that we're tracking for this hour as the war continues to escalate between US and Iran, while talks underway, as well as Trump threatening Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. We will get you all the details, but first let's take a look at the headlines. Trump issues final warning to Iran, says open the Strait of Hormuz or face hell. Donald Trump makes a big claim, says we'll reach an agreement with Iran tomorrow or strike everything. Trump tells media if Iran doesn't make a deal soon, he will blow everything up and seize Iranian oil. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi dials External Affairs Minister Jay Shankar for calls since war began. Kuki groups attack at Toyi Tangkol village in Manipur. Villagers take shelter at neighboring houses.
집행함.
PM Modi is scheduled to be in Assam today to hold a series of election rallies ahead of the state's legislative assembly polls. All right, viewers, we have a big breaking news now coming in from Iran. Iranian political activist and the former Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has slammed the commanders of the IRGC, saying that as a result of 5 decades of warmongering and crimes, you are the real decision makers of the collapsing system. Viewers, a scathing attack from the Crown Prince, Prince Reza, and he also continues to say that the corrupt regime of the Islamic Republic is on its way out, and IRGC's choice is not between survival and collapse. It is in fact about how you collapse. These are his statements, scathing attack against the IRGC, and he continues as he urged the IRGC to abandon this adventurism and warmongering and allow the country's infrastructure to be preserved for the Iranian nation. The Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, their viewers, now coming out and attacking the IRGC for accusing the IRGC for decades of collapsing the nation, and also accusing the IRGC of warmongering, and also told the IRGC to abandon the warmongering and the adventurism, and saying that, even claiming to say that this was a result of the decline in the Iranian nation. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, viewers, coming out now targeting the IRGC commanders and also accusing them of almost warmongering and leading the country to a declining state. This is a big statement, and this continues even as Iran has struck a military base in Baghdad, a U.S. military base, and even as Iranian Minister Ismail Baghai also said that they will continue to respond against U.S. President Donald Trump's threats against the country. And now a big statement also coming in from the Crown Prince, and now targeting the commanders of the IRGC, former Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, saying that it is a result of 5 decades of warmongering. All right, viewers, we have another breaking news coming in, that reports suggesting that U.S., Iran and mediators are making a push for a 45-day ceasefire. Viewers, the U.S., Iran and regional mediators are discussing the terms for a potential 45-day ceasefire that could lead to a permanent end to the war. The report also cited 4 United States, Israeli and regional sources with knowledge of this statement, saying that there could be in fact a 45-day ceasefire that can potentially lead to an end in this war. And also the mediators are discussing that the terms of a two-phase deal here, a two-phase deal, adding that the first phase would be a potential 45-day ceasefire during which a permanent end to the war would be negotiated, and the second phase would be an agreement, a formal agreement on ending the war. The ceasefire could be extended if additional time was required for talks. This is a big incoming, viewers, as talks are still being carried on between U.S. and Iran, and here a report that has knowledge of the ongoing talks, saying that the U.S., Israel and regional sources, there are some regional players at hand at this point, saying that there could be a 45-day ceasefire that can potentially lead to an end in the war. The talks are being taken place, saying that this could be a two-phase solution. agreement. A two-phase where the first phase there would be a 45-day ceasefire, there would be a formal agreement in the second phase to a complete end in the war. So of course the de-escalation and ceasefire would take some time, and that will take first in the first phase a 45-day ceasefire, and as talks continue in the second phase there could be a formal agreement of both sides for a complete end to war. So this is a big incoming as questions are being raised since strikes are continuing to be launched from both the sides targeting key sites, even as civilian casualties are suffering at this point. And now the two sides who are still undergoing the talks are now saying that this is a two-phase effort in ending the war. The first phase where the 45-day ceasefire will be taking place, and during that the talks will still be continuing, and in the second phase there could be a formal, complete end, a permanent end that could lead to a permanent end in this war. Viewers, a big incoming. Donald Trump has been pushing for a ceasefire, for an end in this war. He has been pushing for the Strait of Hormuz to be open. Perhaps the Strait of Hormuz still remains a contentious point at this stage, where even in the 45-day agreement this could be discussed as well. And even though Iran still continues to take a stance against this, and it remains to be seen what will unfold. But this is a big incoming now as the war is still at its very peak. And now let's move on to the next story. The war rhetoric just gotten sharper. Donald Trump has now given Iran a 48-hour ultimatum to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face what he calls hell. At stake isn't just a waterway, but the world's oil lifeline as well. Let's take a look at this full report.
The time is ticking. US President Donald Trump warned in his latest salvo against Iran. Trump has said that if Tehran does not adhere to his deadline to open the Strait of Hormuz, hell will rain down on them. This comes after Iran effectively blocked the strait, a route that carries nearly 20% of the world's oil supply. Trump's message posted online says time is running out and the consequences will be devastating. After this, Trump said that if Strait of Hormuz is not opened, he will target Iran's energy infrastructure and bridges. He even told the media that if Iran does not reach to an agreement, he will blow up the entire country. But even as Washington threatens force, back-channel talks and mediation efforts are still ongoing. Oil prices have spiked, shipping has halted, and the world is watching nervously. So the big question now, will this deadline lead to a deal or trigger a much bigger war? Because when global oil, military power and political ego collide, the aftershocks are never regional.
Now viewers, a dramatic search and rescue operation is now at the center of the escalating Iran conflict after claims of a downed US F-15 and a high-risk recovery mission. While Washington insists its pilots are safe, Tehran is doubling down with explosive counterclaims, turning this into yet another battle of narratives in an already volatile war. Let's take a look at this full report.
US choppers were flying really low to search for the pilots of the shot-down F-15 jet. US choppers and airplanes soared the Iranian skies while searching for their missing pilots from their F-15 jet. The remains of the F-15 jet was found from the wings to the tail. It all began when Iran had claimed that they had shot down America's jet. In the more interesting take, Iran had claimed that they had captured one of the American pilots. And Iran upped the ante by claiming that a Black Hawk chopper searching for the pilot was shot down by Iranian forces. Iran had released a video showing the Black Hawk chopper after being struck, spiraling down and crashing on Iranian soil. Another video shows the aftermath of the crash of the Black Hawk. The Goliath of choppers remains scattered on Iranian soil with parts burnt due to the blazes. After continuous efforts, US claimed that they had rescued both their pilots safely. After which Israel's defense minister Katz came out and congratulated Trump.
אני מברך את שותפינו האמריקאים על חילוצם בשלום של אנשי צוות האוויר האמריקאי. זהו ביטוי נוסף לשיתוף הפעולה ההדוק בין ישראל לארצות הברית, גם ברגעים מורכבים ביותר.
Not only this, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu came out and congratulated Trump.
Congratulations, President Trump. All Israelis rejoice in the incredible rescue of a brave American pilot by America's dauntless warriors. This proves that when free societies muster their courage and their resolve, they can confront seemingly insurmountable odds and overcome the forces of darkness and terror.
Netanyahu also claimed that this mission reinforces the sacred principle of no one is left behind.
This rescue operation reinforces a sacred principle. No one is left behind. This is a shared value demonstrated time and time again in the history of both our countries.
Netanyahu said that this mission brought a great victory to America.
Israelis and I, we know what a bold decision you took. President Trump, Donald, my dear friend, once again, your decisive leadership brought another great victory to America. I salute you. We all do.
But the story does not stop here. After this rescue mission, Iran claimed that America's rescue operation has failed again. Iran also claimed in their latest statement that Iran had shot down not one, but 2 Black Hawk helicopters and 1 American C-130 military transport plane. Trump also claimed that one of the pilots that was rescued was severely injured. However, reports suggest that Trump feared Iran trap during F-15 crew rescue. The F-15, one of America's most advanced air superiority fighters, is designed for high-altitude dominance, making its downing a significant claim in this conflict. Iran's claim of shooting down multiple US air assets, including a C-130, if true, would mark a major escalation in direct military confrontation. With contradictory claims from both sides, the fog of war only deepens, leaving the world to piece together the truth.
Now, viewers, we have another breaking news coming in now from West Bengal. TMC candidate Ratna Chattopadhyay has been indulged in a vandalism incident at Purnashree, Kolkata. An FIR has also been launched with regards to this incident. And this happened in Purnashree regarding a vandalism that happened in a BJP rally as well. And now FIR has been launched against the sitting MLA, against the TMC candidate. And now it has been incoming as the Election Commission of India has officially lodged an FIR against a TMC candidate, the Ratna Chattopadhyay, who has been alleged that he has been indulging in the vandalism as well, and now ECI has also filed an FIR against him. This is a big incident as whole violence continue to dominate in West Bengal, and this happened in the Behla Paschim constituency, where the BJP candidate accused the sitting MLA of indulging in vandalism while addressing a rally in this area. And viewers, these are CCTV footage emerging of a ruckus, of a fight breaking out in response to the vandalism that occurred in the BJP rally. BJP supporters have also responded by attacking the TMC office. Whole violence continued to dominate in West Bengal now, especially between the BJP and the TMC workers, with both parties alleging the other of indulging in any form of violence, ruckus, and even vandalism. At this point now, the Election Commission of India has officially lodged an FIR against the sitting TMC candidate for indulging in vandalism with regards to the incident that happened a day ago. Ratna Chattopadhyay now lodged under an FIR with regards to the vandalism that took place in a BJP rally, where the BJP candidate was in fact addressing a public. There was a makeshift stage. It was set on fire, and BJP supporters have in fact turned to destroy Bo TMC office again in the region. That happened a day earlier. And now the Election Commission has taken this violence under its eyes and taken an FIR against Ratna Chattopadhyay for indulging in fact in this vandalism. All right, viewers, let's move on to another election update coming in now from Tamil Nadu. As nominations are all set to close for the state, we are now tracking more and more updates from the poll-bound state in Tamil Nadu. Today, EPS is going to file his nomination from Idapadi constituency. Salim, meanwhile, Tamilisai Soundarajan will be filing her nomination in Mylapore with Piyush Goyal alongside her. There will be a campaign following that as well, as nomination deadlines now deadline almost up. EPS will be filing nominations today in a large rally even following him, and also Piyush Goyal will be following the Soundarajan for filing of the nominations. Now, poll battles are now intensifying in Tamil Nadu, a key state where BJP has also taken up to even make a breakthrough in the region. Key players filled it as well. Now, viewers, we are joined by Sharda from the ground. Sharda, EPS will be filing nominations Soundarajan on the same day. Election battles is heating up definitely in Tamil Nadu. What's the latest?
Well, election battle, as you mentioned, has been heating up in the state of Tamil Nadu. The last day of nominations have come today, which is 6th of April. After today, the nominations will be finalized tomorrow by the ECI. So today, Edapadi K. Palaniswamy will be filing his nominations from his home constituency, Edapadi, and Tamilisai Soundarajan, in presence of Union Minister and the election in charge of the state from the BJP, Piyush Goyal, will be filing her nominations as well in the Mylapore constituency in Chennai. Today being the last day, all the leaders will be filing their nominations for the upcoming elections, and the final list of approval will be made tomorrow by the ECI. As you know, the Congress and the BJP had their list come out only on Friday, and following which the nominations are being filed today. Meanwhile, TVK Vijay, whose election affidavit was wrongly constituted in Perambur, has given a change as well in charge of the criminal charges that he will had submitted in Trichy East as well. So, being the last day, the election is heating up. Likely after tomorrow, all the political leaders are to go on a statewide campaign.
Yes, definitely, Sharda. In fact, do stay with us and do continue to give us inputs. And thank you so much for joining us for this broadcast for now. And we will get back to you for more updates, definitely. And now, viewers, let's move on to another story, as Union Home Minister Amit Shah launched a sharp attack on the Congress and Rahul Gandhi during a rally in Kerala. Taking a jibe at Rahul Gandhi's claims on petrol prices, Amit Shah said the 460 per litre claim was in fact true, but only in Pakistan and not in India. He also targeted the LDF government, accusing it of misrule, and urged voters to back the NDA for a political change in the state. Here's the report. Take a look.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah turned up the heat in Kerala, taking direct aim at Rahul Gandhi and the Congress. Addressing a rally in Ernakulam, Amit Shah mocked Rahul Gandhi's claim on fuel prices, saying petrol at 460 rupees per litre was indeed a reality, but in Pakistan, not in India. The Home Minister accused the Congress leader of misleading people while claiming that India has maintained stable fuel prices under the Modi government.
मेरे जीवन में मैंने राहुल गांधी जैसे झूठ बोलने वाला व्यक्ति नहीं देखा है। वो केरल में आकर कल कहते हैं पेट्रोल के दाम बढ़ गए। राहुल बाबा, आपकी बात सही है, पेट्रोल के दाम तो बढ़ गए हैं। पेट्रोल के दाम बढ़कर 460 रुपया हो गया है। कितना हो गया है? 460 पर लीटर। मगर केरल में नहीं, पाकिस्तान में हुआ है राहुल बाबा, पाकिस्तान में हुआ है। अब आपको पाकिस्तान के दाम बढ़ जाए इसकी चिंता है, और केरल में कहते हैं मोदी जी ने पाकिस्तान के दाम बढ़ा दिए। भैया राहुल, पाकिस्तान के पेट्रोल के दाम मोदी जी नहीं बढ़ा सकते हैं, इतना आपको मालूम होना चाहिए।
The Union Minister also targeted the ruling LDF government in Kerala, accusing it of misgovernance and calling it a government that only renames central schemes. Meanwhile, Amit Shah also claimed that people who stole Sabrimala gold or were involved in Sabrimala gold theft will be sent to jail once NDA comes in power.
इस सबरीमाला का सोना जिन्होंने लूटा है उनको जेल में डालना चाहिए या नहीं डालना चाहिए? जरा जोर से बोलो, जेल में डालना चाहिए या नहीं डालना चाहिए? बड़ा सरल रास्ता है, ना यूडीएफ उनको पकड़ेगी ना एलडीएफ। आप एनडीए की सरकार बना दो, हम 2 महीने के अंदर सोना चोरी करने वालों को जेल की सलाखों के पीछे डाल।
Pitching for change, Amit Shah also urged voters to support the NDA, promising better opportunities and development for the state.
Taking a short break for now, but we have more stories lined up for you on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next after the break, Donald Trump makes big claim, says we'll reach an agreement with Iran tomorrow or strike everything. Coming up next. Stay tuned.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available, and there is no way that.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala, delicious, healthy, every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चंकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Morning viewers, you're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now today is the last day for filing nominations in the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. EPS from AIADMK is all set to file nominations from his home turf in Salem district in Tamil Nadu. We get you all the latest in the elections 2026. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to be in Assam today to hold a series of election rallies ahead of the assembly polls. Campaign politics heats up in Puducherry. Home Minister Amit Shah and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin to hold rallies in Puducherry today. EPS is all set to file nominations today from his home turf, Idapadi constituency in Salem district. TMC candidate Ratna Chattopadhyay indulged in vandalism in Kolkata. Election Commission lodges FIR into the incident. TVK cancels actor Vijay's campaign in Chennai, citing lack of time. And our viewers, shifting our focus to the war in West Asia, from where we are getting a big breaking news. A massive fire erupted in Haifa following multiple strikes being carried out by IRGC. We are getting fresh visuals in this big breaking. We are covering footages, in fact, showing Home Front Command tackling the intense flames at the impact site. You can see these are the visuals. Ambulances, fire fighting services also queued up. Massive blaze across a vast area. You can see the visuals on your screen. Now these strikes are being launched by Iranian regime, IRGC. The Iranian missiles, of course, the part of Operation True Promise 4 targeted key Israeli urban centers, including Haifa and the capital Tel Aviv, causing widespread damage and forcing millions to seek shelter. So this seems to be an attack which is an escalating signal in this war in West Asia. Of course, this is not a normal attack. You can see the visuals. In fact, the number of firefighting teams who are deployed in the area, and of course, massive rubble, and you can see the damage and destruction over a vast part of area in this region in Haifa. And also multiple strikes were carried out in Tel Aviv as well. Widespread damage that you can see in the visuals that we're getting you. Thick plumes of smoke also rising into the sky, and massive blaze all across. You can see on your screen, IDF has confirmed that defensive systems were activated to intercept incoming threats, but some of the missiles hit the targets, including an oil refinery in Haifa. So increasingly, oil refineries and not just the military sites located in Israel are now coming under attack as the 48-hour deadline in this war looms large. All right, let's take a listen to what the IDF said.
I'm standing here in Haifa. Behind me, you can see the destruction site. Earlier this evening, a missile that was launched from Iran hit this site, a building in the middle of the city of Haifa. In this building, right at this moment, there are 4 people captured, missing. Other than these people, many others injured, and we needed to evacuate them to hospitals. Once again, the Iranian regime aims its missiles to civilian target, to the civilian population of the State of Israel. And here again, we have a major destruction site, and you can see serious damage here behind me. The Israeli public is resilient. The IDF keeps on fighting and defending the State of Israel. I'm standing here in Haifa. Behind me, you can see the destruction site. Earlier this evening, a missile that was launched from Iran hit this site, a building in the middle of the city of Haifa. In this building, right at this moment, there are 4 people captured, missing. Other than these people, many others injured, and we needed to evacuate them to hospitals. Once again, the Iranian regime aims its missiles to civilian target, to the civilian population of the State of Israel. And here again, we have a major destruction site, and you can see serious damage here behind me. The Israeli public is resilient. The IDF keeps on fighting and defending the State of Israel.
And so viewers, you heard the IDF personnel, in fact, talking about how multiple people were injured in these strikes. So multiple strikes being carried by Iran. Some of the missiles were intercepted, but others made an impact in Haifa. And of course, an oil refinery also came under attack in Israel in Haifa. You can see the visuals that we are playing out on your screens, where firefighting personnel are trying their hard to remove the rubble and take out the people who were injured in these strikes. And now viewers, we are getting another breaking news in this very incident that we just showed you, where 2 people, in fact, are reported killed in this incident. Israel's Fire and Rescue Authority said early Monday that 2 people were found dead under rubble due to an Iranian missile strike on a residential building in Israel's northern city of Haifa. The rescue mission, which started Sunday evening, is still ongoing as 2 other people remain under the rubble. Their fate is still unknown. So essentially 2 people killed and 2 people still trapped inside the rubble. You can see how IDF personnel are fighting hard to save the 2 lives who are buried in this rubble. Their fate is still unknown. We do not know if they have been killed or they will be able to survive. Now, paramedics also said Sunday that they rushed to the scene and searched through the rubble to dig out the injured, finding an older man in serious condition. They added that 3 other people, including a baby, were slightly injured. So essentially a strike on a residential building. You can see the massive destruction taking place in this very area in Haifa. 2 people have been reported killed in this incident. IDF personnel trying their level best to rescue as many people as possible, but 2 people still remain trapped inside the rubble. And you can see the visuals in the long shot of the visual and the strike that took place by IRGC. Multiple strikes being carried out, multiple strikes intercepted, and some other, in fact, landed and made an impact in Haifa. So multiple strikes, one on residential buildings and another on oil refinery located in Haifa. You can see the visuals of the residential building, in fact, that came under attack and how it hit the facade of the building. You can see the visuals, cars lined up, toppled, in fact, destroyed, massive rubble there, and the thick plumes of smoke rising into the sky as IDF personnel trying their level best to rescue the people on the ground who were hit and, in fact, injured. A baby was also injured. So you can very well understand how civilians are increasingly facing the brunt of this war that is now in its 2nd month with no end in sight. And these are the visuals that we're getting you from Haifa in Israel. First visuals on Republic TV. As you can see, the massive rubble and the massive blaze on your screens after the strike made its impact on Haifa in Israel. 2 people have been killed so far. Rescue mission still underway. Let's play that bite again where IDF personnel talked about this strike.
I'm standing here in Haifa. Behind me, you can see the destruction site. Earlier this evening, a missile that was launched from Iran hit this site, a building in the middle of the city of Haifa. In this building, right at this moment, there are 4 people captured, missing. Other than these people, many others injured, and we needed to evacuate them to hospitals. Once again, the Iranian regime aims its missiles to civilian target, to the civilian population of the State of Israel. And here again, we have a major destruction site, and you can see serious damage here behind me. The Israeli public is resilient. The IDF keeps on fighting and defending the State of Israel.
And now, viewers, these are the visuals that you are seeing on your screens of the strike that took place in Haifa in Israel. Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps carrying out multiple strikes on Israel. Israel, in fact, continuing to come under the pressure by not just Iran, Hezbollah and Houthis as well. Earlier, and these are the visuals. Look at the visuals, how IDF personnel, with the help of ladder, trying to rescue people and trying to remove the rubble. And these are the cars parked outside the residential building. And the residential building, in fact, came under attack. The facade, which was destroyed after the strike, made an impact on Haifa in Israel. You can see the repercussions of this war increasing day by day as residential buildings and civilians, common people going about their lives, coming under attack. A baby was also injured in this incident. So no matter what the age, no matter who is on the line of fire, everything is being destroyed and disturbed in this war in West Asia, which is in its 2nd month. Here are the IDF personnel with the help of ladder trying to rescue people, remove the rubble, and carry out the firefighting operations. And now, viewers, shifting our focus to more news, the war rhetoric just got sharper. Donald Trump has now given Iran a 48-hour ultimatum to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face what he terms as hell. At stake is not just the waterway of the Strait of Hormuz, but also the world's oil lifeline. Take a look at this detailed report.
The time is ticking. US President Donald Trump warned in his latest salvo against Iran. Trump has said that if Tehran does not adhere to his deadline to open the Strait of Hormuz, hell will rain down on them. This comes after Iran effectively blocked the strait, a route that carries nearly 20% of the world's oil supply. Trump's message posted online says time is running out and the consequences will be devastating. After this, Trump said that if Strait of Hormuz is not opened, he will target Iran's energy infrastructure and bridges. He even told the media that if Iran does not reach to an agreement, he will blow up the entire country. But even as Washington threatens force, back-channel talks and mediation efforts are still ongoing. Oil prices have spiked, shipping has halted, and the world is watching nervously. So the big question now, will this deadline lead to a deal or trigger a much bigger war? Because when global oil, military power and political ego collide, the aftershocks are never regional.
Alright viewers, we are getting another big breaking news where reports are now suggesting that United States, Iran and mediators are now making a push for 45-day ceasefire. Now the US, Iran and a group of regional mediators are discussing the terms for a potential 45-day ceasefire that could lead a permanent end to the war. These are as per reports. The report also cited 4 US, Israeli and regional sources with knowledge of the talks. Now, the mediators are discussing the terms of a 2-phased deal, adding that the first phase would be a potential 45-day ceasefire during which a permanent end to the war would be negotiated, and the second phase would be an agreement on ending the war. And the ceasefire could be extended if additional time was required for the talks. Big breaking news we are covering where a push is now being made to ensure a 45-day ceasefire comes right ahead of the 48 hours deadline that Donald Trump has in fact warned of. Now, essentially what the mediation talks will include will be the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz amid this escalating situation and also resolving all the issues pertaining to Iran's uranium stockpile. So these 2 bargaining deals will have to be closed if these ceasefire talks are to be concluded and 45-day ceasefire is to be secured. But this is a big news as reports in fact citing US, Iran, in fact US, Israeli and regional sources with knowledge of the talks saying that there could be a potentially ceasefire of 45 days. Now remember viewers, the goalpost is shifting for Donald Trump and he has been talking about deadlines for some time now, where he first talked about a 6th of April deadline, then he escalated the war and extended the deadline, and now again he extended the deadline last evening where he said that now 24 more hours will be given is what we are anticipating. So essentially 48 hours left for that deadline by Donald Trump. But you can understand the visuals that we just showed you from Hifa that there is no sign of ending this war. But this is a big news that we are covering where mediation could occur, which is making a push for 45-day ceasefire deal, which will be in 2 phases. The first phase will focus on the ceasefire during which a permanent end to the war would be negotiated. And the second phase would make a final agreement on ending the war. And not just 45-day ceasefire, the ceasefire in fact can be extended if additional time is required for the talks. But there is a very bleak possibility of this in fact taking place, because earlier we have seen how talks failed between United States and Iran over the basic issues related to Strait of Hormuz and Iran's uranium stockpile. But the mediation talks of course, going to be focused on these two aspects: Iran's uranium stockpile and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which has essentially raised the global oil prices, blocked several ships from across the world. And viewers, this is the latest that we're getting you, as reports are saying that US, Iran and mediators are making a push for 45-day ceasefire. We have earlier seen various intermediaries coming to fore, including Pakistan, who claimed that it is working to secure a negotiation, though nothing substantial came out of it. And now we have mediators. We don't know what mediators we are talking about, but essentially we have US, Iran and mediators in the region pushing for a 45-day ceasefire. Also comes at a time when increasingly countries are coming under attack. Their civilian infrastructure, oil facilities also bearing the brunt of this. And now, viewers, yesterday a dramatic search and rescue operation took place, which is now at the center of the escalating Iran conflict after claims of a downed US F-15E and a high-risk recovery mission. Now, while Washington insists that its pilots are safe, Tehran is doubling down with explosive counterclaims, turning this into yet another battle of narratives in an already volatile war. We have a detailed report. Take a look.
US choppers were flying really low to search for the pilots of the shot-down F-15 jet. US choppers and airplanes soared the Iranian skies while searching for their missing pilots from their F-15 jet. The remains of the F-15 jet was found from the wings to the tail. It all began when Iran had claimed that they had shot down America's jet. In the more interesting take, Iran had claimed that they had captured one of the American pilots. And Iran upped the ante by claiming that a Black Hawk chopper searching for the pilot was shot down by Iranian forces. Iran had released a video showing the Black Hawk chopper after being struck, spiraling down and crashing on Iranian soil. Another video shows the aftermath of the crash of the Black Hawk. The Goliath of choppers remained scattered on Iranian soil with parts burnt due to the blazes. After continuous efforts, US claimed that they had rescued both their pilots safely. After which Israel's Defense Minister Katz came out and congratulated Trump.
אני מברך את שותפינו האמריקאים על חילוצם בשלום של אנשי צוות האוויר האמריקאי. זהו ביטוי נוסף לשיתוף הפעולה ההדוק בין ישראל לארצות הברית, גם ברגעים מורכבים ביותר.
Not only this, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu came out and congratulated Trump.
Congratulations, President Trump. All Israelis rejoice in the incredible rescue of a brave American pilot by America's dauntless warriors. This proves that when free societies muster their courage and their resolve, they can confront seemingly insurmountable odds and overcome the forces of darkness and terror.
Netanyahu also claimed that this mission reinforces the sacred principle of no one is left behind.
This rescue operation reinforces a sacred principle. No one is left behind. This is a shared value demonstrated time and time again in the history of both our countries.
Netanyahu said that this mission brought a great victory to America.
Israelis and I, we know what a bold decision you took. President Trump, Donald, my dear friend, once again, your decisive leadership brought another great victory to America. I salute you. We all do.
But the story does not stop here. After this rescue mission, Iran claimed that America's rescue operation has failed again. Iran also claimed in their latest statement that Iran had shot down not one, but two Black Hawk helicopters and one American C-130 military transport plane. Trump also claimed that one of the pilots that was rescued was severely injured. However, reports suggest that Trump feared Iran trap during F-15 crew rescue. The F-15, one of America's most advanced air superiority fighters, is designed for high-altitude dominance, making its downing a significant claim in this conflict. Iran's claim of shooting down multiple US air assets, including a C-130, if true, would mark a major escalation in direct military confrontation. With contradictory claims from both sides, the fog of war only deepens, leaving the world to piece together the truth.
And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Another airstrike taking place in southeastern Tehran, hitting a home and killing at least 3 people. This is the latest barrage of strikes taking place on residential infrastructure in Iran. And now this particular strike that took place on a home killed 3 individuals. Now remember viewers, Iranian Health Ministry has reported that over 2,000 people have been killed so far in this war in West Asia. And another strike taking place in the capital city of Tehran, killing at least 3 individuals. Earlier in the morning, we also saw you how strikes are taking place on technology institutions located in Tehran, in capital, and now strikes taking place, hitting a home and killing 3 individuals. You can see the visuals on your screen, thick plumes rising into the sky, Tehran skyline, where strikes are continuing to take place, even as Donald Trump boasts about peaceful talks. And these are the visuals that we're getting you full screen from Tehran, in Iran, the capital city of Tehran. Earlier, technology institutions also coming under attack. US-Israel claim that these institutions are, and these are the visuals from Kiryat Shimona in Israel, and these are the visuals from Tehran. Multiple strikes taking place in a day in Iran at a time when only 48 hours are left for that deadline that Donald Trump has announced. Anything can happen after the deadline reaches its final point. And these are the visuals, the long shots that we're getting you from Tehran, where a home in fact was hit in these counter strikes by US and Israel. And in this strike, 3 individuals lost their lives. You can see multiple residential buildings nearby. This neighborhood came under attack and killed 3 individuals. So increasingly, by the day, civilians are also coming under attack. Earlier, we showed you how Hifa came under attack. 2 individuals were killed there. And now, news coming from Tehran, the Iranian capital, where 3 people, innocent individuals, lost their lives. Toll, as per Iranian Health Ministry, above 2,000. No end in sight in this war. Technology institutes also came under attack. US-Israel claimed that these institutions are being used by Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps to carry out their quote-unquote terrorist activities. And these are the visuals from Tehran, fresh visuals that we're getting you first on Republic TV, where 3 individuals lost their lives, adding to the about 2,000 death toll, which is already there, released by the Iranian Health Ministry. In fact, human rights activists are also flagging these issues, in fact, terming these strikes as war crimes conducted by United States and Israel, as multiple civilians are now coming under attack increasingly in this war, which is in its 2nd month now. Human rights organizations flagging these issues, that not just the military sites, now we see more and more attacks taking place on civilian infrastructure as well, oil refineries, normal residential buildings, people going about their day, and fresh strikes taking place, killing at least 3 individuals in Tehran. Now, the casualties could be even more, because we cannot say for certain how many casualties took place. You can understand that in the war situation, there's a lot of misinformation also that goes around. But as per the reports, we have 3 casualties taking place in these strikes, the visuals of which we are playing on your screens from the Tehran, the Iranian capital. In fact, you can see the visuals, how it hit the home and killing 3 individuals. And earlier, we also saw a strike taking place in the Iranian holy city of Qom, where at least 5 people were killed in a US-Israeli strike. On Monday morning, strikes taking place in Qom as well. a city where earlier strikes also killed about 18 individuals. So you talk about Qom, Tehran, all the Iranian cities coming under attack. No city is left behind now in this war. All right, viewers, time for a short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up soon, Kuki groups attack at Thoi Tangkhul village in Manipur. Villagers take shelter at neighboring houses. Coming soon. Prime Minister Narendra Modi all set to be in Assam today to hold a series of election rallies ahead of the state's legislative assembly polls.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issue.
PM Modi is scheduled to be in Assam today to hold a series of election rallies ahead of the assembly polls. Campaign politics heats up in Puducherry. Home Minister Amit Shah and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin to hold rallies in Puducherry today. Amit Shah to also hold a roadshow in Kerala today. EPS to file nomination today from his home turf Idapadi constituency in Salem district. TMC candidate Ratna Chattopadhyay indulged in vandalism in Kolkata. Election Commission lodges FIR. TVK cancels Vijay's campaign in Chennai, citing lack of time. All right, viewers, let's begin with the market opening today. Indian markets opened slightly higher today, and Asian markets at the same time opened higher too, as markets await Trump's remarks on Hormuz. Meanwhile, oil has touched $111 per barrel, and Brent is still at $110 per barrel even now, as Donald Trump has issued a stark warning to Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but even then, Indian markets did well relatively as it opened higher today, even as Asian markets are also showing similar trend. And this is incoming as the U.S. president has issued a warning to Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours. And this is one of the big contentions coming in with the talks with Iran and U.S. as global economy continues to suffer the consequences of the blockade at the Strait of Hormuz. And now markets are still showing this similar trend as well. And now we are joined by our business editor, Pranav. Pranav, this trend today as the market open on the Monday morning, it is incoming after Donald Trump's issues statement to open the Strait of Hormuz, as Indian markets did relatively well. Your thoughts on this?
Well, the Indian markets are tracing global cues. Asian markets are trading in the mixed zone. And Indian market is also kind of flat right now as we speak. Nifty 50 and Sensex, which are the benchmark indices for the Indian markets, are trading about 0.15% higher. That's a marginal gain. There's little hope that, with Donald Trump's extended deadlines, the Hormuz Strait could be open with lesser oil prices. I mean, the strait is already open for ships bound towards India, but then there is hope that the conflict could end soon and oil prices may cool down. The other factor which is affecting the Indian markets is also the RBI MPC, which is slated to begin today. So these are the mixed clues on which the Indian markets are trading right now.
Thank you so much, Pranav, for giving us all of your inputs. All right, we have a breaking news coming in again at this moment. All eyes are on the Reserve Bank of India's key meeting, a 3-day monetary policy committee to decide rates amid West Asia turmoil. A big incoming RBI meeting. Now MPC, all set to roll now as it comes amid the conflict in West Asia tightens. Now we have Pranav as well. Again, Pranav, the RBI is set to hold the MPC, the Monetary Policy Committee, here to decide on rates especially. So what do you expect on the meeting so far?
This has made the RBI MPC, which comes in the middle of the West Asia conflict, it has actually made a lot of complicated, the way ahead looks complicated for the RBI, given that for every $10 increase in barrel prices, increase the inflation trajectory by up to 60 basis points. So the MPC will have a tough job looking at managing inflation. Remember, the RBI had kept between 2 to 4% as the inflation target for the Indian economy, and it has been well within the range. But given that the oil prices have risen about 50% in just about 3 months, we are looking at the inflation targets may be missed, or the inflation could go higher. So keeping in account of that, the RBI is likely to keep the repo rate unchanged. It is unlikely that it will reduce, given that it has already reduced the repo rate by about 1.25% in the past about a year. It is unlikely, economists are expecting that it is likely to keep the rate unchanged and unlikely to increase or decrease is what is expected. The decision is expected on Wednesday. The meeting begins today.
Yes, definitely. Those are some crucial points that need to be taken up as well. Thank you for joining us today, Pranav. And All right, we have a breaking news coming in again at this moment. Early Monday airstrikes targeted Iran's Sharif University of Technology and an adjacent gas facility as well, it causing structural damage while the campus remained vacant due to wartime remote learning. Although specific targets within the university grounds were not identified, the institution has long faced international sanctions for its alleged involvement in the Revolutionary Guard's ballistic missile program. These strikes now occur as Iranian security forces increasingly utilize secondary locations like universities for assembly points now, following repeated attacks on their primary military bases throughout the ongoing conflict, as most of their military bases have been hit and decimated and destroyed. Now, Iranian Guard Corps are now assembling in universities now, as universities are now beginning to be the key targets in Iran. And these are the visuals of the technology university in Iran, now completely decimated, as the Iranians IRGC's assembly points have now shifted from military base camps as to the universities now. And these are some of the universities targeted in Tehran since the past week, although the universities has remained vacant mostly, but this was an assembly point of the IRGC during this time, as most of their military bases have been destroyed. And these are visuals of the university, the Tehran Technology University. And this particular university is significant because this was situated next to a gas distribution pipeline site. And although there is no reports of the pipeline being struck, but this was very closely situated to that particular oil site, the gas site. And this was, as reports say, an assembly point for the IRGC commanders. And as military bases have been destroyed, the universities are now the main assembly and meeting points for the military as well. And yes, universities are in fact being targeted now. All right, viewers, let's move on to another story. The war rhetoric has just gotten sharper. Donald Trump has now given Iran a 48-hour ultimatum to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face what he calls hell. At stake isn't just a waterway, but the world's oil lifeline as well. Let's take a look at the full report.
The time is ticking. US President Donald Trump warned in his latest salvo against Iran. Trump has said that if Tehran does not adhere to his deadline to open the Strait of Hormuz, hell will rain down on them. This comes after Iran effectively blocked the strait, a route that carries nearly 20% of the world's oil supply. Trump's message posted online says time is running out and the consequences will be devastating. After this, Trump said that if Strait of Hormuz is not opened, he will target Iran's energy infrastructure and bridges. He even told the media that if Iran does not reach to an agreement, he will blow up the entire country. But even as Washington threatens force, back-channel talks and mediation efforts are still ongoing. Oil prices have spiked, shipping has halted, and the world is watching nervously. So the big question now, will this deadline lead to a deal or trigger a much bigger war? Because when global oil, military power and political ego collide, the aftershocks are never regional.
Now, viewers, a dramatic search and rescue operation is now at the center of the escalating Iran conflict after claims of a downed U.S. F-15 and a high-risk recovery mission. While Washington insists its pilots are safe, Tehran is doubling down with explosive counterclaims, turning this into yet another battle of narratives in an already volatile war. Take a look at this full report.
US choppers were flying really low to search for the pilots of the shot-down F-15 jet. US choppers and airplanes soared the Iranian skies while searching for their missing pilots from their F-15 jet. The remains of the F-15 jet was found from the wings to the tail. It all began when Iran had claimed that they had shot down America's jet. In the more interesting take, Iran had claimed that they had captured one of the American pilots. And Iran upped the ante by claiming that a Black Hawk chopper searching for the pilot was shot down by Iranian forces. Iran had released a video showing the Black Hawk chopper after being struck, spiraling down and crashing on Iranian soil. Another video shows the aftermath of the crash of the Black Hawk. The Goliath of choppers remained scattered on Iranian soil with parts burnt due to the blazes. After continuous efforts, US claimed that they had rescued both their pilots safely. After which Israel's Defense Minister Katz came out and congratulated Trump.
אני מברך את שותפינו האמריקאים על חילוצם בשלום של אנשי צוות האוויר האמריקאי. זהו ביטוי נוסף לשיתוף הפעולה ההדוק בין ישראל לארצות הברית, גם ברגעים מורכבים ביותר.
Not only this, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu came out and congratulated Trump.
Congratulations, President Trump. All Israelis rejoice in the incredible rescue of a brave American pilot by America's dauntless warriors. This proves that when free societies muster their courage and their resolve, they can confront seemingly insurmountable odds and overcome the forces of darkness and terror.
Netanyahu also claimed that this mission reinforces the sacred principle of no one is left behind.
This rescue operation reinforces a sacred principle. No one is left behind. This is a shared value demonstrated time and time again in the history of both our countries.
Netanyahu said that this mission brought a great victory to America.
Israelis and I, we know what a bold decision you took. President Trump, Donald, my dear friend, once again, your decisive leadership brought another great victory to America. I salute you. We all do.
But the story does not stop here. After this rescue mission, Iran claimed that America's rescue operation has failed again. Iran also claimed in their latest statement that Iran had shot down not one, but 2 Black Hawk helicopters and 1 American C-130 military transport plane. Trump also claimed that one of the pilots that was rescued was severely injured. However, reports suggest that Trump feared Iran trap during F-15 crew rescue. The F-15, one of America's most advanced air superiority fighters, is designed for high-altitude dominance, making its downing a significant claim in this conflict. Iran's claim of shooting down multiple US air assets, including a C-130, if true, would mark a major escalation in direct military confrontation. With contradictory claims from both sides, the fog of war only deepens, leaving the world to piece together the truth.
Now, viewers, we have latest visuals coming in from Tel Aviv. Iranian missile lands in Tel Aviv after air defenses failed to intercept it. Flames have engulfed vehicles in Tel Aviv following the recent Iranian missile attack, and Iranians' missile have in fact traveled into the Israel's airspace as its air defenses failed to intercept the missile. And these are visuals incoming on your screens, viewers, of the missile attack in Tel Aviv that struck the apartment building in this area. This happened in central Tel Aviv. In fact, Iran's missile was failed to be intercepted by the Israeli air defense systems and in fact struck those are the visuals. You see smoke going up, completely on fire. Israel was in fact struck there as its defense system failed to intercept the incoming missile. This happened in Tel Aviv, Israel, just moments ago. These are visuals of cars burning up in flames. The apartment building was caught on fire due to the military strikes, the missile strikes, in fact, from Iran in Israel, as Israeli air defense systems failed to intercept this missile and struck the apartment buildings, where 4 people have been reportedly injured so far, as per the reports from Israel. And this happened as the strikes now continuing between the two nations. These are the latest visuals coming in on your screens of big, thick smoke. Now, these are apartment buildings now. The targets have now intensified targeting now civilian buildings, now universities and apartment buildings being key targets. Although there have been no reports of any casualties of that, although 4 people have reportedly injured so far. And this happened as Israel's air defense system, the famed Iron Dome, failed to intercept the incoming Iranian missile as it launched and struck these structures and was in fact exploded and caught fire. This happened in Tel Aviv, viewers, in Israel, as though both sides of Iran and Israel continue to launch missiles and drones against the opposing targets. These recent strikes took place in Tel Aviv. These are the visuals on your visuals as Israel's air defense systems, and for whatever reasons, which we will know very soon. In fact, it failed to intercept the missiles. This is a big incoming, as this will be made known to the public, in fact, from the Israel media very soon. But as of now, there has been no reports of what caused that the interception failed, but this, in fact, happened. A missile launched into Israeli airspace and struck this particular apartment building in Tel Aviv, in Israel. All right, viewers, Iran war still continues even in Haifa as well. And these are visuals you're seeing on your screens, a missile strike. This is a rescue operation that is taking place in Haifa. And this was the strike that just was launched from Iran into Tel Aviv, into Israel. This one where a search operation is continuing after a missile strike in Iran in a residential area. And reports claim that at least 2 people have been killed while many others have been injured. And reports claim that 2 people are still trapped in the debris in the rubble caused by the Sunday attack. And as of now, the fate is still unknown. And these are visuals from Haifa this time. And this was a residential apartment building as well. And 2 people have reportedly been killed. And these are first responders, firefighters, and looking for more casualties and, in fact, trying to pull them out of the rubble as the building collapsed in the Iranian attack in this region in Haifa. 2 people have reportedly been killed and many others injured. Let's listen in to to the statement of one of the firefighters who took part in the rescue operations.
I'm standing here in Haifa. Behind me, you can see the destruction site. Earlier this evening, a missile that was launched from Iran hit this site, a building in the middle of the city of Haifa. In this building, right at this moment, there are 4 people captured, missing. Other than these people, many others injured, and we needed to evacuate them to hospitals. Once again, the Iranian regime aims its missiles to civilian target, to the civilian population of the State of Israel. And here again, we have a major destruction site, and you can see serious damage here behind me. The Israeli public is resilient. The IDF keeps on fighting and defending the State of Israel. I'm standing here in Haifa. Behind me, you can see the destruction site. Earlier this evening, a missile that was launched from Iran hit this site, a building in the middle of the city of Haifa. In this building, right at this moment, there are 4 people captured, missing. Other than these people, many others injured, and we needed to evacuate them to hospitals. Once again, the Iranian regime aims its missiles to civilian target, to the civilian population of the State of Israel. And here again, we have a major destruction site, and you can see serious damage here behind me. The Israeli public is resilient. The IDF keeps on fighting and defending the State of Israel.
All right, coming up after a short break, Trump issues final warning to Iran, says open the Strait of Hormuz or face hell.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the...
All right, viewers, let's begin with a top story. As the West Bengal gears up for the assembly elections, BJP held a massive rally in Coach Bihar, West Bengal. Addressing the public, Prime Minister Modi launched a scathing attack on the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, and her party TMC, formed from allegations of corruption and jungle raj to claims of shielding infiltrators. The Prime Minister targeted the ruling TMC, urging voters to bring about a decisive change in the state. Let's take a look at this full report.
As West Bengal gears up for upcoming assembly polls in the state, NDA is leaving no stone unturned in a pursuit to landslide victory in the state. Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed a rally in West Bengal's Cooch Behar, where he launched a sharp attack on the Trinamool Congress. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that countdown for Mamata's government has started in Bengal, accusing her party of supporting infiltrators in the state.
एक और
घुसपैठ कराकर विदेशियों को यहां बसाने का भय है। दूसरी ओर घुसपैठ रोककर सारे घुसपैठियों को बंगाल से बाहर करने का भाजपा का भरोसा है। एक और बदलती डेमोग्राफी से अपनी ही जमीन पर आजादी छीनने का भय है। दूसरी ओर अपनी माटी पर गर्व के साथ सिर उठाकर जीने का अटल भरोसा देने वाली भाजपा है।
PM Modi also blamed TMC for the Malda and Sandeshkali incidents and alleged that the party is responsible for the Mahajangal Raj in the state.
आपने 2-3 दिन पहले ही देखा है, पूरे देश ने देखा है, देश के न्यायप्रिय नागरिक चौंक गए। कैसे मालदा में न्यायिक अधिकारियों को बंधक बनाकर रखा गया। सोचिए, ये कैसी सरकार है, ये कैसी व्यवस्था है जहां जज और संविधान की प्रक्रिया भी सुरक्षित नहीं है। तो बंगाल की आम जनता की सुरक्षा की उम्मीद इन लोगों से कैसे की जाए? मालदा में जो हुआ वो केवल टीएमसी की उद्दंडता ही नहीं थी, ये इस निर्मम सरकार का प्रायोजित महाजंगल राज है।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, the polling is set to begin in Kerala on 9th of April, and ahead of it, the final phase of the campaigning is ongoing. Today, we'll see top BJP leaders, including Union Home Minister Amit Shah, to hold rallies in Kerala to secure maximum votes in the 140 assembly seats. We get to this and all the latest, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi heads to Assam as polling day comes closer. The Prime Minister is all set to address 3 rallies across the state today. US President Donald Trump announces a surprise media briefing along with the joint military chiefs. Media briefing is scheduled at 10:30 p.m. today. Fresh Iranian missile barrage hits targets in Haifa, Israel, leaving 2 dead and many others still feared trapped. Latest reports emerged that suggest Iran, US and mediators are close to a new 45-day ceasefire, a two-phase ceasefire deal. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi dials Indian counterpart S. Jaishankar to discuss the ongoing situation in the war across West Asia. Indian and overall Asian markets open slightly higher as Iran war oil prices keep investors on edge. And viewers, on top of this bulletin, we are getting a big breaking news as barrage of missiles are being fired by Iran on Haifa city, where 2 people have already lost their lives and more are still feared trapped under the rubble. We get you the latest visuals from Haifa in Israel, where you have barrage of missiles taking place, launched by Iran. We'll shortly play those visuals for you, but these are the latest strikes taking place in Haifa when you have 48 hours of deadline looming large as Donald Trump is unhinged absolutely. And these are the visuals that we are getting you from Haifa, Israel. You can see how missiles are being launched over the Israeli skyline. You can see these visuals, and these are cluster munitions being launched by Iran, something that it is increasingly using to cover a large area in Israel and attack as many facilities as possible. So viewers, you can see people getting scared of these cluster munitions being launched by Iran. And these are the first visuals that we are getting you from Haifa in Israel, where Iran is continuing its offensive on Israel. Remember, 2 lives already lost and more are still feared trapped under the rubble. We have 2 visuals on the left-hand side, cluster munitions, and the impact of the missile strikes launched by Iran in Haifa, the aftermath of the missile launch, where you have massive plumes of smoke rising into the sky after these missiles being launched, mounted by Iran, made its impact on the port city of Haifa. Now, remember viewers, multiple locations are coming under attack. Residential buildings we're talking about. We're also talking about oil facilities, civilian infrastructure, civilians in fact losing their lives in this war. And here are the visuals that we are playing out on the right side, where IDF personnel and firefighters doing their best on a cliff of a destroyed residential building, trying to ensure that no one is left behind and no one is left trapped inside the rubble. You have IDF personnel removing the rubble, trying to rescue people who are still feared, trapped inside the rubble. These are the latest visuals that we're getting you. Of course, very defining images that we're getting from Haifa, showing how civilians are increasingly coming under attack. So on the right-hand side, you can see how IDF personnel are trying their level best to rescue people. And you can also understand after these strikes, it's very critical to rescue these individuals, and it's also very difficult to carry out these rescue missions. As you can see, this is an absolutely destroyed building. So of course, care needs to be taken to rescue these individuals, must have been seriously injured in this. And viewers, we are getting another piece of breaking news where Iranian missile has landed in Tel Aviv after air defenses failed to intercept it, flames engulfing the vehicles in Tel Aviv following the recent Iranian missile attack. And these are the visuals from the capital city of Tel Aviv, where you can see how missiles were in fact launched by Iran and made its impact. And these are the images from Tel Aviv. Now remember, multiple missiles have been launched by Iran, some of them being intercepted by Israeli defense equipment, but many of them are making their impact across Israel. We're talking about Tel Aviv, Haifa, multiple regions across the country. And after the impact, this is essentially damaging the residential buildings. And these are the visuals that we're getting you where massive destruction has taken place of this particular building that we are showing you. And you can see how smoke is rising into this massive blaze here also in Tel Aviv. As you can see, cars also parked along the alley. And you have these visuals coming out from Tel Aviv now, where multiple strikes have taken place. Earlier, we also saw how oil facilities, in fact, were targeted by IRGC as another war front here is opened in this war in West Asia. Civilian casualties are on the rise, second month into the war and no end in sight. You can see these skyline images from Tel Aviv in Israel. Massive smoke rising into the sky, simple residential buildings coming under attack every day, every single day. Today itself, we saw how 2 individuals were killed in Haifa, and these are more strikes taking place in the capital city. Israel is trying its level best to activate the air defense systems and intercept as many missiles as possible launched by Iran, but many of them are now making impact in Tel Aviv, destroying the civilian infrastructure. Remember, Iran claims that it's targeting the military sites, but here we have civilians increasingly coming under attack. So when Iran says that its own civilians are being targeted, we have civilian casualties also taking place in Israel. So escalation from all sides here in this war in West Asia, and these are the visuals, the latest strikes that took place in Tel Aviv. You can see the massive blaze, cars also abandoned by residents. Of course, we earlier played out how cluster munitions scared the residents there, how they were shouting in the background. We heard those sounds as well. And now we are going to go across to another breaking where we have the exact moment when a missile fell in Tel Aviv. We'll play those visuals out in a short while. But we have, in fact, CCTV camera capturing the moment of the missile attack in Tel Aviv. And we'll play those visuals, the CCTV footage. And here is the CCTV footage where you can see the skyline and the long shot of the Tel Aviv city. And you will now see the exact moment of how a missile is going to be launched here in the capital city in Israel. A CCTV footage that we are playing out on your screens. And here is a missile launch that was carried out. You can see on the left bottom side how a missile was launched, creating destruction, more destruction by the day in Tel Aviv. This is a first CCTV footage we are playing out on Republic TV as the war is in its second month. Now, we earlier also saw how mediation is going on. US, Iran, and other mediators are trying to secure a 45-day ceasefire. But before that, missile launches continue to take place in this war. Multiple casualties, explosions taking place, making an impact on residential buildings. You can very well see how highways are there, normal infrastructure, residential buildings on the background, and you have an attack taking place on civilian infrastructure. This is the CCTV footage. And viewers, Israel since morning is coming under attack heavily by Iran. So of course, when you talk about ceasefire, you do not see any hopes of it. In fact, in the near future, as Iran is also unhinged when it is carrying out the attacks on Israeli territory, some of the missiles being intercepted, but more and more making its impact on the residential buildings, killing innocent civilians. These are the fresh visuals that we are getting you, CCTV visuals, in fact, from the capital city. Now remember, and here are the visuals of the aftermath in Tel Aviv, the strike that took place, the moment of strike and the aftermath of it. The moment when the missile launch make its impact, and on the right side you have the aftermath of the missile strike. Now we are yet to ascertain if there were any casualties in this particular incident, but remember viewers, very grievous visuals that we played out earlier for you from Haifa, where 2 individuals lost their life, a baby was also injured, and now here we have multiple attacks taking place in Tel Aviv. On the right hand side, massive blaze inside this residential complex that you can see on your screens. The war in West Asia, which started on 28th of February, continues unabated. This is the moment when the Iranian strike made its impact, and on the right side you have the aftermath of the strike in Tel Aviv. Now remember viewers, all the parties who are involved in this war, whether it's Israel, United States and Iran, they're denying any sort of claims of attacks taking place on civilian infrastructure, but these visuals tell a completely different story. Civilian infrastructure are coming under attack. These visuals are evident of it. You can see how missile launches are taking place on critical civilian infrastructure. On the right side, you have a residential building, which you can see, and you can see from above it how thick plumes of smoke rising into the sky. The aftermath of it, earlier we saw how cluster munitions, when they exploded, how residents, in fact, must have been ducking to take a cover, to take shelter, as the skyline was completely lit by these launches taking place by Iran. And you have these defining visuals coming in from Israel this morning, back-to-back strikes taking place. Earlier strikes also took place on Iran. So no front is in fact peaceful here. You have Israel, you have Iran, you have Gulf nations coming under attack. Early in the morning, Kuwait also sustained multiple attacks by Iran, and these are the defining visuals we are getting you from Tel Aviv. Remember, Benjamin Netanyahu last evening thanked Donald Trump for the search and rescue operation. Of course, escalating the war situation, has been talking about the existence of Israel and how it wants to ensure that the Iranian quote-unquote threat is decimated. And you have these visuals where you have counter-strikes taking place by Iran, defining visuals from the war front in Israel. A baby also injured earlier in Haifa city, port city of Haifa, where a residential building and an oil facility came under attack. On the left side, you have the CCTV, the moment of strike when Iran launched this strike on Israeli territory, made its impact. The explosion took place and thick plumes of smoke rising into the sky, massive blaze also. And on the right side, you have the aftermath, where you can see these buildings seem to be abandoned by the residents who must have gone into the bunkers to seek shelter. Remember, across Israel, you have bunkers where residents can go and take shelter, and these strikes are taking place on the capital city, where you have, in fact, buildings that appear to be abandoned by the residents. And of course, Israel has its air defenses like Iron Dome, but these defenses are only able to intercept certain missiles and not all. And thus, you have these visuals coming to light. And viewers, another breaking news that we're getting is airstrikes hitting Tehran University linked to weapons work. So, in fact, this is Sharif University of Technology that we're talking about, hitting Tehran's university, Technology University. Now, these strikes took place early in the morning in Monday, and you can see the visuals that we're playing out, the aftermath of the strikes on the university campus. Now, viewers, it was not immediately clear what had been targeted on the grounds of the university, which is empty of students, as the war has forced all the schools in the country to go into online classes. But multiple countries over the years have sanctioned the university for its work with the military, particularly on Iran's ballistic missile program, which is controlled by the country's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard. You have the aftermath of the strikes taking place in Tehran. These are the visuals we are getting you from Tehran, where a university came under attack, and we saw how this university is being viewed by United States and Israel as being used by Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps to carry out their quote-unquote terrorist activities from these campuses, which are now abandoned by students because they have been moved to online mode of studying due to the war taking place in Iran. And now, viewers, yesterday a dramatic search and rescue operation took place, which is now at the center of escalating Iran conflict after claims of a downed US F-15E and a high-risk recovery mission. Now, while Washington insists that its pilots are safe, Tehran is doubling down with explosive counterclaims, turning this into yet another battle of narratives in an already volatile war. Take a look at this detailed report.
US choppers were flying really low to search for the pilots of the shot-down F-15 jet. US choppers and airplanes soared the Iranian skies while searching for their missing pilots from their F-15 jet. The remains of the F-15 jet was found from the wings to the tail. It all began when Iran had claimed that they had shot down America's jet. In the more interesting take, Iran had claimed that they had captured one of the American pilots. And Iran upped the ante by claiming that a Black Hawk chopper searching for the pilot was shot down by Iranian forces. Iran had released a video showing the Black Hawk chopper after being struck, spiraling down and crashing on Iranian soil. Another video shows the aftermath of the crash of the Black Hawk. The Goliath of choppers remained scattered on Iranian soil with parts burnt due to the blazes. After continuous efforts, US claimed that they had rescued both their pilots safely. After which Israel's Defense Minister Katz came out and congratulated Trump.
אני מברך את שותפינו האמריקאים על חילוצם בשלום של אנשי צוות האוויר האמריקאי. זהו ביטוי נוסף לשיתוף הפעולה ההדוק בין ישראל לארצות הברית, גם ברגעים מורכבים ביותר.
Not only this, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu came out and congratulated Trump.
Congratulations, President Trump. All Israelis rejoice in the incredible rescue of a brave American pilot by America's dauntless warriors. This proves that when free societies muster their courage and their resolve, they can confront seemingly insurmountable odds and overcome the forces of darkness and terror.
Netanyahu also claimed that this mission reinforces the sacred principle of no one is left behind.
This rescue operation reinforces a sacred principle. No one is left behind. This is a shared value demonstrated time and time again in the history of both our countries.
Netanyahu said that this mission brought a great victory to America.
Israelis and I, we know what a bold decision you took. President Trump, Donald, my dear friend, once again, your decisive leadership brought another great victory to America. I salute you. We all do.
But the story does not stop here. After this rescue mission, Iran claimed that America's rescue operation has failed again. Iran also claimed in their latest statement that Iran had shot down not one, but 2 Black Hawk helicopters and 1 American C-130 military transport plane. Trump also claimed that one of the pilots that was rescued was severely injured. However, reports suggest that Trump feared Iran trap during F-15 crew rescue. The F-15, one of America's most advanced air superiority fighters, is designed for high-altitude dominance, making its downing a significant claim in this conflict. Iran's claim of shooting down multiple US air assets, including a C-130, if true, would mark a major escalation in direct military confrontation. With contradictory claims from both sides, the fog of war only deepens, leaving the world to piece together the truth.
And now, viewers, shifting our focus to some national news. Nearly 10 months after the deadly Air India AI-171 crash, families of victims are still waiting for answers. Around 30 bereaved families from Gujarat have written to Prime Minister Narendra Modi demanding the release of the aircraft's cockpit voice recorder and black box data. Now, the families say that transparency and proper communication are essential to uncover the truth behind the tragedy. Here is a detailed report. Take a look.
Nearly 10 months after the devastating Air India AI-171 crash, families of victims are still searching for answers.
On June 12, 2025, one of the worst civil aviation disasters of India killed more than 260 people in Ahmedabad, and on that same day, the people who were on board in AI-171 Air India's plane, with these victims, all these families were devastated too. And till date, after 10 months, the questions are same. They are seeking for fair investigation. They have petitioned the Prime Minister of India, DGCA, AAIB and all the concerned authorities. Let me tell you, they have asked to release the data of black box, on the other hand CVR, which is cockpit voice recorder. Now the questions are same till date. On one hand, wherein the authorities are investigation this worst civil aviation disaster.
Kinjal Patel, who lost her mother, demanded black box data.
इतने 10 मंथ हो गए फिर भी हमें कोई ब्लैक बॉक्स का डेटा या कोई प्रोविडेंस या कोई रिपोर्ट्स नहीं मिला है कि फ़्लाइट का रीज़न क्या था और उसका वो कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ। सिर्फ प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट जो पहले रिलीज़ हुआ था जो रूल्स के हिसाब से वही मिला है और कुछ नहीं मिला है। तो उन लोगों को यही रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो लोग जल्दी से जल्दी हमें वो रिज़ल्ट दे या फिर हमें वो न्याय दे कि हम ये जान सके हमारे फैमिली मेम्बर इतने सारे लोग चले गए।
Several families also say they faced difficulties even accessing the belongings of their loved ones and complained about poor communication from authorities.
फ्लाइट क्रैश के बाद हमें जो दिक्कतें हो रही है उसके रिगार्डिंग हम 20 to 30 परिवार हम इकट्ठा हुए थे उसके रिगार्डिंग बात करने के लिए। जो पहले फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हमारा डिमांड ये है कि हमें ब्लैक बॉक्स का डेटा प्रोवाइड किया जाए, जिसके लिए हम पूरा मेहनत करने के लिए तैयार है। जहाँ पे बोलेंगे, जैसे भी बोलेंगे, हम वहाँ पे डेटा लेने के लिए और इन्फॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट करने के लिए जाने के लिए तैयार है।
Victims' families also say the process has been overwhelming, especially when they were asked to use digital communication channels they were unfamiliar with.
एयर इंडिया और वहाँ से ऐसा बोला जाता है कि किसी भी लिए ईमेल से बात करो, तो ईमेल से तो हमें नहीं पता चलता है। तो कोई उसका फ़ोन नंबर मिले तो हम उससे बात कर सकते हैं।
Around 30 bereaved families from Gujarat have now written to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, demanding the release of the cockpit voice recorder and black box data. The Boeing 787-8 aircraft flying from Ahmedabad to London had crashed minutes after takeoff on June 12th last year, killing 260 people, including passengers, crew and people on the ground. For families still grieving the loss of their loved ones, the demand remains simple: transparency, accountability, and answers about what caused one of India's deadliest aviation disasters.
All right, viewers, time for a short break. Coming up, Kejriwal Sisodia to respond to CBI's plea against discharge. Hearing today, Justice Swarnakanta Sharma listed the CBI's petition as assailing the trial court's decision for hearing on 6th of April. Kejriwal is likely to appear in High Court today.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3.
And viewers, getting you some news from the elections. Minister of State Defence Sanjay Seth made a scathing attack on West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, saying Mamata Banerjee is desperate. She can see her defeat. The West Bengal people have rejected her. Rule of law has collapsed completely in West Bengal. Take a listen to this.
Union Minister Sanjay Seth launches a sharp attack on Mamata Banerjee, calling her desperate and predicting her defeat in West Bengal. Seth alleges a complete collapse of law and order under Mamata Banerjee's leadership in West Bengal.
Mamata Banerjee desperate है, हार सामने नजर आ रही है। बंगाल की जनता ने उनको रिजेक्ट कर दिया, तो रूल ऑफ लॉ कोलैप्स है बंगाल के अंदर। अब बंगाल की जनता प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विकास और उनका जो सपना है, जो संकल्प है 2047 विकसित भारत का, बंगाल की जनता वो देख रही है। और बंगाल की जनता इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ लाने के लिए मन बना चुकी है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
All right, viewers, let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi heads to Assam as polling day comes closer. The PM is all set to address 3 rallies across the state today. US President Donald Trump announces a surprise media briefing along with joint military chiefs. Media briefing is all set to take place at 10:30 p.m. today. Fresh Iranian missile barrage hits targets in Hifa, Israel, leaving 2 dead and many others still feared trapped. Latest reports emerged that suggest Iran, US and mediators are close to a new 45-day ceasefire, two-phase ceasefire deal. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi dials Indian counterpart S. Jaishankar to discuss the ongoing situation in the war across West Asia. Indian and overall Asian markets open slightly higher as Iran war in West Asia oil prices keep investors on edge.
Kejriwal's case in the excise case related. Kejriwal Manish Sisodia to respond to CBI's plea against discharge. Hearing today, the Delhi High Court on Monday granted time to former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, his deputy Manish Sisodia, and 21 others to respond to the CBI's petition challenging the liquor policy case as well. Justice Savarnakanta Sharma listed the CBI's petition, assailing the trial court's decision for hearing on April 6, that is today. This is the latest incoming with regards to the excise policy scam in the Delhi High Court now, as our Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and Manish Sisodia is set to appear for this hearing as well, and this is incoming as the latest with regards to the excise policy scam. And now the Delhi High Court has granted time as well to both Kejriwal and Sisodia. All right, now we are joined by our reporter Sarthak from the ground. Sarthak, give us the latest and a sense of what's going on as Kejriwal and Sisodia has been given more time by the High Court as well. What's the latest?
Yes, absolutely. We are present outside the Delhi High Court right now, where a fresh recusal application has been filed by Arvind Kejriwal against Justice Savarnakanta Sharma, who happens to be the judge who is handling the revision petition that was filed by CBI when Arvind Kejriwal and other Aam Aadmi Party leaders were discharged in the excise policy case by the Rouse Avenue Court. The matter, what we know of at this point, there are multiple cases pending before Delhi High Court, and there is an ED petition in the Rouse Avenue Court as well. There are multiple cases pending across courts in Delhi. This entire issue is becoming complicated with every passing day, with every passing week, because a few weeks ago, Arvind Kejriwal had also filed an application before the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court, where he wanted the case to be transferred to a different court. However, that application was completely dismissed in the first hearing as itself, and then Arvind Kejriwal and party went to Supreme Court with the same expectation. They filed another petition, another application in the Supreme Court, and the fate of that application was the same as it was in the Delhi High Court. It was completely dismissed. Justice Savarnakanta Sharma is supposed to handle the CBI revision petition that was filed by CBI court. Notice have already been served to Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, and other members of the Aam Aadmi Party seeking their reply. The next date of hearing is still pending in the Delhi High Court. But what we know of at this point, Arvind Kejriwal and party is still relentlessly making efforts towards changing the judge and making sure that the case gets transferred to a different judge, because what they're anticipating is that there is some form of a bias with the judge against them. These are the contentions that, and these are the arguments that they are putting forth in the court. And the irony is the same, the application, the recusal application that they have filed in the Delhi High Court is listed in the court of the same judge who is taking care of the CBI revision petition the same judge that they are trying to transfer the case from. So the things have become really complicated. The matter is expected to be listed today. We are also expecting Arvind Kejriwal to be present at the Delhi High Court, because the reports are coming in that he would be arguing his own case. And the matter is expected to be listed today. We do not have any final confirmation on it. We are still trying to fetch more details on it. And but what we know of, the matter has become a lot more complicated. And what will happen, this is something that only time will tell. We are constantly tracking the case at Republic. Back to you.
Yes, in fact, Sarthak, again, do tell us what do you have any sense of what the Aam Aadmi Party side will be responding in court today? Because just a month ago, they have all been acquitted with regards to this case, and they are going to be appearing April 6th today. In fact, so do you have any sense of what that will be?
Well, it seems like Aam Aadmi Party leaders may try to delay the matter because the arguments that were put forth by the CBI officials, the last date of hearing, and before that made a lot of sense, and the court was considering that, against which a notice was served to the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, where they were expected to file replies on those arguments. But so far, we do not have any information if any formal reply has been filed and has been put on record by them before the Justice Surya Kanta Sharma's court. And at this point, the constant point that they are trying to press upon is that they want to change the judge. They accuse the judge of having some form of bias against them, and that is something that they are pressing. They are not really arguing on the main topic, the main debate, the main case, the CBI revision petition. No formal reply has been put on record. So at this point, it seems like they may try to delay the matter. They may try to linger on the matter because they filed multiple petitions in the Delhi High Court. They filed a petition in the Supreme Court. So it seems like they may try to delay the matter, may try to find more reasons to counter or evade the entire issue. This is something that only time will tell. We are constantly tracking. Arvind Kejriwal is personally to be expected to be in the court and argue his own case. That is the latest that we are fetching at this point. And Republic is at the forefront of tracking the entire case. We have been tracking the hearing since this matter was listed in the Rouse Avenue Court. Then later these 23 accused were discharged by the Rouse Avenue Court. A revision petition was filed at the Delhi High Court. And now a notice was served against the arguments that were put by the CBI officials. Now what will be their arguments? Will they try to counter the arguments, or they'll try to just simply evade and delay the matter? That is something that we are fetching, and that is something that only time will tell. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much for all of that input, Sarthak. We will definitely get back to you for more latest. And now, viewers, let's move on to another story. As the West Bengal gears up for the assembly elections, the BJP held a massive rally in Cooch Behar, West Bengal. Addressing the public, Prime Minister Modi launched an attack on the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, and her party, TMC, from allegations of corruption and jungle raj to claims of shielding infiltrators. The Prime Minister targeted the ruling TMC and urged the voters to bring about a decisive change in the state. We have more in this report. Take a look.
As West Bengal gears up for upcoming assembly polls in the state, NDA is leaving no stone unturned in a pursuit to landslide victory in the state. Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed a rally in West Bengal's Cooch Behar, where he launched a sharp attack on the Trinamool Congress. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that countdown for Mamata's government has started in Bengal, accusing her party of supporting infiltrators in the state.
एक और घुसपैठ कराकर विदेशियों को यहां बसाने का भय है, दूसरी ओर घुसपैठ रोककर सारे घुसपैठियों को बंगाल से बाहर करने का भाजपा का भरोसा है। एक और बदलती डेमोग्राफी से अपनी ही जमीन पर आजादी छीनने का भय है। दूसरी ओर अपनी माटी पर गर्व के साथ सिर उठाकर जीने का अटल भरोसा देने वाली भाजपा है।
PM Modi also blamed TMC for the Malda and Sandeshkali incidents and alleged that the party is responsible for the Mahajangal Raj in the state.
आपने 2-3 दिन पहले ही देखा है, पूरे देश ने देखा है, देश के न्यायप्रिय नागरिक चौंक गए। कैसे मालदा में न्यायिक अधिकारियों को बंधक बनाकर रखा गया। सोचिए, ये कैसी सरकार है, ये कैसी व्यवस्था है जहां जज और संविधान की प्रक्रिया भी सुरक्षित नहीं है। तो बंगाल की आम जनता की सुरक्षा की उम्मीद इन लोगों से कैसे की जाए? मालदा में जो हुआ वो केवल टीएमसी की उद्दंडता ही नहीं थी, ये इस निर्मम सरकार का प्रायोजित महाजंगल राज है, महाजंगल राज है।
The Prime Minister accused the TMC of looting West Bengal people but asserted that they will have to pay for this once the results are declared on May 4th.
इस बार चुनाव के बाद इनके पापों का पूरा हिसाब किया जाएगा। चुन चुन के हिसाब किया जाएगा। चार मई के बाद कानून अपना काम करेगा। चाहे कोई बड़े से बड़ा गुंडा क्यों न हो, इस बार न्याय होकर रहेगा। एक बात मैं आपको और बता दूं, ये इतने वर्षों से बंगाल की जनता का पैसा लूटा गया है। हर भ्रष्टाचारी को ये जो लूटा हुआ पैसा है ना, वो जनता को लौटाना ही पड़ेगा।
PM Modi also urged the people of Bengal not to get intimidated by TMC goons on the polling day. Slamming TMC, PM Modi also said that TMC is opposing the SIR drive to shield the infiltrators.
बंगाल में टीएमसी सरकार घुसपैठियों के बचाव में लगी है, इसलिए ये तृणमूल वाले SIR का विरोध कर रहे हैं ताकि घुसपैठियों की पहचान न हो सके। उल्टा टीएमसी सीएए को रद्द करने की धमकी दे रही है, यानी जिन शरणार्थी हिंदुओं को नागरिकता मिली है, ये उनकी नागरिकता छीनेंगे। और वो नागरिकता ये किसको देंगे? अवैध घुसपैठियों को, क्योंकि इन घुसपैठियों को टीएमसी अपना वोट बैंक मानती है.
The political temperature is now rising in West Bengal ahead of assembly elections, with fierce campaigning as voters now hold the key to the state's political future.
As the poll battles heat up, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has launched a sharp attack on the Congress and Rahul Gandhi during a rally in Kerala. Taking a jibe at Rahul Gandhi's claims on petrol prices, Shah said the 460 rupees per litre claim was true, but only in Pakistan, not in India. He also targeted the LDF government, accusing it of misrule, and urged voters to back the NDA for a political change in the state. We have all the details. Let's take a look at this report.
Bharat Mata ki
Union Home Minister Amit Shah turned up the heat in Kerala, taking direct aim at Rahul Gandhi and the Congress. Addressing a rally in Ernakulam, Amit Shah mocked Rahul Gandhi's claim on fuel prices, saying petrol at 460 rupees per litre was indeed a reality, but in Pakistan, not in India. The Home Minister accused the Congress leader of misleading people while claiming that India has maintained stable fuel prices under the Modi government.
मेरे जीवन में मैंने राहुल गांधी जैसे झूठ बोलने वाला व्यक्ति नहीं देखा है. वो केरल में आकर कल कहते हैं पेट्रोल के दाम बढ़ गए. राहुल बाबा, आपकी बात सही है, पेट्रोल के दाम तो बढ़ गए हैं. पेट्रोल के दाम बढ़कर 460 रुपया हो गया है. कितना हो गया है? 460 पर लीटर. मगर केरल में नहीं, पाकिस्तान में हुआ है राहुल बाबा, पाकिस्तान में हुआ है. अब आपको पाकिस्तान के दाम बढ़ जाए इसकी चिंता है, और केरल में कहते हैं मोदी जी ने पाकिस्तान के दाम बढ़ा दिए. भैया राहुल, पाकिस्तान के पेट्रोल के दाम मोदी जी नहीं बढ़ा सकते हैं, इतना आपको मालूम होना चाहिए.
The Union Minister also targeted the ruling LDF government in Kerala, accusing it of misgovernance and calling it a government that only renames central schemes. Meanwhile, Amit Shah also claimed that people who stole Sabrimala gold or were involved in Sabrimala gold theft will be sent to jail once NDA comes in power.
इस सबरीमाला का सोना जिन्होंने लूटा है उनको जेल में डालना चाहिए या नहीं डालना चाहिए? जरा जोर से बोलो, जेल में डालना चाहिए या नहीं डालना चाहिए? बड़ा सरल रास्ता है. ना यूडीएफ उनको पकड़ेगी ना एलडीएफ. आप एनडीए की सरकार बना दो, हम 2 महीने के अंदर सोना चोरी करने वालों को जेल की सलाखों के पीछे डाल.
Pitching for change, Amit Shah also urged voters to support the NDA, promising better opportunities and development for the state.
All right, viewers, we have another developing news coming in. Now, an Indian-flagged LPG tanker, the Green Asha, is now coming towards India, is now located near Oman and is sailing from the Persian Gulf, and is now identified as the latest vessel escorted by the Indian Navy and safeguarding New Delhi's energy-linked interests in the region. And this is another LPG tanker going to be docked in India very soon, as Indian government amps up the effort to restock the LPG supply in the country. And this is another tanker to reach Indian shores very shortly, as Indian Navy is escorting the vessel across the Persian Gulf. And this only confirms the government's commitment to give an unending supply of LPG to the nation as well. And this only shows that this is one other tanker, in fact, the Green Asha. So for each week, India is now having to receive another tanker as well. So each week we have a tanker docking at Indian shores, and also this is in fact giving more giving more quantity of the LPG in India as India continues to face the global energy crisis as well. But with another tanker on the way, this could even ease more efforts. And now let's move on to another breaking development. Now from West Bengal, the district magistrate of Malda has issued a show cause notice to the district's additional district magistrate of law and order over the serious lapse in duty and failure to report ground situation to higher authority on the 1st of April 2026 regarding the condition of judicial officers at Kaliachak. 6 judicial officers who were trapped and also were trapped by a mob violence in Kaliachak in Malda that erupted in a huge, massive violence in the region. And now this the district magistrate has in fact been pulled up and given a show cause notice for failing to report the ground situation to the higher authorities. Now, the Malda situation is a key focal point now in West Bengal election, as 6 judicial officers, including 3 women, were trapped by a mob violence over the SIR revision list as well. And now we are now joined by our reporter and my colleague Harsha from the ground to report. Harsha, Malda incident is now turning up, even though authorities are taking action against it as well. But now the district magistrate being given a show cause notice for failing to report to higher authorities. So what's the latest, Harsha?
Yes, you rightly mentioned, and this is the issue of the Malta which can't be ignored. We saw what happened on 1st of April. The vehicles of the judicial officers were targeted. They were held captive, in a way hostage, for almost 8 hours. It took 8 hours for the authorities, for the police officials, for the DG, CS and DGP to intervene in this matter and take out the judicial officer. In fact, the Apex Court had to intervene for the NIA and CBI inquiry in this matter. Now, the latest development is that the show cause notice has been issued by the district magistrate of Malda to the additional district magistrate law and order of Malda for that there's serious negligence and lapses on part of the law and order by the additional district magistrate, and how and why did the officers didn't intervene when the first they got to know what happened in Malda, when the first officers and the SSP of the area was informed that the judicial officers' vehicle has been attacked and they have been held captive. Why immediately the SSP didn't go on the ground? And these are the lapses which needs to be answered. We already know that the NIA and CBI has already started their investigation, which is underway. We saw the visuals how NIA officials went to the ground and how the main accused was also arrested. But it's not only about the main accused, it's also about how TMC has been in the center of the pre-poll violence in the state of West Bengal, and all the goons and the allies of TMC party has been attacking the officers who are the part of the adjudication process, who are the part of the process where the electoral list has to be disposed before the nomination day. So now the reply of the show cause notice, the additional district magistrate has to respond to district magistrate within 2 to 3 days, and the response has to be detailed response. He has to mention who all officers were there, even after the suspension of officers, why there was negligence, why proper forces were not deployed in the North Bengal region of Malda and Malda, in Kaliachak, where this entire incident transpired, and how come there was so much delay in the arrival of officers to take out the judicial officers when it was informed immediately, and the Calcutta High Court and the Apex Court both had to intervene. Then the inquiry took place. Why it took? This is such a serious lapse in the state of West Bengal at the time when the state will go for elections on 23rd and 29th of April. But before that, every day pre-poll violence clearly states the present situation and the gravity of elections in the state, that how much desperation is by the TMC goons and the TMC supporters, that they have stooped so low by attacking the judicial officers who are there for the proper process and the transparency of the fairness and justice to the electors who should be part of the process. Back to you.
And also, Harsha, do tell us about the security situation, as DM has yet to respond in another 2-3 days, but the state will be going to post in just a few weeks. So what are the security situation as of now at this point, and what are being taken up regarding security for this particular constituency?
So if we talk majorly about the Malda and about the Kalyachak area, there are so many constituencies in the Malda area, in the Malda district. The security has been enhanced. Almost 200 to 300 CRPF forces has been deployed. The personnel have been deployed at each and every vantage of Malda so that no untoward incident takes place right now. The market people have been asked to stay in the houses till the time the investigation is not over, and also any sort of public gathering by the TMC goons or the supporters or the public arrangement as such of where the intimidating speeches will be given, such things have been stopped completely. There is a curfew-like situation right now in that particular area of Kalyachak after the arrest of the main accused who was responsible for the incident.
All right. Thank you, Harsha, for all of the latest inputs. We will get back to you very shortly for more latest details. And now, viewers, let's move on to another developing story. West Bengal minister and TMC candidate from the Shyampukur seat, Shaksi Panja, attacked BJP and AIMIM over the violence in Malda, saying people were protesting because more than 50% of the electorate in Malda, Murshidabad, have been omitted or are under adjudication of their voters' rights. Let's take a look at this full report.
You see, people were resenting this incident in Malda. It is now very clear what the script was. People were protesting because more than 50% of the electorate in Malda, Murshidabad have got omitted or are on adjudication of their voters' rights. So they were on a protest. But BJP, AIMIM has clearly misutilized that, peaceful agitation, the people's concerns, and this led to a law and order situation, which is now very clear. The script is very clear. He came to cover them. That is again very wrong. He's talking about hisab. Chun chun ke hum hisab lenge. I mean, we are very fond of Hindi movies, very fond of Sholay also. And we are very fond of Dharmendra uttering those statements, and we really get very excited about it. But, Pradhan Mantri ji, kya hisab aap lenge? What is the hisab you are asking for?
All right, coming up after the short break, PM Modi's blitz in Assam as state heads for polls. In 3 days, Prime Minister is to address 3 rallies across the state of Assam today. Coming up next, stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, हर चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Pure.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Corrector, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
Let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to be in Assam today to hold a series of election rallies starting shortly ahead of the assembly polls. Campaign politics heats up in Puducherry. Home Minister Amit Shah and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin to hold rallies in Puducherry today. EPS to file nomination today from his home turf Idapadi constituency in Salem district. TMC candidate Ratna Chattopadhyay indulged in vandalism in Kolkata is what Election Commission has said, lodged an FIR against him. TVK cancels actor Vijay's campaign in Chennai, citing lack of time. And viewers are starting this bulletin with some news from the capital of Delhi. Arvind Kejriwal, former Chief Minister of Delhi, and Manish Sisodia, his deputy, are all set to respond to the CBI's petition challenging the discharge in the liquor policy case. Now, the Delhi High Court has granted them time to file their replies, with the next hearing scheduled for April 6th, which is today. The CBI had approached the High Court after a trial court discharged Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and 21 others, citing lack of evidence and stating that the prosecution's case was wholly unable to survive judicial scrutiny. So Kejriwal essentially appearing in Delhi court today after earlier the court granted some time on the request of the senior advocate. So the hearing is taking place. In fact, he is going to, along with Manish Sisodia, respond to the CBI's plea in the Delhi excise policy case. Now remember, viewers, a trial court earlier strongly criticized CBI's investigating officer and directed action against him as well, and discharged Manish Sisodia, Kejriwal and several others in the Delhi excise policy case. And in fact, his senior advocate requested for some time to file a reply in front of the court. That time was given, and now again, hearing is taking place today on 6th of April, where Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and others are due to appear in front of Delhi High Court over the plea filed by CBI challenging the verdict of the trial court in this matter. The trial court, viewers, earlier held that the CBI's investigating officer acted against public servants in the absence of sufficient material evidence. That was the argument given by the trial court, that there was no sufficient material evidence against these individuals. We're talking about Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and 21 others who were in fact discharged by the trial court in this matter, and Delhi High Court is now all set to hear this matter today. Kejriwal, Sisodia are going to appear in front of the court to file their reply over the charges leveled against the CBI investigating officer by the trial court. Joining me is our correspondent from New Delhi, Sarthak. Sarthak, a big day for Kejriwal and others who were discharged by the trial court. What is the latest that you're picking up?
Well, we are at the Delhi High Court. We are outside the Delhi High Court right now, where we are expecting Arvind Kejriwal to arrive at any given point. What will be the latest that we know of, that Arvind Kejriwal has filed a recusal application in the Delhi High Court, where he is expecting to change the judge who is handling the CBI revision petition that was filed by CBI after Aam Aadmi Party leaders were discharged by the Raws Avenue Court, stating that there wasn't enough material evidence that was placed on record by CBI in the excise policy case. Now, this is the latest that we are fetching now that we know of. This is not the first attempt that has been made by Arvind Kejriwal and party in changing the judge, because before that as well, they had moved an application a few weeks ago before the court of the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court to change the judge, to change the court. He filed a transfer petition, and then that petition application was completely dismissed by the court of Chief Justice of Delhi High Court, after which he moved another application in the Supreme Court with the same expectation. But then again, the fate of that application was pretty much the same. That was also completely dismissed by the Supreme Court. Now, what the latest that we know of, that the Arvind Kejriwal and other Aam Aadmi Party leaders have moved a recusal application in the court of the same judge who is handling the CBI revision petition. That is the irony, that they are going to expect the judge to step away from hearing the CBI revision petition. And what we are expecting is that Arvind Kejriwal is going to be at the Delhi High Court in some time. The latest that we are fetching is that he is going to argue his own case, much like how Mamata Banerjee argued her own case, or attempted to argue in her own case on the first date of hearing in the IPAC case. I think similarly, following her footsteps, he is trying to do the same thing. What all arguments that would be put on record by him and other Aam Aadmi Party leaders, we are fetching more details on that.
Absolutely. The item number 50 is listed in the court, so we can expect the hearing to begin anytime soon. But Sarthak, would like to understand from you, Kejriwal has also filed an application for the recusal of the Justice Swarnakant. What do we have latest, if you can tell our viewers?
Yes, this particular application is listed before the same judge, Justice Swarnakanta Sharma, and he's been alleging and he's been accusing of the judge having some form of bias against him, and due to which he had previously moved an application before the Delhi High Court Chief Justice, and then he moved an application in the Supreme Court. With that sort of similar expectation, he has filed another application yesterday. The matter is listed today. He'll be arguing on that application, where he's expecting the case to be transferred to a different judge. He would be expecting the judge to step away from hearing the CBI revision petition that was filed by CBI after the discharge of the 23 accused in the excise policy case. On what grounds he would be arguing the case? Will he be putting any precedents forward, or will he be giving any logical explanation? We are still fetching details on that because as of now, it seems like he does not have any reasonable ground to back his argument of Justice Swarnakanta Sharma having any sort of bias in this case against them. And maybe it seems like at this point the Aam Aadmi Party leaders do not have any logical explanation or any credible counter to the arguments that were placed on record by the CBI court against their discharge in the excise policy case. Now, it seems like they are going to try to delay the entire issue, may try to linger on, may try to evade the matter.
Yes. Sarthak, as you continue to track this big story from ground zero, earlier we saw Arvind Kejriwal also, in fact, requested to the Chief Justice of the High Court regarding this recusal, but it was rejected by the Chief Justice, and now he has gone to the judicial side and filed a formal application. What is the probability that it will be accepted by the court?
Well, the probability seems very slim at this point, because already the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court has dismissed an application where he was expecting the case to be transferred to a different court. Now he has moved a formal application before the same judge who is actually handling the CBI revision petition case. So it would be upon the judge to decide whether she personally wants to step away from the case after listening to the arguments that would be placed by Arvind Kejriwal and party in the court. It totally depends on what all arguments he would be putting on record. Will he be giving any logical arguments? Will he be giving any legal precedents to strengthen and substantiate his arguments, to say that this has been done before in previous hearings, and on similar ground you should as a judge, be stepping away from the case. This is something that we are constantly tracking. We have been tracking this case. Republic has been in the forefront of tracking the entire case. There are ED petitions pending before the Delhi High Court.
There is a petition in front of the court. Who all are we expecting to appear in front of the Delhi High Court?
The latest that we know of, the application has been moved by Arvind Kejriwal, and he is most likely to be present in the court. Much like Mamata Banerjee, he is also, we are expecting him to argue his own case. That is the information that we have received, that's the latest information that we have received. And along with him, who all will be there, we are tracking that, and it's likely that maybe Manish Sisodia would also be there, his counsel will also be there. It's very unlikely that the court will allow Arvind Kejriwal to argue his own case when his counsel will be present in the court. And it's very unlikely that the court will find any reason to allow Arvind Kejriwal to argue his own cases in the presence of his counsel. So we are constantly tracking this case, and we are trying to find more details who all will be present in the court at the time of the hearing. And the latest that we know, that Arvind Kejriwal is most likely to be present
all of these
during
details.
the hearing.
Sarthak, continue to track this very important story, as it may happen that the Delhi High Court might provide some more time to Arvind Kejriwal, or may give a big verdict today in case there is no credible argument by the former Delhi Chief Minister. Now, viewers, shifting our focus. All right. Viewers, now we are shifting our focus to West Bengal. West Bengal Minister and TMC candidate from the Shyamukher seat, Shashi Panja, attacked BJP and AIMIM over the violence that took place in Malda district in West Bengal, saying that people were protesting because more than 50% of the electorate in Malda district in Murshidabad have been omitted or are under adjudication of their voters' rights. Take a listen to this.
You see, people were resenting this incident in Malda. It is now very clear what the script was. People were protesting because more than 50% of the electorate in Malda, Murshidabad have got omitted or are on adjudication of their voters' rights. So they were on a protest. But BJP, AIMIM has clearly misutilized that, peaceful agitation, the people's concerns, and this led to a law and order situation, which is now very clear. The script is very clear. He came to cover up. That is again very wrong. He's talking about hisab. Chun chun ke hum hisab lenge. I mean, we are very fond of Hindi movies, very fond of Sholay also. And we're very fond of Dharmendra uttering those statements, and we really get very excited about it. But, Pradhan Mantri ji, kya hisab aap lenge? What is the hisab you are asking for?
And viewers, getting a big breaking news from Arunachal Pradesh, where the Supreme Court today on 6th of April directed the CBI to conduct a preliminary inquiry into the alleged irregular allotment of public contracts by the Arunachal Pradesh government to companies owned by the relatives of Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu. Now, the court has directed the CBI to submit a report within 16 weeks as to whether an independent investigation is warranted into this. The CBI is directed to examine contracts awarded from November 2015 till 2025. So, Supreme Court asking CBI to start the inquiry into the matter over the alleged irregular allotment of public contracts by the Arunachal Pradesh government to companies owned by the relatives of Chief Minister Pema Khandu. And 16 weeks of time has been given by the Supreme Court to CBI to conduct a detailed investigation into this. Now remember, this pertains to the irregular contracts over 1,270 crore rupees in public contracts to firms owned by the Chief Minister's family over the past decade. We are talking about from 2015 to 2025. So over the past decade, multiple contracts were given to firms which were allegedly linked to Pema Khandu's family. And this detailed inquiry will now be conducted by CBI, as was ordered by the Supreme Court of India. The allegations involved contracts for projects like roads and buildings given to companies connected to Pema Khandu, his wife, his relatives. The petitioners, also represented by Advocate Prashant Bhushan, claim that this involves serious conflicts of interest. I have my colleague Sartak, correspondent from Delhi. Sartak, a big order by Supreme Court to start the preliminary inquiry into this in 16 weeks. So essentially, court has directed the CBI to submit the report within this stipulated time. What is the latest that you're picking from the arguments that were made inside the court?
Was an important hearing today in the Supreme Court. Let me just give a little background on the case. There were some alleged irregular allotments of public contracts given by Arunachal Pradesh government some time ago. The time frame that is under scrutiny is November 2015 to 2025, and now the Supreme Court has directed CBI to conduct a preliminary inquiry in this case. The companies that were linked, particularly in this case, were relatives of CM Pema Khandu. The Supreme Court at this point has ordered the CBI to conduct a preliminary inquiry, and the purpose is to determine whether a full-fledged criminal investigation is needed. There was some form of malice, there was some form of fraud involved in this entire issue. Judges, Justice Vikram Nath, the case is pending before the Court of Justice Vikram Nath. And what actually triggered the entire inquiry was when a PIL was filed in the Supreme Court against this entire allotment of public contracts, and Supreme Court believes there is a strong enough evidence, strong enough reason to initiate a CBI probe in the entire issue. And now on that specific grounds, the Supreme Court has ordered CBI to conduct a preliminary inquiry in the entire case, and what all investigation, what all
for getting us and bring us
evidences will be placed on record by CBI after the CBI probe. That is all.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sarthak, for getting us all the latest updates in this. Now, viewers, shifting our focus to some more national news. Nearly 10 months after the deadly Air India AI-171 crash, families of victims are still waiting for answers. Around 30 bereaved families from Gujarat have written to Prime Minister Narendra Modi demanding the release of the aircraft's cockpit voice recorder and black box data. Now, the families say transparency and proper communication is essential to uncover the truth behind the tragedy. Here is a detailed report. Take a look.
Nearly 10 months after the devastating Air India AI-171 crash, families of victims are still searching for answers.
On June 12, 2025, one of the worst civil aviation disasters of India killed more than 260 people in Ahmedabad, and on that same day, the people who were on board in AI-171 Air India's plane, with them, with these victims, all these families were devastated too. And till date, after 10 months, the questions are same. They are seeking for fair investigation. They have petitioned the Prime Minister of India, DGCA, AAIB and all the concerned authorities. Let me tell you, they have asked to release the data of black box, on the other hand CVR, which is cockpit voice recorder. Now the questions are same till date. On one hand, wherein the authorities are investigation this worst civil aviation disaster.
Kinjal Patel, who lost her mother, demanded black box data.
इतने 10 मंथ हो गए फिर भी हमें कोई ब्लैक बॉक्स का डेटा या कोई प्रोविडेंस या कोई रिपोर्ट्स नहीं मिला है कि फ़्लाइट का रीज़न क्या था, और उसका वो कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ, सिर्फ प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट जो पहले रिलीज़ हुआ था जो रूल्स के हिसाब से वही मिला है और कुछ नहीं मिला है। तो उन लोगों को यही रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो लोग जल्दी से जल्दी हमें वो रिजल्ट दे या फिर हमें वो न्याय दे कि हम ये जान सके हमारे फैमिली मेम्बर इतने सारे लोग चले गए।
Several families also say they faced difficulties even accessing the belongings of their loved ones and complained about poor communication from authorities.
फ्लाइट क्रैश के बाद हमें जो दिक्कतें हो रही है उसके रिगार्डिंग हम 20 to 30 परिवार हम इकट्ठा हुए थे उसके रिगार्डिंग बात करने के लिए। जो पहले फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हमारा डिमांड ये है कि हमें ब्लैक बॉक्स का डेटा प्रोवाइड किया जाए, जिसके लिए हम पूरा मेहनत करने के लिए तैयार है। जहाँ पे बोलेंगे, जैसे भी बोलेंगे, हम वहाँ पे डेटा लेने के लिए और इन्फॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट करने के लिए जाने के लिए तैयार है।
Victims' families also say the process has been overwhelming, especially when they were asked to use digital communication channels they were unfamiliar with.
एरिया और वहाँ से ऐसा बोला जाता है कि किसी भी लिए ईमेल से बात करो, तो ईमेल से तो हमें नहीं पता चलता है। तो कोई उसका फ़ोन नंबर मिले तो हम उससे बात कर सकते हैं।
Around 30 bereaved families from Gujarat have now written to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, demanding the release of the cockpit voice recorder and black box data. The Boeing 787-8 aircraft flying from Ahmedabad to London had crashed minutes after takeoff on June 12th last year, killing 260 people, including passengers, crew, and people on the ground. For families still grieving the loss of their loved ones, the demand remains simple: transparency, accountability, and answers about what caused one of India's deadliest aviation disasters.
And viewers, we are getting a big breaking news from Pune, where a tragic incident has unfolded in Pune's Mawal area, where a second-year student, Vishal Verma, lost his life when a basketball stand suddenly collapsed on him. He was rushed to a nearby hospital but was pronounced dead before receiving treatment. The incident has sparked grief and anxiety among students and staff members, raising serious concerns about campus safety and infrastructure maintenance. Now, the police have already launched an investigation into the matter and are going to find out the cause of the accident. We're talking about a 20-year-old cadet at a marine engineering college in Pune who died after a basketball backboard, in fact, fell on him, causing severe head injuries. He was rushed to the hospital, but he could not make it. His name was Vishal Verma, a second-year student at the Maritime Institute. He stepped outside yesterday for a morning walk and some exercise on the campus. He was doing pull-ups on the basketball hoop when the entire frame collapsed on him. We have the visuals also after the tragedy struck. Police officials there rushing to, in fact, talking to some of the individuals, seems. We'll try and get more updates on this as to what sort of a scuffle really took place in the aftermath of this tragedy which struck the Pune Maritime Institute. This student was in fact from Basti area in Uttar Pradesh. He joined the institute in 2024. His 4-year BTech course was to end in 2028 and this tragedy happened. In fact, if you look at the situation of the pole, it seems like it was rusted. And when the student 20-year-old was trying to do pull-ups on the hoop, it simply collapsed. And not the first time we are seeing this happening. Earlier it happened in Haryana as well. Back-to-back two incidents, in fact, in 2025. I have my colleague Revati joining us to get us more details. Revati, we just played out some visuals where police, in fact, was seen trying to tackle the situation or perhaps in a scuffle with the students present at the campus. What really happened? Bring us to speed with this.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, now the students' safety is at stake in Pune's one of the institute named Tolani Institute. It's a maritime institute where this mishap has happened. A basketball pole fell directly onto Vishal's head and he was severely injured. He was rushed to the nearby Talegaon hospital, but he was declared dead when he was admitted to the hospital. Before even this treatment started, he was declared dead. So this rage can be seen within the students, as the student safety is at stake at the moment. They have also demanded the suspension of the authorities at the institute. As of now, the police are conducting a thorough investigation as of to what had exactly happened and how did the pole collapse. So now, as of now, only one demand is being made, that the principal should resign from his post and he should be suspended, as the student safety is at stake at the moment in the institute. Over to you.
Revati, earlier when these sort of incidents took place in Haryana, we saw CCTV visuals also coming out. Do we have any evidence of what exactly transpired when this tragedy struck?
As of now, even Republic tried to contact his friend, but they were not be able to contact, as they are into the process of investigation. Also, the police is kind of very much careful about that. The incident CCTV is not out as of now, but when exactly what has happened, this will be told by the police. Then only the exact happening, the exact chronology of the incident will be known. Over to you.
And Revati, are we hearing anything coming in from the management of the institute? Because this is, of course, because of the lack of the upkeep of the field and the pole and the infrastructure which is there in the campus. So anything coming in from the management?
Right. Of course, a statement is given by the management saying that this particular incident will be thoroughly investigated. But as of now, this is the only statement which is received by the management, and they are ready to cooperate with the police. Also, is what being said by the management. Nothing more details are being given. Also, his parents are being tried to contact, and the further details are awaited.
All right, thank you so much, Revati, for getting us all the latest in this, an absolute tragedy there. Now, viewers are now going to a short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up, Kuki groups attacked at Thoi Tangkhul village in Manipur. Villagers take shelter at neighboring houses. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to be in Assam today to hold a series of election rallies ahead of the state's legislative assembly polls.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up. Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
इस चुनाव में भी भाजपा आपसे आशीर्वाद मांग रही है। साथियों, कांग्रेस वो पार्टी है जो कभी दूरगामी सोच के साथ विकास के काम नहीं करती। कांग्रेस शॉर्ट टर्म काम करती है ताकि उसमें करप्शन कर सके। वहीं बीजेपी एक लंबे विजन के साथ काम करने वाली पार्टी है। हम विकसित असम से विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य को लेकर चल रहे हैं और इसलिए हमने बीते 10 साल में पूरी मेहनत से काम किया है। साथियों, बीते 10 साल असम में शांति और सद्भाव की स्थापना के थे। आने वाले साल असम की समृद्धि को विस्तार देंगे। बीते 10 साल असम को असुविधा और असुरक्षा से बाहर निकालने के थे। आने वाला समय असम की आत्मनिर्भरता का होगा। बीते 10 साल असम की पहचान को बचाने के थे। अब हमें असम की पहचान को दुनिया में बुलंद करना है। करना है कि नहीं करना है? बुलंद करना है कि नहीं करना है? दुनिया भर में आसाम की पहचान बनानी है कि नहीं बनानी है? आपका वोट इस बार विकसित असम के निर्माण की नींव को मजबूत करने वाला है। और साथियों, आप सब जानते हैं, भाजपा जो कहती है वो करके दिखाती है। हम असम को उस बुलंदी की तरफ लेकर जा रहे हैं जिसके असम के लोग हकदार हैं। साथियों, यहां से मानस नेशनल पार्क ज्यादा दूर नहीं है। मां कामाख्या का आशीर्वाद इस पूरे क्षेत्र पर है। यहां आस्था और अध्यात्म से जुड़े बड़े स्थान है। असम में जैसे जैसे कनेक्टिविटी सशक्त हो रही है, यहां टूरिज्म का भी विस्तार होता जा रहा है और इसका फायदा पूरे असम को होगा। साथियों, असम का हमारा एक क्षेत्र खार भात के लिए जाना जाता है और मैं सभी दान किसानों को एक खुशखबरी देना चाहता हूं। अब यहां से जोहा राइस, जरा मेरे किसान भाई बहन, ये आपके लिए बता रहा हूं। हमारे इस क्षेत्र के किसान जो जोहा राइस पैदा करते हैं ना, वो जोहा राइस की खुशबू अब यूरोप में भी फैलेगी। हाल में ही असम का जोहा राइस इंग्लैंड और इटली को एक्सपोर्ट होना शुरू हो गया है। ये असम के सभी धान किसानों की मेहनत का सम्मान है। यहां हमने जो जोगी गोपा में मल्टी मॉडल पार्क बनवाया है, वो भी इस क्षेत्र के किसानों का सामर्थ्य बढ़ा रहा है। वहां ऐसी सुविधाएं हैं जिससे किसानों की फल सब्जी और अन्य उपज सुरक्षित भी रहती है और एक्सपोर्ट में भी बहुत सुविधा होती है। साथियों, देश के जिन एक दो राज्यों में उंगली पर गिन लो इतने से ही कम, सिर्फ एक दो राज्यों में ये कांग्रेस की सरकारें बची हैं, वहां कांग्रेस कभी जनता के बीच अपना रिपोर्ट कार्ड लेकर नहीं जाती, जबकि बीजेपी सरकार साफ नियत से जनता को बताती है कि हमने जनता की सेवा के लिए क्या किया। हमारी बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार किसानों की समृद्धि के लिए क्या कर रही है। मैं आपको इससे जुड़े कुछ आंकड़े बताना चाहता हूं। ये आंकड़े आप याद रखोगे? भाई, ये बच्चा कब से खड़ा है, ये चित्र भी जरा ले लीजिए, इसके हाथ डूब जाएंगे। जरा एसपीजी के जो लोग लेकर के ले लीजिए। बेटा ले लेता है, हाथ नीचे रखो, थक जाओगे बेटा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद बेटा, इतना बढ़िया चित्र बना के लेके आए हो। आप नीचे हाथ रखो, ये एसपीजी के लोग आकर के ले लेंगे बेटा। ये छोटे छोटे बच्चे, मुझे कभी ऐसा लगता है उनके हाथ थक जाएंगे। जरा एसपीजी के लोग ये ले लीजिए जल्दी। साथियों, साल 2013 में जब केंद्र में कांग्रेस सरकार थी, तब धान का एमएसपी मात्र 1300 रुपये प्रति क्विंटल था। यह आंकड़ा आपको याद रहेगा। हमारी बीजेपी की सरकार बनने से पहले जब कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, तब यहां धान के किसानों को एमएसपी कितना मिलता था, याद रहा आंकड़ा? प्रति क्विंटल 1300 रुपया। कितना? जरा बोलिए सब लोग, प्रति क्विंटल कितना? प्रति क्विंटल कितना? और आज कितना मिलता है पता है? आज धान का एमएसपी करीब 2370 रुपये। और असम की बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार अपनी तरफ से भी इसमें वृद्धि करती है, यानी धान किसानों की कमाई कहीं अधिक बढ़ रही है। 2014 से पहले के 10 वर्षों में जब कांग्रेस सत्ता में थी, तब देश के धान किसानों को एमएसपी के सिर्फ 4 लाख करोड़ रुपया मिले थे। कितने? 4 लाख करोड़। कितने? अरे जोर से बोलिए ना, कितने मिले थे? ये कांग्रेस के पापों की बात करनी है। कितने मिले थे? लेकिन 2014 के बाद 10 वर्षों में हमारी सरकार ने धान किसानों को 4 गुना अधिक 16 लाख करोड़ रुपए एमएसपी के रूप में दिए हैं। उनके 4 लाख करोड़ और हमारे साफ है कि कांग्रेस कभी धान किसानों का भला नहीं कर सकती। साथियों, कांग्रेस की सरकार तो किसान के हक का पैसा भी बिचौलियों को लूटा देती थी। हमारी सरकार सीधे किसान के बैंक खाते में पैसा जमा करती है। पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि से असम के किसानों को अब तक 7,500 करोड़ रुपए उससे भी ज्यादा मिल चुके हैं। बीते सालों में इतने बड़े वैश्विक संकट आए, लेकिन हमने खाद की कई हुई कीमतों का, जो फर्टिलाइजर का दुनिया भर में दाम बढ़ गया, लेकिन हमने भारत के किसानों को वो बोझ नहीं पड़ने दिया। दुनिया में यूरिया की जो बोरी 3,000 रुपये पहुंच गई, 3,000 रुपये एक बोरी का, लेकिन बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार ने उसे सिर्फ 300 रुपये में किसानों को दे दिया। किसान हित में ऐसे फैसलों की वजह से ही असम के किसानों की पहली पसंद बीजेपी है, एनडीए है। अहोमोर कृषक सकलर प्रथम पोषण बीजेपी एनडीए। साथियों, यहां बड़ी संख्या में हमारी माताएं बहनें आई है। मेरा
All right, viewers, we are getting visuals from capital Delhi, where Kejriwal is all set to appear in front of Delhi High Court in the hearing by the court in the matter of a petition, in fact, which challenged the verdict of the trial court in the excise policy case. We are getting you the live visuals from ground. We are covering this case. Earlier, trial court gave a verdict in favor of Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, his deputy, former deputy, in fact, and 21 others, giving them a relief in discharging them in the case, in fact, excise policy case. And these are the visuals we are getting you live from Delhi High Court, where Kejriwal is all set to appear in front of Delhi High Court. Earlier, he sought some days to file his reply over the application filed by CBI, challenging the verdict by the trial court. That time was given, and now hearing to take place shortly. Item number 50 on the case list, and you have visuals, in fact, of Kejriwal. Massive crowd gathered to cover this, as this can be a landmark moment in this case. We still are awaiting more developments happening in this, but Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, these two individuals, is what we are getting to know, are due to appear in front of Delhi High Court. Arvind Kejriwal, in fact, reaches Delhi High Court, and here are the visuals of the former Delhi Chief Minister. Now remember, viewers, earlier we saw how BJP in fact rode the election campaign on this very case. The trial court discharged Arvind Kejriwal, and now, after the decision by the trial court was challenged by CBI, a hearing is all set to take place in the Delhi High Court. We are covering this case right from the start. Our correspondent Sarthak is also live with us, will shortly give us updates on this. But we have the visuals that we are playing on your screens of Kejriwal appearing in front of Delhi High Court. In fact, has reached the court, and in a short while he's going to present his side of the arguments. All right, joining me is our correspondent Sarthak from Ground Zero. Sarthak, he has reached Delhi High Court, and the hearing can start anytime soon.
Yes, absolutely. We have got the visuals of Arvind Kejriwal. He has arrived at the Delhi High Court. The hearing can start at any given point. Let me just remind the viewers, at this point an application has been moved in the Delhi High Court for the recusal of the Judge Justice Suryakant Sharma, and he will be arguing, expecting the judge to step away from the CBI revision petition that was filed by CBI after the 23 accused in the excise policy case were discharged. He will be arguing on that ground. Will he be arguing himself, or the counsel on his behalf will be arguing the case? This is something that we are constantly tracking. We will be fetching more details on it. It would be totally upon the judge whether the judge would allow Arvind Kejriwal to argue his own case, or whether she would be expecting his counsel to argue on his behalf. Just to remind the viewers, today the hearing will take place in the application that was filed by Arvind Kejriwal yesterday against the recusal of Justice Suryakant Sharma, and this is not the first application that he has filed. Let me just remind the viewers, Arvind Kejriwal had tried and made attempts to change the judge to transfer the case of the CBI revision petition that was filed by CBI after Rao's Avenue Court discharged all the accused, stating that there wasn't strong enough evidence or substance to prove any sort of guilt on the part of the 23 accused. After which CBI filed a revision petition in the Delhi High Court stating that the orders were passed by the Rao's Avenue Court without even hearing the merits of the case, and it was discharged before the trial stage. So now the matter is pending before the Delhi High Court in the court of Justice Suryakant Sharma, and an order was passed in the CBI revision petition where they were expected to file reply to the arguments that were put forth by CBI for the last date of hearing. The matter is expected to be listed on 16th April, but now they are expecting the case to be transferred to a different judge. This is their third attempt to change the judge, because they had previously filed an application before the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court. That application was dismissed. Later they went on to Supreme Court and moved an application over there for the transfer of the case, and that was dismissed as well. Now they have filed another recusal application, and the matter is listed in the court of the same judge who would be handling the CBI revision petition. Now the judge, it is totally upon the discretion of the judge whether she would want to step away from the case, or she would want to take the cognizance of the matter and would want to continue hearing the CBI revision petition. Back to you.
Absolutely, Sarthak. A high voltage drama can also take place inside the court corridors, because earlier we saw how Solicitor General Tushar Mehta fiercely defended CBI, in fact called the judgment by the trial court as acquittal without trial. So a high voltage drama can be expected, and we also see visuals coming out of Sunita Kejriwal, his wife, present in the court, in fact appeared alongside Kejriwal, who may fight the case himself, and these are the visuals that we are getting. Sarthak, a high voltage drama can pan out inside the court corridors.
Yes, absolutely. An high voltage drama can be expected in the court, where what all arguments that would be placed on record before the court. The first and the foremost thing that we have to look forward to, whether the judge will allow Arvind Kejriwal to argue his own case, because this is a major development that we are fetching at this point. Is we are expecting Arvind Kejriwal to argue his own case. This is the information that we have received. So whether the judge will allow Arvind Kejriwal to argue his own case, or whether she would expect his counsel to argue on his behalf, because this is a similar situation that we are witnessing yet again, because when Mamta Banerjee, it seems like Arvind Kejriwal is trying to follow the footsteps of Mamta Banerjee. For the first date of the IPAC hearing in the Supreme Court, Mamta Banerjee was present in the Supreme Court, where she tried making some argument before the Chief Justice of India, Suryakant, and he disallowed her to making any submissions in the court, and he expected her counsel to speak on her behalf. Are we going to see a similar kind of development in this case? Will the court expect Arvind Kejriwal Arvind Kejriwal's counsel to make his submissions on his behalf, or whether the court will allow Arvind Kejriwal to speak on his case, and what all arguments will he place on record, whether he will be placing some legal precedents on record of some similar cases that were handled by courts before, and where a similar kind of order was passed, where a judge had stepped away in a similar situation. That is something that we have to look forward to. Republic has been at the forefront of tracking the entire case, the entire excise policy case, be it the CBI case in the Rouse of Venue Court, the ED case in the Rouse of Venue Court, the petitions and the applications that have been moved by ED in the Delhi High Court. We are tracking every single detail of the case and what will happen in today's hearing and what all arguments that would transpire in the court. That is something that only time will tell.
Now, Sarthak, politics has also erupted, in fact, because BJP has lashed out at the Aam Aadmi Party and criticizing his respect for the judiciary. And these are the visuals, viewers,
yes,
that
absolutely, because it seems...
Yes, Sarthak, I was talking about the politics that is also now brewing.
Yes, absolutely. It does seem like Arvind Kejriwal and party and the entire Aam Aadmi Party has lost complete faith in the judicial system of the country, because making such allegations against a judge who is very experienced in handling these kind of cases. Most of the CBI cases and the ED cases and the NIA cases end up being there in the court of Justice Suryakant Sharma, and she is...
All right, Sarthak, we are playing out the confrontation that you had earlier when you were covering this. Let's play that out.
रिक्यूजल की एप्लीकेशन आपने दी है, रिपब्लिक भारत से आप क्या कहेंगे? आपने सर पहले भी एक एप्लीकेशन दी थी जज साहब को बदलने के लिए। अरविंद सर क्या कहेंगे, क्योंकि लगातार जिस तरीके से कोर्ट की तरफ से चीजें आई हैं उस पर आप सवाल लगातार खड़े करते रहे हैं।
रिक्यूजल मांगा है इन जज का, वुड यू लाइक टू से समथिंग प्लीज?
सर कुछ तो कहना चाहेंगे आप? सर जज को लेकर क्या आपकी शिकायतें हैं सर? अरविंद सर कुछ तो बोलेंगे कि क्या मामला है, क्यों नाराज है यहाँ पे आज? सर कुछ कहेंगे? सर कुछ कहेंगे? पीछे थोड़ा पीछे प्रेस को रोक दे, प्रेस नीचे नहीं आएगा भाई, नहीं जाएंगे सर, नहीं जाएगा।
आपने तो पहले भी एक एप्लीकेशन दी थी।
In fact, our correspondent Sarthak tried to confront him, asking about the recusal application that he moved, and talking about the earlier rejection by the Chief Justice High Court on his recusal request. Now, remember, earlier his request was rejected over the change of Justice Swarn Kanta Sharma. Remember, he is the same judge who is, in fact, hearing this case, an application, revision application moved by CBI in the Delhi excise policy case, and an absolute deafening silence, in fact, over the questions posed by Sarthak. Republic TV posed multiple questions over the recusal request by Arvind Kejriwal, but he just joined hands and moved on, and a deafening silence. Now remember, viewers, earlier when the trial court discharged him, he broke down in tears. We remember those images, and now a confrontation by Republic TV, but absolute silence there. Sarthak, you earlier tried to get some sort of an answer from Arvind Kejriwal, but an absolute silence on his part.
Yes, absolutely. Republic tried confronting Arvind Kejriwal with some pertinent questions were asked to him about the application, because he had previously moved another application in the court of Chief Justice of Delhi High Court that was dismissed, and now he is maintaining that same position, stating that he wants the judge to step away. He wants the court to the case to be transferred to a different court. And what is the reason for that? We do not have any substantial information to tell the viewers that whether he has been able to file a written reply in the court against the arguments that were put forth by CBI on the last date of hearing in the excise policy revision petition, because there were some strong arguments that were placed on record by CBI stating that the trial court completely discharged the 23 accused without even considering the merits of the case. Before the charges was pressed, these accused were completely discharged, stating that there was not strong enough evidence that was placed on record by CBI in the court. And CBI has said that there are multiple witnesses, there are multiple evidences, they have joined the dots, and there is a connection that has been established by CBI, and without considering any of those evidences and any of those documents and any of those arguments, the trial could completely discharge the application, the case, which is something that has never been done before, and against which a reply was sought by the Delhi High Court by Justice Suryakant Sharma, and a notice was served to the members of the Aam Aadmi Party. However, no formal reply has been placed on record by Aam Aadmi Party leaders. On the contrary, they are constantly pressing upon their intention to change the judge. They are emphasizing on the fact that they believe that the judge has some form of bias against them, and just to maintain the reasonability of the entire hearing, the unbiased and of the unbiasedness of the entire hearing, they want the judge to be changed. They want the case to be transferred to a different court. So
well,
it seems like
Sarthak, continue to track what all updates are coming from this particular hearing, because this is a big day today for Kejriwal and all the others who were discharged. But viewers, don't go anywhere. Taking a short break. Coming up, campaign politics heats up in the poll-bound state of Puducherry. Home Minister Amit Shah and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin all set to hold rallies in Puducherry today. TMC candidate Ratna Chattopadhyay indulged in vandalism in Kolkata. Election Commission lodged FIR.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH.
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay. It is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be need.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Prime Minister addresses rally in Assam's Barapet as polling day comes closer. PM set to address 2 more rallies across the state today. Fresh images emerge from Iran's Isfahan, shows downed US aircraft after Iran reported multiple planes were attacked. Fresh Iranian missile barrage hits targets in Hifa in Israel, leaving 2 dead and many others still feared trapped. Latest reports emerge that suggest Iran, US and mediators are close to a new 45-day 2-phase ceasefire deal. Latest US and the mediators are close to a new 45-day 2-phase ceasefire deal. Iranian Foreign Minister dials ongoing situation in the war across West Asia. Live report coming in from fresh images coming in from Haifa, the coastal city in Israel, which was the latest target of the Iranians. In fact, we're given to understand 2 people are dead, several people are injured. This comes after the escalation that we've essentially seen. President Trump, in fact, on Sunday had escalated his threats to both the Iranian power plants within the next 2 days and basically taunted the country's leaders in what was seen as an expletive-laden social media post. Now, these latest images show the current escalation in the war, with Iran launching the 95th wave of strikes that have taken place. Barrage of missiles now targeting coastal city of Isfahan. In fact, it does seem right now that Israel, which has basically targeted some cities in various parts of Iran, are now seeing retaliatory firing taking place. In fact, just a quick recap of what we know so far. In fact, apart from Israel, there have been strikes that have taken place in Lebanon. Now, it has been one of the heaviest days of Israeli bombardment of the Lebanese capital in Beirut, and a strike which was basically carried out in what is considered to be one of the most densely populated areas of Lebanon. In fact, on your screens right now, these are also the latest images now coming in from Haifa, the coastal city, which was also targeted. Petrochemical factories have been targeted by the Israelis in Tehran. In fact, this was, we are now given to understand, a petrochemical complex in Mahasher was also targeted by the Israelis and a retaliatory attack now being carried out. This was after petrochemical factories that were hit in Iran. Iran has retaliated by also targeting what we are now seeing, coastal city of Haifa, which is also seen as one of their hubs in terms of transportation, in terms of the fact that this is the very place from where trade also takes place, and where we are now given to understand that this has also been targeted. We'll try and see if we can go across to my colleague Nick, who's supposed to join us in a short while from now in Tel Aviv, getting us the latest details. In fact, let me see if we can go across to Nick, who's joining us on this broadcast. Nick, this comes after an escalation from the American side. Of course, President Trump has been emboldened after the complex rescue operation that was carried out, but it seems that the Iranians are not stopping. Give us a sense of what's really happening on the ground. I believe this morning Tel Aviv was also targeted.
Yeah, that's right. Over the night and in the morning, Iran continues to bombard Tel Aviv, the center of Israel, and people were waking up in the middle of the night, and after that during the day, in the morning, and going to the shelters with those sirens. And Iran continues to send ballistic missiles with cluster munition, which means that one rocket spreading to a lot of small rockets, and each of them causing a damage. And it is a deadly, dangerous rockets that are spreading in a radius of tens of kilometers, and each of them falling on the buildings, on streets, on cars, and cars get on fire. Buildings are destroyed, at least partially, and it is really dangerous. People that are not on time in bomb shelters are in a danger of get killed by those rockets. And this is a war crime of Iran because there is no specific target. Nobody knows where exactly those rockets will fall because there are so many of them. They are falling like meteors. They're falling really fast. And Israel is not intercepting most of those cluster munition. I don't sure why, or Israel saving their systems of air defense to a bigger rockets, or the rockets are hypersonic, so they can't intercept them on time, or maybe those cluster munition rockets anyway, even if they are intercepted, still they are spread to many small rockets. Although on the videos we see how this rocket one becomes many small without the interception. So maybe Israel is not able to make it safe for the people of Israel when they are bombarded with these rockets. And this is also strange because before that, Iran, during the past 1.5 years, sent hundreds of rockets each time over Israel, and Israel with its allies from the West almost intercepted all of the rockets. And now Iran sending just one rocket, and it's causing damage to 10 different locations. As we see today, this morning, this night, there are about 30 different impact locations in the center of Israel, just from a few Iranian rockets. Back to you.
Well, in fact, Nick, I'll request you to stay on with us. I'm given to understand that just a short while back, Israel has basically announced as retaliatory measures are now being taken. A barrage of missiles have been released. In fact, this has come a short while back. This morning is when we are being told that the targets were essentially chosen. So far, no details really emerging as to which are the targets that have been chosen by the Israelis right now as a retaliatory measure. But it seems that after the petrochemical factories that were targeted in Mashhad in Iran, this is the retaliation coming in from the Iranian side. Any details that you're picking up in terms of the fresh targets that were chosen by the Israeli Defense Forces?
Actually, Israel and also the US, they are targeting any targets that can be related or to the Iranian army or to their capability of producing those ballistic rockets, and it can go from the metal factories to the ammunition factories and to the actual rockets, and also even to petrochemical facilities, because they're also part of this chain. So Israel each time choosing different locations to target, but there are tens of thousands of different targets that Israel elaborated, collected over tens of years. And now they're just choosing the ones that they can reach, the ones that are now available for them. So, of course, the Israeli army is not disclosing most of those targets, but according to Israel, they are targeting all this ability of Iran to produce a threat to Israel, and after that, even to the West. And also, they want to weaken the Iranian regime. That's why they are attacking all their facilities of the police, of all those prominent places from where Iran is showing its power to the people. And Israel still believes that maybe after the war, the Iranian people can take the power to their hands to see that now the regime is really weakened and maybe to try to make a better future for Iran. Back to you.
Well, in fact, we're also going to just quickly play out the latest images now coming in from Lebanon, because it happens to be one of the hardest days that many have actually seen in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, where on your screens we are going to now put out. This is coming in from Lebanon, where we are being told that this is the destruction of the municipality of Al-Duwar. This is in Lebanon following the Israeli airstrikes that have been carried out overnight. In fact, Beirut has been one of the worst hits. Let me just, while we stay with these images and go back to Nick in a short while from now, I'm going to just quickly take you through what's really happening in Lebanon, because these are the latest images. It has been one of the heaviest days of Israeli bombardment that has taken place in the Lebanese capital. In fact, what you see right now on your screens, these are images coming in. If we can just put, put a label that this is coming in from Lebanon, where these images are now coming in. And this is next to one of Lebanon's largest hospitals, where at least 4 people have died. About 40 others have been injured. Now, that's as per the Lebanese health ministry, where we are given to understand that there's been large-scale destruction that has taken place. As far as the Israeli Defense Forces are concerned, they say it was attacking Hezbollah's infrastructure sites, and they conducted multiple raids on targets in cities' southern outskirts, is what we are being told. I'm going to go back to Nick. Nick, the focus right now for the Israeli Defense Forces, more than Iran, has been actually Lebanon. Is there any reasoning that has been given? Because many would argue that, the attacks that have been carried out on the Hezbollah, Iranian proxy, this has been going on for a very long time. Why is it that they've not been able to achieve the kind of success that they would have expected?
Many don't understand why Israel actually attacking Iran now with the US. But if you're going back to the history, you can see that proxies like Hezbollah in Lebanon have been bombarding Israel for decades. And Israelis that are living on the north of the country next to Lebanon, they are frustrated from this reality that they can't live peacefully. And each time you have these new waves of attacks, after the second war in Lebanon in 2006, we had almost 2 decades of quiet, peaceful time without any attacks from Hezbollah. But after that, they started to do that again, and they're attacking and attacking. And now Israel wants to put an end to that. But the problem is, if the Lebanese government is not helping to Israel, Israel can't do it alone without conquering the whole country. And this is not something in the interest of Israel. Israel is a small country. They doesn't have enough reservists and people, and they have no interest in occupying the whole Lebanon. But Lebanese government is weak, and the terror organization of Hezbollah is just took over Lebanon, and they are deciding for Lebanon to be part of this war that most Lebanese doesn't want. They don't want to be part of this war. And they had, in the 80s, they had a war between themselves, a civilian war, because the Christians and the Muslims don't think alike regarding Israel. And now Israel wants to put an end to that, and it's really hard. And this kind of reality, you don't know what is better, to strike them again and again or try to reach a peace agreement with them. But anything that Israel is trying to do, they are not succeeding. And that's why now they are trying again to destroy Hezbollah. And they said, Israeli army and the government just 1 year ago to the people of the north of Israel, now you can return to your homes safely because we almost destroyed Hezbollah with the pager operation and with this strike on them. But we see that again, Hezbollah has enough power to terrorize the people of Israel. And that's why we see this continuous war in Lebanon. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much for getting us the latest details from Tel Aviv. We'll be tracking this very closely because since the war began, it seems that this is yet another phase of escalation. And this time, questions essentially being raised as to whether at all the interceptors that have been used by Israel is also taking a massive brunt, because with the number of attacks that have been carried out, the barrage of missiles that are now basically targeting various cities in Israel, and some seem to have also hit the ground. We'll take you through all the latest details. Shifting focus now to the other top story. It was a complex rescue operation that was carried out over the weekend as far as saving an airman is concerned, which undoubtedly has also emboldened what we are given to understand President Trump's moves right now with an expletive-laden message that was put out by President Trump over the weekend, threatening Iranians to open up the chokehold of Strait of Hormuz, or else what he says that he would be bombing various targets in Iran. On your screens right now, these are the latest set of images that have basically come in of the aircraft which was basically downed by the US military. It is a claim that has been made by the Pentagon that as the rescue operation was carried out in a successful manner, at least 2 of the aircrafts could not actually take off from the makeshift runways that were there. And the reason why that they downed the aircraft was primarily because they did not want the aircraft to be in the hands of the IRGC, and that's the reason why they set them ablaze. But now that's a claim that has been made by the Americans at this stage, but whether at all there is any truth to that is something that one will have to wait and watch. But with these latest images now coming in, there is absolutely no doubt about the fact that a daring operation was basically carried out by the elite commandos of the US Special Forces. In fact, it now turns out that after almost about 24 hours of a search and rescue operation that was carried out, that they were able to extricate one of the airmen who had lost his way. In fact, it turns out that elite commandos were essentially brought in by the US Special Forces. There was a gunfight with Basij commandos of the IRGC, and after a heavy gunfight is where they were able to carry out the rescue operation. We'll try and see if we can go across to our anchors in the newsroom, getting us the latest details as to what really happened as far as this operation is concerned. And then we'll also try and go across to the other big story that is going to come in from Tehran in a short while from now. In fact, the Americans still maintain that this operation was carried out in a stealthy manner, and the fact that this was essentially done after they had got the green signal coming in from Pentagon, where they essentially did not want the Iranians to get hold of the transport aircraft, which could not take off, is what we are being told. An image now has also been shared by the Iranian media, which basically shows the site of the US aircraft that was destroyed during the mission to find a stranded airman in Iran. Amrita is also joining us on this broadcast. Amrita, take us through the latest details of what is it that the Americans are saying with regards to the rescue operation that has been carried out. Because as I see, the Iranian media has also now put out images of an US aircraft that was basically downed, and they claim that it is they who downed a US aircraft.
Yes, Shavan. In fact, the war of wars, they never end. U.S. has claimed that the second member of the aircraft that was downed of the F-15 was in fact rescued safe and sound, while Iran also claims that in fact they have shot down, including the operations, the rescue operation aircraft even, and also they are now releasing footages now of the remnants of the downed U.S. aircraft in Isfahan, in fact, and this is one video that's showing the debris of the two C-130 aircraft and a Black Hawk choppers. Although there are still words coming out from both sides and then saying that one of them shot down, while the Trump administration also continues to maintain that in fact they have carried out a successful rescue operation. Even then, Iran still continues to say that even those rescue operation aircrafts was also shot down by Iran during the rescue mission that's going on. So it remains to be seen. It is still, they are both showing images, even showing these videos and visuals and footages of the downed aircraft, even though both sides continue to allege and maintain and continues to assert that in fact the operation went down from the Trump administration side as well. And now the Iran also showing the two C-130 aircraft and a Black Hawk as well. So it remains to be seen, as for now this now is coming as a war of words being exchanged, and also trying to assert a position of each side, even from Iran and the US as well. Back to you, Shavan.
Well, in fact, I'll just quickly recap of what we do so far. If we can also quickly put out those images coming in from Tehran before we move to the next big story coming in from Pune. We'll focus right now on the counter strikes that have taken place. Israelis and Americans have over the weekend actually targeted various universities. Not just that, there is also another report essentially suggesting that it wasn't really the airman that was the target. In fact, as far as this complex operation is concerned, it was essentially an attempt that was basically made by the Americans to get hold of the nuclear materials. In fact, we're going to get that story in a short while from now. On your screens right now, these are the latest images now coming in from various universities that have been struck by the Israelis. I'm going to quickly take you through some of the details. Now, this is coming in from the sprawling Shahid Beheshti University in northern Tehran. It's a research center which has been bombed by the Israelis. In fact, not just that, over 30 universities have been struck in the last few days. Now, the last big attack that took place on last Friday was at the Laser and the Plasma Research Institute, which is considered to be one of the high elite education facility in Tehran, which was basically targeted. As far as casualties are concerned, that is not known at this point in time. But having said that, in this particular university from where these images are coming in, it seems that there weren't any casualties that have taken place. It was mostly empty after all the classes across the country were basically moved online by the government. So there has been no casualties here, but it seems now that bridges, apart from bridges, it seems universities have also been targeted. Now, that's the latest now coming in from the battlefield. We'll be tracking this very closely. Well, so to focus now to some stories coming in from Pune. In fact, this is coming in from Pune, where we are given to understand a tragic incident has taken place in Pune, where a second-year student, Vishal Verma, lost his life when a basketball stand suddenly collapsed on him. He was rushed to a nearby hospital, but was pronounced dead before receiving treatment. The incident, in fact, as you can see in a short while from now, we're going to put out those images, which is basically sparked grief and anxiety among the students and the staff, raising concerns about the campus's safety and infrastructure maintenance. And that the police have basically launched an investigation into the accident's cause. This has taken place in Pune's Mawal area, where the second-year student was he lost his life after the basketball stand suddenly collapsed on him. He was thereafter taken to the hospital, where he was pronounced dead. In fact, the family members have alleged negligence on the part of the university authorities. In fact, it seems that There is also a case that has now been registered after the family members. In fact, we'll try and go across to Aditya Verma, who's Vishal Verma's senior here. And we'll try and see if we can get in more details also. Aditya, if you can hear me, what really happened? And the family members have also alleged that this is a clear case of negligence. Help us understand what really happened.
The incident happened yesterday, somewhere around 7:30 to 7:35, in which Vishal, he's a very good athlete and he was practicing for the upcoming track and field event. When he was coming after the practice by the route of the twin basketball court, he was over there and near the pole. He just tried to do a pull-up, and as what we think that the pole should have a strength of at least to hold 120 to 130 kg. But Vishal was somewhere around 25 to 60 kgs and 55 to 60 kgs of
Aditya,
weight.
we seem to be...
and yes, sir.
Aditya, I believe there's some problem with your video line. We'll try and fix that. Let me also go across to Anirudh Verma. He's Vishal Verma's brother. Anirudh, I know this is an extremely difficult moment for you and your family members, and we all stand with you at this difficult times. Anirudh, what really happened, and who's really responsible for this mishap?
Yeah, actually, I mean, honestly, it's really disturbing to see all this, to be honest. And the way it has happened is, like, we actually got informed yesterday morning that, there is some injury in his head or something like that has happened. Like, we didn't get the clear picture at that time. And he's my uncle's son. Like, he's my, he's actually my cousin. And I stay here in Pune only. So I got informed that, can you please come to the hospital, and, we might need to, I mean, first it was said that we might need to transfer him to some other big hospital. But then we got to know that, you don't go, I mean, you come here only. So I think he was admitted in Maimar Hospital, that's near Talegaon only. And then when I went there, then I got to know that he's no more. So, and then I got to know that, that has happened in the basketball court. And whatever the student said to us, that, like, he was trying to do a pull-up and the pole actually fell down on his head and all these things happened. So yeah, this is really tragic.
Anirudh, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I'm going to just play out the sequence of events. In fact, undoubtedly people would have been angered at the moment they would have got to know that what really happened. Now, this is what the students, the moment the police basically arrived at the spot.
हाथ में से लगाया नाम दिखाइए हाथ में से लगाया आप गाड़ी हाथ क्यों लगाया अरे मार रहा है ये सर हाई इंसिडेंट
Well, Anirudh and Aditya, I'll request you to stay on with us. We'll come back to the story in a short while from now. In fact, we'll be tracking this very closely. That's all that we could pack in this edition of Live Report.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a readiness.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the.
Prime Minister Modi addressed a rally in Assam's Borpet as polling day comes closer. Prime Minister to address 2 more rallies across the state. Campaign politics heats up in Puducherry. Home Minister Amit Shah and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin to hold rallies in Puducherry today. E. Palaniswamy to file nomination from his home turf, Edapadi constituency in the Salem district. TMC candidate Ratna Chattopadhyay indulges in vandalism in Kolkata. Election Commission lodges FIR. TVK cancels Vijay's campaign in Chennai, citing lack of time. Very warm welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Artemis Shah with you. We start with the tragic incident that has occurred in Pune's Mawal, where a second-year student, Vishal Verma, lost his life when a basketball stand suddenly collapsed on him. He was rushed to a nearby hospital, but he was pronounced dead before receiving treatment. The incident has sparked grief and anxiety among students and staff. It raises concerns about the campus safety and infrastructure maintenance as well. The police have launched an investigation into the cause behind this incident. Now, this basketball stand collapsed while the student was reportedly exercising right there. And in fact, we have Vishal Verma's senior, Aditya Kumar, also joining us. His brother Aniruddha will also be joining us. Just take a listen, viewers, to what has happened. There's many people. Okay, this is the aftermath. You can see that this was this iron stand that collapsed while he was at the court, and it collapsed. It fell on him. He suffered a severe head injury that turned fatal. It was the heavy metal frame that struck his skull. Now, students present at the spot, you can see a lot of commotion there. They've all gathered and an absolute state of shock. And of course, there's demand for accountability as well. Despite efforts to save, he succumbed to his injuries during the treatment. And in fact, the students are demanding the principal's suspension as well because of this incident, as it raises questions around the security and safety of students on the campus. So there you have a second-year student has died, and there is a lot of questions that are being raised. He was rushed to the hospital where he was declared dead. This is coming in from the Maritime Institute in Pune, and it's all right. We'll just try and get more reactions and try to understand what has happened for those who are on ground zero. Okay, his brother, Vishal's brother, the deceased brother, Anirudh, is joining us on the broadcast. Condolences to you, Aditya. If you could just tell us what has happened, what have you gathered about what's happened with Vishal?
Ma'am, the incident which happened with Vishal was to be a very black day in the whole history of TMI. We all are very in grief till now, which had happened with Vishal. And the whole student association is with Vishal, and even the top administration is also helping us out to break down what exactly has happened and which are all the people who are involved, and they should be the one who should be strictly be taken care of.
Were you at the campus? Do you know anything about the status of the maintenance of different amenities at over there?
Yes, ma'am. The maintenance is the main the issue which we have been facing till now. We still don't know exactly who was to be blamed for this. Last night, we were the student council members and the principals and all we were discussing, and we were trying to get it out that who exactly is the one who's responsible for this for the maintenance and audit purposes.
Because we see a lot of questions are being raised, the demands reportedly for the suspension of the principal as well. A lot of students have gathered over there. So has there been a complaint raised officially?
No, ma'am, that was all just in the heat of moment, because you also know that how does a mob works. And that was all just in a commotion because everyone was so much into despair at that point of time. So that was just it beat to the heat of the moment. And after all that, the principal of the TMI is with us and he's helping us out with everything and with all the investigations with the student council member, and he is currently leading us with it.
Okay, stay with us. Anirudh is also joining us. He's brother of Vishal Verma. Anirudh, tell us, what have you gathered till now? When was the last time you spoke to him, and what has happened after that? Did you speak to the authorities there, the administration at the college?
Actually, ma'am, well, last time I spoke to her during Diwali time or something like that. I don't remember exactly, because he was staying here only, like in the college only, and like rarely he used to come because he was so much dedicated into his college life, and he was just trying to build a good career for himself, and you can see that what these college guys have done with him. So this is, I mean, I have actually no words to say, but yeah, I mean, when we got this information yesterday morning, we rushed to the hospital, and there we got to know that he's no more. So then we had, like, there were some police people were there, and they said that, we need to do the postmortem, and then only, we can take it forward from there. So we got all those formalities done, like police postmortem and everything. And yeah, this is a clear case of, college negligence. I mean, how can they play with students' life? I mean, everyone, I mean, not only my brother, everyone there is there to build a career. And, they put everything, and not only them, the parents are, paying their hard-earned money for the fees and all those things. They are, so prompt in taking fees and all, but they don't do maintenance of such small things. I mean, sometimes I feel that, our lives are so cheap that they don't even care about these things. So this is how it is happening. This is really sad, and we are completely devastated with this.
Have you raised any complaint?
Yeah, actually, yesterday we were fully into this post-mortem and all those things. So we are planning to raise a, police complaint today, because we were told that, until unless the post-mortem is not done, we can't file any FIR or something. That's what, that is what was told to us, because they said this is the process. So yeah, yesterday post-mortem and all completed by evening only. So yeah, we are planning to, file FIR.
Right, sir. Have you spoken to the college authorities, anyone, the principal or anybody there?
There was no one. When I went there, they have just put one person from the college, and whenever we asked him that who are you, he said that I have joined the college 8 to 9 days back only. So they have put, someone to face all this who has just joined the college 8 or 9 days back, and he had no answers, to be honest. He was like, I am also new to this college. So this is what, this is how the college is taking this matter seriously, right? I expected, someone who is accountable should be there. But, they are doing like this at the moment. They informed me that, principal also came, vice principal also came. Then they all said that, he went back because there is some, students have, gathered in the college. So they went back to the college and all those things we got to hear. But we were so much into, the other formalities of the hospital and all those things. So we didn't pay much focus on this, but yeah, this is what we got to know.
Right.
And the students have actually explained as well, what has happened. There was no one to, he was bleeding for a long time. They have some sick bay or something like that in their college. We got our brother, admitted in this college with paying so much heavy fees and all those things, and we thought that his life and his career is in safe hands. And this is what we got yesterday. He's gone. And, they actually claim that they are Asia's top college and, one of the best college in, maritime and all those things. And this is the situation of their basic infrastructure. How can a pole fall? Is it really some kind of joke going on? I just don't understand. Do they really take these things seriously or not?
Right, sir. Completely understand your concerns, and of course that's why we are also, playing this story out, because it needs to be exposed if there has been negligence. But for now, thank you so much, Mr. Aditya, and I also thank Aniruddha and Aditya both for joining us on Republic, and we will keep a close eye on this case. Viewers, now we shift our focus to other stories. This is coming in from Mumbai. Tensions are high in the Dindoshi area of the Maximum City following a violent clash between two groups last night, leaving 2 people injured, 1 in critical condition. Altercation began during the Trishul Yatra procession of goddess Mari Amma, and it escalated into a violent clash involving the crowd. 8 individuals, including 3 minors, have been arrested. Additional police forces deployed to maintain order. Situation is under control with an appeal issued to maintain peace. Local residents and Hindu community outraged. BMC deployed bulldozers to demolish illegal structures belonging to the accused party. So you can see the visuals from that evening when the violent clash occurred during the Trishul Yatra. It was a religious procession, and against those from those who are accused of creating this instigating violence, of indulging in violence. Bulldozer action has been taken against them. Satya Prakash joins us on the broadcast. Satya Prakash, हमें बताएं क्या कुछ हुआ, किन गुटों के बीच में ये लड़ाई हुई है और क्या कारण रहा इसका?
देखिए, कल शाम की घटना है जब यहाँ पर हिंदू समाज द्वारा जो साउथ इंडियन के लोग रहते हैं, जो त्रिशूल यात्रा भजन कीर्तन कर रहे थे, और यहीं पर जो है मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे लोगों की भीड़ है, हिंदू समाज के लोग इकट्ठा हुए हैं। और कल जो है यहाँ पर भजन कीर्तन चल रहा है, जो पोस्टर देख रहे हैं वहाँ पर भजन कीर्तन चल रहा था और यहाँ पर त्रिशूल यात्रा निकाला जा रहा था। जो साउथ इंडियन है उनका कार्यक्रम चल रहा था। उसी समय यहाँ पे कुछ दूसरे समुदाय के लोग पहुँचते हैं और वो कहते हैं कि जो साउंड बजाया जा रहा है बहुत काफ़ी आवाज़ तेज है, उसको कम किया जाए, जिसको लेकर विवाद हुआ, दोनों समुदायों के बीच विवाद हुआ, जिसके बाद कहीं न कहीं मामला ज़्यादा बढ़ गया। इसके बाद यहाँ पे पुलिस आई और डिंडोशी पुलिस की टीम आई और दोनों को हटाने के लिए बल का प्रयोग किया। दोनों की तरफ से यहाँ से हटाया गया, लेकिन देर रात को मुंबई पुलिस की टीम ने 8 लोग को हिरासत में लिया है और इसके बाद यहाँ पे हिंदू समाज के लोग पहुंचे। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे सामने हिंदू समाज के लोग पहुंचे हुए हनुमान चालीसा पाठ कर रहे हैं और नारेबाजी चल रही है। फिलहाल जो बीएमसी की टीम थी यहाँ पे, जो आरोपी के घर है, आरोपी घर के बाहर यहाँ पे पान की गिमटी थी और उसको हटाया है, जो अवैध रूप बना था उसको हटाया है। लेकिन मुंबई पुलिस पूरे इलाके को छावनी में तब्दील कर दिया है, क्योंकि लगातार यहाँ पे हिंदू समाज के लोग पहुंच रहे हैं और लगातार कहीं कोशिश किया जा रहा है कि जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की सिचुएशन खराब ना हो, क्योंकि पूरे इलाके में कहीं के जिस तरह से लगातार हिंदू समाज के लोग पहुंच रहे हैं और जिस तरह से विवाद बना हुआ है उसको देखते हुए कहीं के मुंबई पुलिस अलर्ट में है। और मैं सामने तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे पूरे यहाँ पे मुंबई पुलिस की टीम है, कई गाड़ियां मुंबई पुलिस की टीम आ चुकी है और लगातार लोगों को कहा जा रहा है कि यहाँ पे भीड़ ना लगाई। जो आरोपी घर है सामने है और वहाँ पे भी थोड़ी देर पहले ही हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ किया गया है हिंदू समाज द्वारा और लगातार मांग किया जा रहा है कि जो आरोपी है उसको बख्शा नहीं जाए, उसको छोड़ा नहीं जाए। गिरफ्तार जरूर कर लिया गया है, लेकिन जो भी है उनको कड़ी सजा मिलना चाहिए, क्योंकि जब हिंदू समाज यहाँ पे भजन कीर्तन कर रहा था तो यहाँ पे आके विवाद नहीं करना चाहिए था। जी,
कितने लोगों को हिरासत में लिया गया अभी तक और क्या क्या कार्रवाई हुई है? बुलडोजर एक्शन की भी खबर आई है, तस्वीरें भी आई हैं।
देखिए, मुंबई पुलिस ने 8 लोग को गिरफ्तार किया है और 8 लोग के अलावा लगातार इस मामले को लेकर मुंबई पुलिस जांच करी। मैं सामने तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ कि यहाँ पे हिंदू समाज के लोग हैं और दूसरी तरफ भी यहाँ पे हिंदू समाज के लोग हैं। जो आरोपी घर है, आरोपी घर के बाहर वहाँ पे अवैध रूप से बनाया गया था, जिसको बीएमसी की टीम आई और बीएमसी की टीम ने वहाँ पर जो अवैध रूप से बनाया गया था उस पर बुलडोजर एक्शन किया है। फिलहाल लगातार कहीं कहीं मुंबई पुलिस लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन को संभालने में लगी हुई है। फिलहाल यहाँ पे थोड़ी देर पहले हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ किया गया और लगातार यहाँ पे डिमांड किया जा रहा है कि जो भी अवैध बने हुए हैं, जो आरोपी घर के बाहर अवैध रूप से बने हुए हैं, उनको तोड़ा जाए, उनके ऊपर एक्शन लिया जाए। साथ ही जो भी लोग यहाँ पे थे, जो इसमें यहाँ पे हमला किए हैं, उनको भी किसी भी हालत में बख्शा नहीं जाए। फिलहाल लगातार कहीं कहीं मुंबई पुलिस टीम नजर बनाए हुए है, पूरे इलाके में मुंबई पुलिस की टीम है और लगातार कोशिश किया जा रहा है कि जो है सिचुएशन को शांत किया जाए। फिलहाल इन लोगों का कहना है कि जब तक कड़ी कार्रवाई नहीं होगा तब तक हम लोग हटेंगे नहीं। जी,
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मेरे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच सत्यप्रकाश फॉर जॉइनिंग अस विद दोस डिटेल्स कमिंग इन ऑन दैट स्टोरी। On to the politics erupting ahead of the elections. Now, BJP national spokesperson Sudhanshu Trivedi launched a scathing rebuttal against Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge for his remarks that suggested that the people of Gujarat are illiterate and easily fooled. Now, Trivedi slammed the statement as a grave insult to the state's legacy and the intelligence of the Indian voter. It's more in this report.
Reacting sharply to Mallikarjun Kharge's quote-unquote illiterate remarks, called it the Congress party's deep-seated arrogance.
Don't misguide the people of Kerala. They are very clever. They are educated. Modi ji, Vijay, you both can fool people who are illiterate in Gujarat or in other place, but you can't fool Kerala people.
Trivedi alleged that by calling Gujaratis illiterate, Kharge has insulted national icons like Mahatma Gandhi and Sardar Patel.
कांग्रेस पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी द्वारा दिया गया ये बयान कांग्रेस की उस सोची समझी रणनीति का हिस्सा है जो भारत तेरे टुकड़े होंगे इंशाअल्लाह का ख्वाब एक आस्तीन के अंदर लपेटकर साबित करना चाहते हैं। यह पहली बार दिया गया बयान नहीं है। चिदंबरम साहब ने कहा था कि अगर नॉर्थ नहीं होता तो साउथ बहुत आगे होता। यह वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो खड़गे जी के प्रदेश के फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने कहा था कि साउथ टैक्स ज्यादा देता है इसलिए नॉर्थ से अलग हो जाना चाहिए। जब पत्रकार ने उनसे पूछा कि अलग होना चाहिए, हाँ वो भी कर सकते हैं। ये वही है जिनके की चीफ मिनिस्टर, तेलंगाना के चीफ मिनिस्टर ने बिहार के लोगों के डीएनए को लेकर नाम लेकर यह बात कही थी। केरल के लोग जितने प्रबुद्ध हैं उनके साथ कांग्रेस ने कभी न्याय नहीं किया। मैं खड़गे जी से पूछना चाहता हूं, जब देश की आजादी मिली तो सबसे ज्यादा रेट ऑफ लिटरेसी कहां थी? स्टेट ऑफ ट्रावनकोर में 47%, जब पूरे देश में 10% थी। फिर भी आपने कहा कि सारी शिक्षा दीक्षा कांग्रेस नहीं दी।
The BJP leader further claimed that this rhetoric highlights a desperate divide and rule strategy aimed at creating friction for political mileage. Trivedi also asserted that the Congress party's habit of belittling citizens would lead to their further rejection at the polls.
Coming in right now, viewers, this is from the war zone. New satellite, okay, I think we are now getting across to visuals coming in from Tamil Nadu as E. Palaniswamy is right now going to file his nomination. He will be contesting from the Salem constituency, and AIDMK being the leader of the NDA alliance in Tamil Nadu polls. And E. Palaniswamy is, of course, a key figure there for the NDA. E. Palaniswamy now going to file his nomination in Salem, and that, of course, will be followed by more of the rallies in Tamil Nadu, and in fact, several more other candidates are also going to file their nominations today. This is regarding the assembly elections, and E. Palaniswamy there in Salem to file his nomination. First, visuals coming in, and high voltage political campaign underway. DMK versus the AIDMK versus the DBMK versus the TVK. And today, Amit Shah and MK Stalin will be holding respective rallies as well in Tamil Nadu. You have AIDMK's boss, E. Palaniswamy, is, of course, has been leading key opposition in Tamil Nadu, and now attempting to, he will be now contesting the elections this time for the AIADMK, and as the state goes to polls, you have the list of candidates. E. Palaniswamy will be contesting from his home turf of Edapati constituency in Salem district. My colleague Sharda joins us live on the broadcast. Sharda, tell us more about, of course, it's his home turf, but this time, how are the odds stacked against the AIDMK, Palaniswamy being the key figure over there?
Well, today is the last day of nominations for the state of Tamil Nadu, and multiple leaders are filing their nominations, as you see. Right now, Edapadi K. Palaniswamy, the General Secretary of the AIADMK, is filing his nominations from the Edapadi constituency in Salem district, his homebound district, expected to have a long-time run in that particular constituency. Same goes for multiple other leaders from the AIADMK who have chosen their home constituencies. With the elections nearing, the nominations being the last day, the campaigns are set to start in a huge run starting from tomorrow. Campaigns have been planned for the AIADMK and the BJP and other NDA ally parties who will be filing nominations together. Right now, as we speak, Tamilisai Soundararajan, the BJP candidate for the Mylapore constituency, is right now filing her nominations in the returning office where we are right now standing. Accompanying her is Piyush Goyal, the union minister, who is also the BJP election in charge of the state, filing the nominations. India has been very keen on uprooting the DMK government from the state of Tamil Nadu. Right from the day the elections, candidates and the constituencies were distributed, the NDA leaders have been working constantly to make sure that the DMK is uprooted from, their notion is to uproot the DMK government right here, whereas the DMK government leaders constantly tell that they will come back with a majority number of win. And right now, with the elections nearing very much, the election heat is also picking up in the state of Tamil Nadu.
In fact, the Salem Assembly seat has been very, very important. The western region, Coimbatore, also is one to watch out for, because we see that there has been a weakening of the left as well over there. So how important is this seat, if you could just throw some light, and other seats that are, very, very important for the AIADMK, or rather the NDA this time?
Well, it is very important for the NDA to win this particular election because last time after the Lok Sabha elections in the 2019, the NDA did not have a proper win. But this time there's multiple requirements that the NDA is in looking forward to make sure that they are uprooting the DMK. The NDA led by AIADMK General Secretary Edappadi K. Palaniswamy is very strong in making sure that the win is done by the NDA. This.
Okay, I think Shraddha will just try and get a reaction from Piyush Goyal, and we'll continue to speak to her as she tries to get a reaction from the BJP leaders. Tamilisai Soundararajan there, accompanied by Union Minister Piyush Goyal, who has been there on ground in Tamil Nadu for a long time, even during the talks that were going on regarding the seat sharing. And you have to speak.
Mic down பண்ணுங்கப்பா face.
Right, on our mic, we'll just try and fix that audio as Tamilisai Soundararajan is speaking in Chennai, and we'll just get that audio. But there you have Soundararajan there, who is from the BJP, and AIDMK's E. Palaniswamy also filing his nomination from Salem, and Tamilisai Soundararajan will be contesting from Mylapore, and so Coimbatore and the western parts of this Coimbatore and Salem become very important for the NDA. The NDA seat sharing pact is that the AIDMK will contest on 172 seats, while the BJP is fielding candidate in 33 constituencies, and IJK, TBK, STMK, and the others, BNK and others also have fielded candidates on the AIDMK symbol. And this has been the breakdown as far as the seat sharing of the AIDMK is concerned. Tamil Nadu will go to the polls in a single phase on the 23rd of April, and counting, of course, scheduled for the 4th of May. This is the current tenure of the 234 member state assembly ending on the 10th of May. And the key electoral contest is between the DMK-led SPA, that has Congress, MDK and left parties, and the AIDMK and BJP, PMK and AMMK. We'll just cut across to what the Prime Minister is saying on the Uniform Civil Code, or One Nation, One Poll. Okay, Prime Minister Modi will be speaking in Assam. He has addressed a rally in Assam also. We'll just cut across the Prime Minister's address. Also, the campaign politics heats up in Puducherry. Home Minister Amit Shah and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. started to hold rallies in Puducherry today.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Correct. The taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Let's take a look at the top headlines at this hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi heads to Assam as polling day comes closer. The PM is all set to address 3 rallies across the state today. US President Donald Trump announces a surprise media briefing along with joint military chiefs. Media briefing scheduled to take place at 10:30 p.m. today. Fresh Iranian missile barrage hits targets in Hifa in Israel, leaving 2 dead and many others injured and still feared trapped. Latest reports emerged that suggest Iran, US and mediators are close to a new 45-day ceasefire, which will be about 2 phases. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi dials Indian counterpart S. Jaishankar to discuss the ongoing situation in the war across West Asia. Indian and overall Asian markets open slightly higher as Iran war oil prices keep investors on edge. And viewers, breaking news that we are covering is that the satellite images reveal that about 28 craters were blasted into roads in Iran's Isfahan province when a downed US airman was rescued by the United States. They are located roughly 20 kilometers from a remote airstrip where US forces destroyed their damaged aircraft. Now, the strikes were likely carried out to block Iranian forces from reaching the area during the rescue operation. So 28 craters were blasted into roads so that IRGC military could not reach the US personnel who were present there in the Isfahan province in Iran to carry out the combat search and rescue mission. And these are the satellite images that we are playing out on your screens that clearly shows how multiple craters were blasted by the United States, a part of its strategy to ensure that Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps are kept at bay. And these are the visuals we are getting you first on Republic TV, showing the craters. Remember, a very complex and dangerous combat rescue and search mission took place yesterday by United States, also with the help of Israel, which in fact led to the rescue of 1 US personnel, military personnel, who was safe and sound but sustained some injuries. And these are the satellite images from that operation. In fact, displays how US blasted several craters in the Isfahan province, a province which is very well known for the nuclear facility that is there in the province. And you have these visual satellite imagery that we are showing you on your screens of the craters blasted by United States so that Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps personnel could not reach the personnel who were there on ground of United States carrying out this dramatic search and rescue operation. So viewers, yesterday a dramatic search and rescue operation took place, which is now at the center of the escalating Iran conflict after claims of a downed US F-15E and a high-risk recovery mission. Now, while Washington insists that its pilots are safe, Tehran is doubling down with explosive counterclaims, turning this into yet another battle of narratives in an already volatile war situation. Here is a detailed report. Take a look.
US choppers were flying really low to search for the pilots of the shot-down F-15 jet. US choppers and airplanes soared the Iranian skies while searching for their missing pilots from their F-15 jet. The remains of the F-15 jet was found from the wings to the tail. It all began when Iran had claimed that they had shot down America's jet. In a more interesting take, Iran had claimed that they had captured one of the American pilots. And Iran upped the ante by claiming that a Black Hawk chopper searching for the pilot was shot down by Iranian forces. Iran had released a video showing the Black Hawk chopper after being struck, spiraling down and crashing on Iranian soil. Another video shows the aftermath of the crash of the Black Hawk. The Goliath of choppers remained scattered on Iranian soil with parts burnt due to the blazes. After continuous efforts, US claimed that they had rescued both their pilots safely. After which Israel's Defense Minister Katz came out and congratulated Trump.
אני מברך את שותפינו האמריקאים על חילוצם בשלום של אנשי צוות האוויר האמריקאי. זהו ביטוי נוסף לשיתוף הפעולה ההדוק בין ישראל לארצות הברית, גם ברגעים מורכבים ביותר.
Not only this, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu came out and congratulated Trump.
Congratulations, President Trump. All Israelis rejoice in the incredible rescue of a brave American pilot by America's dauntless warriors. This proves that when free societies muster their courage and their resolve, they can confront seemingly insurmountable odds and overcome the forces of darkness and terror.
Netanyahu also claimed that this mission reinforces the sacred principle of no one is left behind.
This rescue operation reinforces a sacred principle. No one is left behind. This is a shared value demonstrated time and time again in the history of both our countries.
Netanyahu said that this mission brought a great victory to America.
Israelis and I, we know what a bold decision you took. President Trump, Donald, my dear friend, once again, your decisive leadership brought another great victory to America. I salute you. We all do.
But the story does not stop here. After this rescue mission, Iran claimed that America's rescue operation has failed again. Iran also claimed in their latest statement that Iran had shot down not one, but 2 Black Hawk helicopters and 1 American C-130 military transport plane. Trump also claimed that one of the pilots that was rescued was severely injured. However, reports suggest that Trump feared Iran trap during F-15 crew rescue. The F-15, one of America's most advanced air superiority fighters, is designed for high altitude dominance, making its downing a significant claim in this conflict. Iran's claim of shooting down multiple US air assets, including a C-130, if true, would mark a major escalation in direct military confrontation. With contradictory claims from both sides, the fog of war only deepens, leaving the world to piece together the truth.
And viewers, the big breaking news that we are covering is in fact the satellite images that clearly show how 28 craters were blasted into roads in Iran's Isfahan province, where a downed US airman was rescued. They are located roughly 20 kilometers from a remote airstrip where US forces destroyed their damaged aircraft. Now, the strikes were likely carried out to block the Iranian forces from reaching the area during the rescue operation. I have a senior executive editor, Shavan Sen, joining us to get us more details. Shavan, craters blasted by the United States essentially to block IRGC or besieged commanders. What are the latest details that you have?
Well, in fact, Hina, these are the satellite images that have been used by the Iranian media. And this basically indicates the kind of complex operation that was carried out by United States of America over the weekend. Now, if you simply go by the claims that have been made by the US forces in terms of the complex search and rescue operation that was carried out, it turns out that on Friday, when Langley essentially got hold of details of the fact that one US F-15E Strike Eagle was downed by the Iranians. One of the pilots had already ejected. The airman, which happens to be the weapon system officer, had lost his way. In fact, in a quick search operation, the pilot was evacuated, extricated from that very place. But as far as the airman is concerned, he was basically lost. In fact, it turns out that he had almost trekked about 7,000 kilometers along the ridge line, and reaching a crevice is where he was located. In fact, it is the CIA which was basically roped in. We are given to understand, as per some of the reports that have essentially come in, the CIA basically started what was known as the deception plan. The deception plan was essentially a message that was sent to the Iranians that there was a task force that was in place, and they carried out the entire search operation. C-130 transport aircrafts had already entered Iran by that time. So this was part of the deception plan, where they wanted to send across a message that even the airman was actually evacuated and was taken through a ground convoy. This was only to keep the Iranians to a certain extent engaged till the time the US Special Forces, the elite commandos, actually reached the place and did manage to take the airmen away from that very place. So this was part of what was seen as the deception plan. Now, there are theories that are now basically floating as to what was the real purpose, because in the past too, this is part of the US strategy. In Vietnam also, we have essentially seen a similar sort of a strategy being adopted. But as far as this is concerned, some theories basically suggest that it could be because of the uranium materials that were basically being planned to take it out from Iran. That could have been one such theory that is basically doing the rounds right now. But as far as this operation is concerned, because keeping in mind that this was in Isfahan, which happens to be a dusty terrain, the landing of the C-130 and various other transport aircrafts was certainly quite difficult. In fact, some questions have been raised about the machinery that was essentially used, the aircraft that were basically used by US forces. That in itself has been another cause of concern, because it seems that the real cause or the real intention perhaps was something very different. It was kind of something that is seen as a test at this stage, because at the end of the day, as far as United States of America's other forces are concerned, the plan essentially would have been to also carry on with what they are seeing, a quick in and out invasion that would enable them to take out the uranium. Something that President Trump has in the past said that he does not need the uranium. But having said that, things are certainly changing, and perhaps this was just the tip of the iceberg. As part of the rescue operation, there was a larger objective in place.
Absolutely, Shravan. And also we are getting to know that these craters were just 20 kilometers from the runway where C-130 Hercules was parked to carry out the combat search and rescue mission. This essentially suggests that this complex and dangerous evacuation plan was carried out with taking care of the very minute details as to what could transpire in this.
Well, in fact, this was an intelligence-driven operation. In fact, CIA in Langley, when they actually received the information that the U.S. airman was hiding in a crevice, and this was along the ridge line, they essentially carried out bombings in the area as part of the deception plan, so that the Iranians would have been engaged in that operation itself, so that to keep him away from the airman. In fact, they had carried out the bombing in the nearby areas with Basij commandos being also engaged. But it seems from some reports that are coming in, quoting Pentagon sources, is that they've not had the gunfight in the area where the airman was actually located. In fact, he was there for almost over 24 hours before the rescue operation was actually carried out. And it turns out that on the way back, when they were basically flying back to Kuwait, is when one of the aircraft did not really take off. That's the claim that the US is making at this stage. And since they did not want this to fall into the hands of the Iranians, is why they basically set the aircraft ablaze and downed the aircraft. But this is again something that has been disputed, because the use of that very aircraft in that area was in itself quite questionable, given the fact that there were alternative options available before the US Armed Forces.
Shravan, when we see these visuals of the destroyed aircraft C-130 Hercules, we see that this area does not appear to be muddy, but the claims, some reports also pointed out that the aircraft got stuck in the mud. How credible are these claims? What could have really gone wrong with this if the US narrative is correct?
Well, it's not quite impossible, given the fact that these are dirt tracks where the aircraft has been operating, and C-130 Hercules is very well equipped. In fact, our own armed forces, our own Air Force basically uses this in high altitude terrain, particularly in Ladakh, and we have seen how it has, it has done exceptionally well. So, to say that they were basically stuck and they were unable to move in that area, that is something that only experts would be in a better position to explain at this stage. But it is not absolutely impossible to, given the fact that there could have been some sort of a malfunctioning, some technical glitch leading to this particular operation getting stuck. They've always had, multiple options are always there in an operation of this nature. And it is not about just one particular in and out kind of an operation that they would have carried out. They would have had their backup plans, and that is the reason why there were aircrafts on standby in that area itself, and allowing the US Special Forces to carry out this operation, take the airmen out and then fly off to Kuwait. And that is the reason why many believe that the entire story that has been, pushed by the US Armed Forces may not be entirely true, because there are gaping holes also in the theory that has been floated by Pentagon.
Right, Shravan, continue to stay with us as we would like to get more insights from you. But we are getting another big breaking news that I would like to tell our viewers. Senior Iranian official has said that Tehran will not accept deadlines or pressure from United States. The official said that Tehran will not reopen Strait of Hormuz in exchange for a temporary ceasefire. The official said that Tehran believes that the United States lacks readiness for a permanent ceasefire. So a big statement by a senior Iranian official, Shravan, saying essentially that we're not going to reopen the Strait of Hormuz because these are temporary ceasefire mediation talks that are happening reportedly, and no permanent ceasefire can be seen in sight. Shravan.
Well, in fact, you've had the Americans being quite desperate at this point in time, especially after this operation that has been carried out. Remember, this sends across a very strong message. The message is that it is not going to be easy for the Americans to actually think of a ground invasion. Because if at all this was kind of a litmus test for them, then it has turned out to be quite a difficult operation, to begin with. And that is the reason why perhaps you would have experts right now, military observers who would essentially be perhaps to try and convince President Trump that ground invasion may not be the best possible option available at this point in time. What does it leave the Americans with right now? A ceasefire is something that he's looking at. In fact, over the weekend, when you've had quite not very surprising that when you have a president like President Trump putting out an expletive-laden social media post threatening the Iranians, saying that if at all it is not cleared in the next 24 to 48 hours, then he was going to bomb the hell out of Iran. But and that is exactly what has really panned out. Iran has seen massive bombings, in fact, put in places like in southern and western Iran is where they have essentially targeted, universities have been targeted. In northern Iran, we have been given to understand roughly about over 30 universities have been targeted by the Americans right now. So it has only intensified. But having said that, there are very little options available before the Americans right now. And a ceasefire deal is extremely important for them because they want Strait of Hormuz to be opened up. If not, it would only mean disastrous consequences in the days to come.
Right, Shravan. In fact, we are getting more updates in this West Asia war, where Iran said that it would not reopen the Strait of Hormuz as a part of a temporary ceasefire. The peace plan involves a two-tier approach with an immediate ceasefire followed by a comprehensive agreement. So earlier in the morning also we broke this, that talks can take place over a 45-day ceasefire, but no immediate ceasefire can be seen in sight. Of course, a two-tier approach is what we are looking at between US and Iran ceasefire. And this is a big breaking news that we're covering, that the Strait of Hormuz will not be reopened by Iran if there is a temporary ceasefire. Now, Shravan, I would like to come back to you. Early in the morning, we saw how a two-phase ceasefire plan was in fact being mulled by United States, Israelis and other mediators in the region. So essentially, we are looking at a 45-day ceasefire. Now, will it be a temporary ceasefire or permanent ceasefire? We do not know, because we also had an update that these number of dates could be extended even further if talks do not fall in place.
Well, all this while, Iranians have maintained that there is no direct negotiation that's taking place with the Americans, which means that there are only mediators. Iran has only confirmed that friends of Iran are basically engaging in dialogue with Washington at this stage. In fact, it seems that over the last few days, Pakistan has also played a role here with Asim Munir basically dialing Steve Witkoff and a few others to bring the Iranians on the negotiating table. As far as the ceasefire option is concerned, Iranians have made it very clear that there cannot be any temporary truce to begin with, and they're looking for stronger, perhaps, guarantees coming in from the Americans. They're also using this particular opportunity to ensure that the sanctions that have been imposed on them, that it too is basically lifted. If that happens, only then perhaps you would, after there are proper security guarantees that are basically given, and it is not temporary in nature.
Right, Shravan. In fact, continue to stay with us. We are getting another piece of breaking news where the spotlight is now on Washington's covert intentions as explosive conspiracy theories swirl around the recent combat search and rescue operation carried out by the United States. What was officially described as a high-risk combat search and rescue mission is now being viewed through a far more controversial lens. And Iran, in fact, has reacted to the ceasefire, 45-day ceasefire claims. Iran responds to the ceasefire proposal by mediators, a statement coming in from Iran. And Iran says that won't reopen Hormuz Strait for temporary truce. And Iran responding to the ceasefire proposal that we earlier broke in the morning by mediators. Now Iran says that it won't reopen Strait of Hormuz for temporary truce. Iran feels that America not willing to commit to full ceasefire. So Shravan, here we have a statement, in fact, pinpointing on the US. All right, we'll get back to him, but this is a big news that we are tracking, where Iran says that America is not willing to commit to full ceasefire. Remember, Donald Trump has been changing his statements every now and then, shifting the goalpost, shifting the objectives in this war in West Asia. And Iran is noting all of that and saying that no negotiations can take place if there is a temporary truce that is to be discussed. So Iran is in fact calling out the United States and asking for a permanent solution to this problem, permanent resolution. Now remember, viewers, these mediation talks will largely focus on two aspects. First, the Strait of Hormuz, how it can be reopened. And secondly, it will also ensure a resolution to Iran's uranium stockpile issue, which Donald Trump has been every now and then commenting on. So a big statement by Iran there on Donald Trump, in fact, saying that America is not willing to conclude a final and a permanent solution to this war. And that is the reason a temporary ceasefire is not what Iran is aiming for. And this also comes right ahead of the 48-hour deadline. So we can very well imagine that where Iran actually stands right now says that America is not ready to carry out a permanent ceasefire in this war. Remember, viewers, earlier multiple talks failed between United States and Iran. Time and again, in Oman as well, mediation talks happened, but they also collapsed. And now a big statement by Iran says that America is not willing to commit to full ceasefire. And now, viewers, shifting our focus to Lebanon now. An overnight Israeli strike in southern Lebanon has killed, in fact, 7 members of the same family, including a 4-year-old child. Rescue teams are now searching through debris in Kfar Hatta area near Sidon as families mourn the loss and authorities confirm the casualties. Here is a detailed report.
Rescue workers and grieving relatives gathered in southern Lebanon after an overnight Israeli strike. The attack killed 7 members of the same family, including a 4-year-old child. The strike hit the town of Kfar Hatta near the coastal city of Sidon, leaving buildings reduced to rubble. As the rescue operations continue, emergency teams search through debris for more bodies. A retired Lebanese army officer, along with his son, who served in the Lebanese army, was also among those killed. Family members say they had already fled their hometown of Kfar Tebnit and moved north of the Litani River, hoping to escape the fighting.
والباقيين عم يبرموا عليهم شيء هان وشيء هان. هلا ابن عديل الثاني لهلا للصبح اللي تاكدنا انه هو هان بالبيت. نحن مفكرينه هان وهان عم يتلفنوا له، ما بس هي سيارته بينت هان. لحتى هلا عم يبرموا عليها، ولحد هلا هي مثل ما شايف ما بين شيء.
The Israeli military had earlier issued evacuation warnings for areas south of the Litani River and called on residents to evacuate. As the West Asia crisis escalates into a wider regional chaos, Israel and Lebanon continue to strike each other.
Taking a short break, coming up, explosive conspiracy theories swirl around the recent combat search and rescue operation carried out by the United States.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with.
Prime Minister Modi addresses rally in Assam's Barapet as polling day comes closer. The Prime Minister set to address 2 more rallies across the state today. Fresh visuals emerged from Iran's Isfahan showing down the US aircraft after Iran reported multiple planes were attacked. US President Donald Trump announces a surprise media briefing along with joint military chiefs. Media briefing tonight at 10:30 p.m. Fresh Iranian missile barrage hits targets in Hifa, Israel, leaving 2 dead and many others still fear-trapped. Latest reports emerge suggesting Iran, US and mediators are close to a new 45-day, 2-phase ceasefire deal. Iranian Foreign Minister dials Indian counterpart S. Shankar to discuss the ongoing situation in the war across West Asia. All right, viewers, welcome now. Reports are emerging from West Asia. There are negotiations right now going on between Iran and the US, and this is for a possible 45-day ceasefire. Now, reports admit that tonight, in fact, Donald Trump could announce the ceasefire if negotiations go in the right direction. Currently, the point of contention, of course, remains the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, we're also getting a response from Iran, which now says it will not agree to a temporary ceasefire. So we'll of course have to see how these negotiations now go between Iran and the US. But right now the speculation is that negotiations are on, talks are underway to discuss a 45-day, 2-phase ceasefire that could in fact come into effect from Monday night. Now we're looking at some sort of de-escalation taking place as this comes right before Donald Trump's deadline is about to come to an end. Tonight he's going to address the US along with his military chiefs. The big question, of course, will he announce the end of this war? Because according to reports, negotiations are on for an immediate ceasefire. Now, US and Israel, they both received a plan which aims to end hostilities immediately. Right now, of course, the assessment is on from both the sides regarding the conditions of this ceasefire. Reports, as I said before, also suggest that ceasefire could come into effect as early as Monday night. And we're talking about Donald Trump's much anticipated address that he in fact announced just yesterday. And tonight, 10:30 p.m., Republic is going to be covering that address for you, where Donald Trump could possibly announce at the end of this conflict, as negotiations right now are underway on the terms and conditions of the ceasefire that could come into effect from Monday night. Now, the big question is, and the bone of contention is whether this is going to be a temporary ceasefire or a permanent one. Tehran here is demanding a permanent ceasefire, saying that we will not open the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for a temporary ceasefire. Of course, Iran will continue to use its leverage over Hormuz, which the United States is very desperate to reopen now. So the bone of contention still remains the blockage of Strait of Hormuz. And on this, negotiations are underway. US and Israel both have now received a plan regarding the ceasefire. And right now, discussions, in fact, viewers, as we speak, they are underway through mediators between Iran and the US. All right, viewers, getting some more breaking news. Iran's Revolutionary Guard intelligence head has now been killed. The head of intelligence for Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard was killed Monday. Now, this was an attack targeting him. Iran's state media, Major General Majid Khadimi, in fact, died in the attack, which the Guard blamed on US strikes. It did not elaborate on where Khadimi was killed. However, multiple airstrikes targeted residential areas around Iran's capital, Tehran, early Monday morning. Now, Khadimi, in fact, took over for General Mohammad Kazemi, who is killed in the 12-day war last year in June. Now, the Guard's intelligence organization wields vast powers within Iran and answers only to the country's supreme leader, which, of course, currently is Mojtaba Khamenei. It often is linked to the detention of Western nationals and those which have ties with Western countries. Now, it also has been accused of carrying out extraterritorial killings and attacks targeting opponents of the country's theocracy. So, an organization that commands control when it comes to dissent in the country, and now its own chief, Khademi, has been killed in the US-Israeli strikes. He had taken over the head. In fact, he was killed in the last 12-day war in June last year, and now the intelligence chief also getting killed. Now, remember, there was an announcement by Donald Trump just yesterday saying that a lot of top Iranian leaders have been killed in strikes near the capital city, although he did not give out the names of the leaders. But of course, Khademi, who's the IRGC intel chief, who was in fact could be one of them. Now, IRGC has not given details about the attacks which killed Khademi, but the latest that we know is he has been killed in the latest US-Israeli strikes. All right, viewers, another big blow to Iran's leadership. This case, IRGC's intel chief, Major Khademi, in fact, the Major General Majid Khademi, has been killed in the strikes. These strikes took place near the capital city of Iran. Tehran is where most of its IRGC and political leadership is also based from. And the strikes were conducted targeting the top leadership just Monday morning. And in these strikes, IRGC intel chief Majid Khademi has also been killed. That's the latest blow to Iran's leadership. Now, remember, this also comes as negotiations are underway between Iran and the US to come out with a final deal that could end this war immediately, in fact, and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And now, viewers, a dramatic search and rescue operation is now at the center of the escalating Iran conflict. This comes after claims of a downed US F-15 and a high-risk recovery mission. Now, while Washington insists that its pilots are safe, Tehran is doubling down with explosive counter-claims, turning this into yet another battle of narratives in an already volatile war. Take a look at this report.
US choppers were flying really low to search for the pilots of the shot-down F-15 jet. US choppers and airplanes soared the Iranian skies while searching for their missing pilots from their F-15 jet. The remains of the F-15 jet was found from the wings to the tail. It all began when Iran had claimed that they had shot down America's jet. In the more interesting take, Iran had claimed that they had captured one of the American pilots. And Iran upped the ante by claiming that a Black Hawk chopper searching for the pilot was shot down by Iranian forces. Iran had released a video showing the Black Hawk chopper after being struck, spiraling down and crashing on Iranian soil. Another video shows the aftermath of the crash of the Black Hawk. The Goliath of choppers remained scattered on Iranian soil with parts burnt due to the blazes. After continuous efforts, US claimed that they had rescued both their pilots safely. After which Israel's defense minister Katz came out and congratulated Trump.
אני מברך את שותפינו האמריקאים על חילוצם בשלום של אנשי צוות האוויר האמריקאי. זהו ביטוי נוסף לשיתוף הפעולה ההדוק בין ישראל לארצות הברית, גם ברגעים מורכבים ביותר.
Not only this, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu came out and congratulated Trump.
Congratulations, President Trump. All Israelis rejoice in the incredible rescue of a brave American pilot by America's dauntless warriors. This proves that when free societies muster their courage and their resolve, they can confront seemingly insurmountable odds and overcome the forces of darkness and terror.
Netanyahu also claimed that this mission reinforces the sacred principle of no one is left behind.
This rescue operation reinforces a sacred principle. No one is left behind. This is a shared value demonstrated time and time again in the history of both our countries.
Netanyahu said that this mission brought a great victory to America.
Israelis and I, we know what a bold decision you took. President Trump, Donald, my dear friend, once again, your decisive leadership brought another great victory to America. I salute you. We all do.
But the story does not stop here. After this rescue mission, Iran claimed that America's rescue operation has failed again. Iran also claimed in their latest statement that Iran had shot down not one, but two Black Hawk helicopters and one American C-130 military transport plane. Trump also claimed that one of the pilots that was rescued was severely injured. However, reports suggest that Trump feared Iran trap during F-15 crew rescue. The F-15, one of America's most advanced air superiority fighters, is designed for high-altitude dominance, making its downing a significant claim in this conflict. Iran's claim of shooting down multiple US air assets, including a C-130, if true, would mark a major escalation in direct military confrontation. With contradictory claims from both sides, the fog of war only deepens, leaving the world to piece together the truth.
And now, viewers, the war rhetoric just got sharper. Donald Trump has given out Iran a 48-hour ultimatum to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face what he calls hell. At stake isn't just a waterway, but the world's oil lifeline. Take a look at this report that talks about how this 48-hour ultimatum could change the course of the war ahead.
The time is ticking. US President Donald Trump warned in his latest salvo again.
अधिक बिजली असम को मिलेगी। साथियों, जिस क्षेत्र में बिजली होती है, जिस राज्य में बिजली होती है, वहां उद्योग बढ़ने लगते हैं, नया निवेश आने लगता है। इसलिए आज असम में नए नए कारखाने आ रहे हैं और जब ये सब विकास होता है तो उसका सबसे बड़ा लाभ ये मेरे नौजवानों को मिलता है, रोजगार मिलता है। अपने ही गांव में, अपने ही इलाके में रोजगार मिल जाता है। पड़ोस में ही मोरी गांव जिले में आप देखिए, सेमी कंडक्टर की बहुत बड़ी फैक्ट्री पर काम चल रहा है। यहां बनने वाली चिप से इस पूरे क्षेत्र में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक से लेकर इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल तक अनेक नए कारखानों के लिए रास्ता खुलेगा। और जब यहां उद्योग आ रहे हैं तो जैसा मैंने कहा, इसका सीधा मतलब यहां असम के युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर भी बन रहे हैं। आपका ये प्यार मेरे सर आंखों पर। साथियों, मैं आज ये दृश्य देख रहा हूं, ये पंडाल में जितने लोग हैं उससे डबल लोग बाहर हैं। आपने इस्तेमाल कर दिया है और पता नहीं चल रहा है कि भाई ज्यादा है कि बहनें ज्यादा है। मुझे लगता है आपके बीच में बड़ा कंपटीशन चल रहा है। बड़ा गजब किया है जी आपने। साथियों, एक तरफ बीजेपी एनडीए की डबल इंजन सरकार असम के हर परिवार का जीवन बेहतर बनाने में जुटी है, वहीं दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस सिर्फ 2 परिवारों का फ्यूचर बनाने में ही जुटी है। 2 परिवारों का भाग्य, यही उनका काम है। एक परिवार है दिल्ली में रहने वाला शाही परिवार और दूसरा यहां असम में एक परिवार है। इनका नारा है फैमिली फर्स्ट। क्या नारा है उनका? क्या नारा है? फैमिली फर्स्ट। बस अपने परिवार के लिए सब कुछ करो। ऐसे लोग कभी देश का भला नहीं कर सकते, कभी असम का भला नहीं कर सकते। साथियों, परिवारवादी राजनीति के अलावा इनके पास अपनी कोई ताकत नहीं है। इसलिए ये 2 बातों पर फोकस करते हैं, झूठ बोलना और दूसरा जम करके करप्शन करना। आप सभी जानते हैं कि दिल्ली में जो इनका शाही परिवार है वो देश का सबसे भ्रष्ट परिवार है। उस पर हजारों करोड़ रुपए के भ्रष्टाचार के केस चल रहे हैं। परिवार जमानत पे निकला हुआ है, कोर्ट की जमानत लेनी पड़ी है। साथियों, हालत ये है कि कांग्रेस की ये फर्स्ट फैमिली गारंटी में भी घोटाला करती है। आपने देखा होगा अब यहां असम में भी ये लोग झूठे वायदे फेंक रहे हैं। इनकी सच्चाई आपको जरूर जाननी चाहिए। आपको याद रखना है, कांग्रेस यानी झूठ की दुकान, जनता का अपमान, आपना लोके मनत राखीबो लागिबो। कांग्रेस माने मिच्छार दुकान, जनोतार अपमान। साथियों, जब ये आपसे वोट मांगने आए तो इनसे जरूर पूछिएगा कि हिमाचल में, कर्नाटका में और तेलंगाना में जो झूठ बोला था, लोगों से वोट ले लिए थे, जो वादे किए थे, अब तो वहां तुम्हारी सरकार बन गई। क्या आपने कुछ किया क्या? हिमाचल में कांग्रेस का शाही परिवार ऐसे ऐसे झूठ बोलकर भाग गया कि आज पूरा राज्य ही ठप पड़ा हुआ है। और वहां के नेता तो कह रहे हैं कि भाई हमें दोबारा कहां जीतना है, अभी मौका मिला है, मौज कर लो। साथियों, हर नौकरी करने वाला जानता है सैलरी ऊपर की तरफ बढ़ती है, लेकिन हिमाचल की कांग्रेस सरकार ने तो नया करिश्मा कर दिखाया है। कांग्रेस ने वहां की सरकार ने वहां उल्टा सरकारी कर्मचारियों की सैलरी ही घटा दी। हिमाचल की बहनों से इन्होंने इतना झूठ बोला कि आज तक वो इन झूठे लोगों को ढूंढ रही है। देश में इतने बड़े संकट के बावजूद पेट्रोल डीजल की कीमतें नहीं बढ़ने दी गई है। लेकिन कांग्रेस की हिमाचल की सरकार ने पेट्रोल डीजल महंगा कर दिया। यानी चुनाव से पहले ये नामदार, ये शाही परिवार सपने दिखाता है और बाद में लोगों को संकट में डाल देता है। इसलिए असम के हर परिवार को इनसे बहुत सावधान रहना है। साथियों, कांग्रेस की एक और कुनीति उसके विषय में आपको बहुत सतर्क रहना होगा। कांग्रेस आज खुलकर घुसपैठियों के समर्थन में उतर आई है। मैं जरा आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या घुसपैठियों को समर्थन मंजूर है? क्या घुसपैठियों की मदद मंजूर है? क्या घुसपैठियों की रक्षा मंजूर है? ये घुसपैठिए आपके दुश्मन है कि नहीं है? ये घुसपैठिए आपका अधिकार छीनते हैं कि नहीं छीनते हैं? ये घुसपैठिए आपकी नौकरी ले लेते हैं कि नहीं लेते हैं? ये घुसपैठिए आपकी जमीन उठा लेते हैं कि नहीं उठा लेते हैं? कांग्रेस ने सालों साल तक असम में घुसपैठ होने दी और फिर लुमडिंग और डोबोका में हजारों बीघा जमीन पर अवैध कब्जा भी करने दिया। ये जमीन आपकी है, ये जमीन असम की जनता की है। ये जमीन किसकी है? ये आपको जमीन वापस मिलनी चाहिए कि नहीं मिलनी चाहिए? और इसलिए बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार ने अवैध कब्जे हटाए हैं। इससे कांग्रेस बौखला गई है। साथियों, घुसपैठियों की समस्या काम से जुड़ी है, पहचान से जुड़ी है और सुरक्षा से भी जुड़ी है। आप देख रहे हैं वनांचल और नदियांचल में क्या स्थिति हो गई है। बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार आबादी के इस असंतुलन से असम को बचाने में जुटी है। बीजेपी एनडीए को दिया आपका हर वोट घुसपैठियों को दूर रखेगा, असम की पहचान को बनाए रखेगा। आप मुझे बताइए, एक घुसपैठियों को कौन हटाएगा? ये घुसपैठियों को कौन हटाएगा? ये घुसपैठियों को कौन हटाएगा? ये घुसपैठियों को कौन हटाएगा? मोदी नहीं, आपका एक वोट हटाएगा, आपका एक वोट हटाएगा। आपके वोट की ताकत है जो एक एक घुसपैठियों को बाहर निकालेगा। बीजेपी एनडीए को दिया आपका हर वोट घुसपैठियों को आपके रोजगार पर डाका डालने से रोकेगा। और बेटे, वो आपका चित्र ले लेंगे जरा। एसपीजी के लोग, ये बच्ची बेचारी कब से हाथ ऊपर करके खड़ी है, ये चित्र ले लीजिए। थैंक यू बेटा, आप दोनों बहुत बढ़िया चित्र बना के लाए हो, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब आराम से हाथ नीचे करके थकान कम कीजिए अपनी, बैठिए आराम से आप लोग। थैंक यू बेटा। और साथियों, बीजेपी एनडीए को दिए आपके हर वोट की एक और ताकत है। बीजेपी को दिया आपका हर वोट यहां आस्था और संस्कृति से जुड़े स्थानों को भव्य बनाएगा। बीजेपी का दिया आपोना लुकोर प्रतीतो भोटे अहोमोर आस्था आरु हांस्कृतिये लगो जोरित स्थान होमोहोक आतोक दुनिया कोरी तुलिबो। बीजेपी का मंत्र नागरिक देवो भव का है। हम देश के नागरिकों को देव मानकर उनकी सेवा में जुटे हैं, उनके जीवन को आसान बना रहे हैं। आजकल आप देख रहे हैं कि दुनिया में कितना बड़ा संकट आया है। पश्चिमी एशिया में चल रहे युद्ध से दुनिया भर में हाहाकार मचा हुआ है। अमीर से अमीर देशों में भी इस समय स्थितियां बहुत खराब है। जो छोटे और विकासशील देश हैं, उनकी हालत भी बहुत खराब है। लेकिन साथियों, संकट के इस समय में भी बीजेपी सरकार देशवासियों के हित में लगातार काम कर रही है। बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार ने ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि वैश्विक संकट का बोझ गरीब पर, मिडिल क्लास पर, हमारे किसानों पर न पड़े। यही पहले भी हमारी प्राथमिकता रही है और आज भी है। साथियों, कोरोना के समय में भी जब हर तरफ हाहाकार मचा था, तब भी हमने देश के करोड़ों परिवारों को मुफ्त राशन देने की योजना बनाई थी। आज भी यहां असम के लाखों परिवारों को इसका फायदा मिल रहा है। किसी भी जरूरतमंद परिवार को राशन के लिए पैसा न देना पड़े, इसके लिए करीब 7 लाख करोड़ रुपए केंद्र की बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार मुफ्त अनाज देने के लिए खर्च कर रही है। साथियों, कोरोना के उसी समय में दुनिया में खाद, फर्टिलाइजर बहुत महंगी हो गई थी, लेकिन भारत ने अपने किसानों को कभी परेशानी नहीं आने दी। यूरिया की जो बोरी विदेश से 3,000 रुपये में आती थी, वो हमने अपने किसानों को 300 रुपये से भी कम में दी है। आप आंकड़ा बोलेंगे? मैं आपको पूछता हूं, आप आंकड़ा बोलेंगे? आप लोग बोलेंगे? पक्का बोलेंगे? देखिए, विदेशों में फर्टिलाइजर की एक बोरी 3,000 रुपये में बिकती थी। कितने में? जरा जोर से बोलिए, कितने में? कितने में? भारत में किसानों को मिलती थी 300 रुपये में। कितने में? कितने में? किसानों का फायदा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? और इसके लिए भी लाखों करोड़ रुपए केंद्र सरकार ने खर्च किए हैं। साथियों, हो जाए शीतला माता की धरती है। मां कामाख्या का धाम भी यहां से अधिक दूर नहीं है। मैं इन दिव्य शक्तियों को प्रणाम करते हुए यहां इतनी विशाल संख्या में आई सभी बहनों बेटियों का फिर से अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, बीजेपी सरकार के लिए नारी शक्ति का सशक्तिकरण हमेशा प्राथमिकता रहा है। इसका एक उदाहरण पीएम आवास योजना है। हमारे यहां पहले महिलाओं के नाम पर कोई संपत्ति नहीं होती थी, लेकिन जब पीएम आवास योजना शुरू की तो ये नियम बनाया कि इन आवासों में महिलाओं की भी हिस्सेदारी होगी। आज इस योजना के तहत असम में गरीबों के लिए 22 लाख पक्के घर बने हैं। गरीबों के 22 लाख पक्के घर। आप बताएंगे आंकड़ा कितना? कितने घर बने हैं? 22 लाख। उधर से आवाज आए, कितने बने हैं? कितने?
Some breaking news coming in. Okay, viewers, now we are going back to the war in Iran, and we are now trying to understand what are the various theories that are now doing the rounds. Many people, analysts, experts are questioning whether what happened with that US pilot is something more than just a rescue mission. Now, Iranian officials also claim that the United States was, in fact, the troops, or rather the personnel, were looking for uranium reserves, actually. The uranium was being hunted for. The fact that at least took 48 hours, questions are being raised as to what was the real objective. In fact, this is about the downed jet, where one pilot was earlier rescued, the second one was missing. Then, yesterday, Trump says that he has been successfully, that American military has pulled off one of the most daring search and rescue operations in history to rescue a highly respected colonel. Now, the sheer magnitude of the mission and the reported loss of American assets, including some aircraft, have raised eyebrows. Analysts and even former officials on social media pointing to this sheer scale and location of the operation to suggest that there might have been something more at play. We have Colonel Shailendra Singh joining us on the broadcast from our studios. Colonel Shailendra Singh, a very good afternoon to you, sir. Now, spotlight is on, what could have been the real intention of Washington here? Is it a covert, was it something covert that was happening?
Jai Hind, Namaskar. If you have to look for covert, the declaration will never come. The beauty of covert is that only that it is done and thereafter it is told. As far as I am concerned, there was an official acknowledgement that there is a pilot which is missing. There is a pilot who is in Iranian land. You have to take him out. And for doing that, I think, like a true any army, not that I appreciate Trump's stand, but on the other side, as a Fauji, I do understand that it's moral obligation of any forces that if your man is behind the enemy lines, you will do anything and everything to get him out. To get that one man out, I'm prepared to sacrifice 10 more because it is matter of my army ethos. Everywhere I take it like that. So when we are saying that there are a lot of losses, yes, 130 could have been lost. The Nighthawks could have been lost. A-10 could have been lost. I don't know what all losses. But till the time this one life is saved, I think I'm prepared to congratulate US. You have won that one operation at least, if not the war. Definitely you have won this battle, which gives you a face saver. It gives you a lot of leverage because that would have gone, if at all gone into the hands of Iran. I'm telling you, the equations would have totally changed. It would have emerged as a new, the complete, the offensiveness of US would have come to some compromise, definitely. And Iran would have dictated a lot. The president can keep saying that a pilot lost is not going to affect. It does affect. It very badly affects. It affects the morale. It affects your international, reputation, that whether you are going for that pilot or not. So as far as I am concerned, yes, along with that, Israel would have definitely been looking for that where is this uranium? Concern of US is definitely there. Where is this 440 kg of 60% and 200 kgs of other uranium? That search will be on, and I can tell you that whichever day they get credible information, they will strike. It will be operation. US and Israel are definitely good for quick in and quick out. That is where we have been saying that quick in for Kharg Island can be suicidal for you because there won't be a quick out. Hormuz, a quick in of deployment, very much possible that you will be able to execute. But a out will not be in your hands because once you are deployed on ground, is an absolutely different ball game. It's a different war, and it's a war which is defender's advantage because the terrain is of that kind where you have the mountains and others where the defender tremendously gets the advantage. So as far as I am concerned, 48 hours to me is either a deal or a no deal or a strategic pause or oblique ceasefire which is extended once again. The first option, if there is no deal, well, merry hell is going to get loose. You will get into escalation beyond control. Both the sides will prove that they are still existing. They can hit and they can hit hard. I can only say it could be a threat for an absolute full-fledged war, which so far I see is a limited war.
We'll just discuss about the options at play. But Colonel Shalem Singh, I want to understand from you, what if, this covert operation was somewhere successful? We do not know, and as you said, it never be declared. But the fact that if at all, let's assume if at all uranium was the real target, how could have that been carried out? What could have been done on ground?
I can only tell you that firstly, if there is a credible information that yes, since you are talking theoretical, I'll go by that. Let us take an example. It is at Isfahan. So now if in some area of Isfahan this item is detected and credible information is there, it is highly possible that yes, the special forces will land en masse. They will put a complete air coverage which will sanitize the air. They won't let anything come in between. They'll put an outer circle, they'll put an inner circle. There will be a party which will go down by 100, 200 meters, take this out, go out. There's an aircraft waiting, there's a helicopter waiting, it is loaded and it is a quick out, and thereby they will wind up all these circles or the outer and inner cordons which will go. Yes, I can see to that in about maybe 8 to 10 hours is what my guess would be.
All right. All right. Now, since there are so many theories going on, like you said that covert operation is never declared, but the fact that if at all they have done something like that, America being America would like to actually showcase that they have done something.
I'll agree to that. They would like to. But this is one operation which they would not like to. They are already showcasing that yes, they have taken out a pilot, which is as good as taking out a uranium. To me, this pilot is more expensive, is more valuable than uranium. So they have already showcased. Today you might have the complete press conference of President only maybe covering this or trying to highlight it. But without saying also, let me tell you one thing. Pilot taking out is a big achievement. Yes, I do agree that the biggest achievement could be that if you are able to take out this uranium. But let me tell you, you can't grant this Iran that they have a total disadvantage when 90 to 95%, as per Trump's claim, the Army, Navy, Air Force is destroyed. Then you see what they are doing. Iran is standing that badly. And let me tell you, if I was an Iranian, I would have known what are they coming for. They would have come for Khamenei, they have achieved it. They would come for regime change. I'll make sure it doesn't happen because I'll take the public with me. They would like to destroy my command and control. Well, I have got a mosaic system of functioning where no commander is required to give any order. They would like to come down towards my uranium. Well, I'll be a fool if I don't protect it that well, because the moment uranium goes, there's nothing else to talk about. Then the war is as good as in the hands of America. That is what they are wanting. That is what they have come for. This is what the Israel's all claim is about. Yes, Israel has got a wider claim of a bigger, Israel, but at the same time, they both know that uranium is the item whereby they are able to convince the world that this war on Iran is actually justified, because this uranium they are claiming to be a dirty uranium for our terrorism, for a nuclear war. So that is how, if that is gone, I think what else is left in this war? But yes, let me tell you, Iran is not going down that easily. It will not go down that easily. All readers, all indicators, everything is right now telling that Iran is suffering, but Iran is still not broken. US is winning, but it is not able to win.
Right, sir. We also have Nick Kolyathin joining us from Israel. He is live. He's been tracking and covering several reports that are coming in. He's live from Tel Aviv with us. Nick, tell us, what are you picking up from ground zero? First of all, update us about what are you witnessing. Has there been any sort of cessation of strikes? Because when we talk about ceasefire, that both parties are exploring ceasefire, 45-hour ceasefire, 48-hour ceasefire, we're talking about that. But has there been any sort of reduction in the strikes, or is it the same? Number two, what are you picking up as far as these talks, this exploration of talks are concerned?
Yeah, in Israel, people are used to that before there is a ceasefire, an additional escalation, or before a peace agreement, the other parties, usually this is Hezbollah or Iran or Hamas or Houthis, they are striking as much as possible. So if you see more strikes, more bombardment and barrage of rockets, maybe this is the sign of the end and not the escalation, because in the Arab culture, Muslim culture, they want to show that they are the winners, that they are stronger, and they have the last word. And that's why we see in the last day a lot of bombardment of Israel. Throughout the country, we see a lot of rockets, and Iran using these cluster munition bombs, and this munition is not legal, and that's why it is causing a lot of damage to the civilians. It's just spreading all around. Here behind me, you can see the business center next to the Tel Aviv, to center of Tel Aviv, and this skyscraper is still not working, although it was damaged from a rocket that fell not far away from me, just meters from here, and it happened in the last summer. another war with Iran, the first one, the 12-day war, and still we see a lot of old damage and new damage, and it is showing you that most of the rockets, at least the ones that we are able to see as journalists, they are happening in the civilian areas, like here in the business areas. And unfortunately, just tonight in Haifa, another barrage of rockets from Iran caused the death of 2 people that they were in their house. They wanted to be protected, but maybe they didn't went on time to the shelter, and that's why they found their death, unfortunately. And this constant bombardment of Iranians making a lot of stress in Israel. People are not sleeping for more than a month because they are waking up in the middle of the night. And if people are not going to a shelter, they can find their death. And regarding the talks with Iran, Israel, of course, strives for many decades to change the regime in Iran, because Israel understands if the same Ayatollahs, the same extremist Islamic forces will be in Iran, they will continue to sponsor terror organizations against Israel, even if they themselves will halt those bombardments. Still, Hezbollah and Houthis in Yemen and also militias in Iraq and in Syria can continue to strike Israel. That's why this is the Israeli perspective, but Israel doesn't have the cards. Trump, US will decide, and they have other geopolitical interests.
Right, Nick, if you could just show us that building, that business center that is in fact been struck in those strikes. If you could just show us around, if you can pan your camera, turn your camera over there and just show us the scale of the destruction, the impact of the strikes on ground zero in Ramat Gan, where you're reporting from. That's the business center where my colleague Nick is in fact right there. And if you could just tell us more about that.
Sure. You can see this is the skyscraper. It's a huge one. You can see how huge this skyscraper, and it was damaged from a rocket more than a half year ago. And still, you can see that this building is not safe. Nobody is working here. Although before that, thousands of people were coming here to the work, and actually the rocket hit this building just 1 hour before the work starting. It was about 7 in the morning. People are usually coming at 8 or 9 in the morning. You can see now we are inside of this skyscraper. It is still not safe to be here. And you can see how extensive is the damage here all around. This is the inside of the building. You can see here. I will try to go inside if it's possible. Yeah, you can see here, but there is no light. And this is the extensive damage. And this is just one skyscraper. You can see that this one also was damaged, and also those skyscrapers. And also the buildings that people are living on the other side of the street also were damaged. And this is just one ballistic missile of Iran, which is hit the ground here behind me. And you can see also here the buildings are still damaged where people are living. And this is just one rocket of Iran. You can see how massive is the disruption. Back to you.
Right, Nick. Colonel, I'll just go across to you once again. Now, what we are talking about is a ceasefire that is being explored. But again, there is a roadblock, what we understand, because Iran is right now very much adamant on a permanent solution. It says will not open the Strait of Hormuz until and unless there is a permanent solution. It is not ready for a temporary ceasefire. What do you think would be the actual roadblock? What is Iran actually thinking that might go wrong?
I'm not a very big fan of Iran. I'm one of those who had in last year, June 2025, sat here and criticized Iran for the terrorism support given to the Houthis, Hamas and Hezbollah. But at the same time, today we are able to see that it's a different Iran. And where is it different? Let us say you said Hormuz. Right now, I hand over Hormuz and I allow the all the ships to go through. You think this war will end? Will you not now still be looking from the US point of view for that uranium? Would you not be looking for the regime change? Would you not be looking for those missiles and the drones which are still left? You want a total, dissemination of all these things. You are changing your goalpost, Mr. Trump, every time. You are not able to decide what is what. You are not able to say that yes, if on one side you are saying Hormuz is none of your concern, which is rightly so. It is none of the concern of US because it's only 2% of the oil of US which goes through. Only 2%. But we all would like to hold Mr. Trump accountable for only one reason. On 25th and 26th of February, my oil was passing through Hormuz without a problem. You did something on 28th. Till date, we are finding that it is not able to go through normal. Why normal? It is going much below. I'll give you the figure. Out of our journal figure of 280 requests, which is officially sent to Iran, that you allow the ships to go through, there are maximum 17 to 20 ships which are coming through. I had my own country. Why will I believe others? My ships, 28 were stuck up. So far, I find about around 14 ships are still stuck up. This is the figures I am giving you for 37 days. So who has created this for me? Who is creating a problem for fertilizers for me? 24% of the fertilizers come through that strait. Who is threatening the Bab al-Mandeb? The Houthis. Why? Because if 20% here and 15% there, the world is held at ransom on 35% of economy, 35% of energy, which connects to everything. Everything goes expensive, and expensive I may be able to afford. But what about the uncertainty? Right. What about the depression? What about the market, the way it is playing right now? If the Trump comes out just with one line, that okay, fine, 10 days extension given, the market takes a jump. Now today he says 48 hours, it's already going down. Take my word, you are only just about maybe 20 hours away from it. The market will open 30 to 40 minutes before the expiry of this moratorium, so-called. Yep. You will see that market will open at a great low.
Right, sir. We'll go across to Nick again, who's reporting from Israel. Nick, just tell us some more, and you keep showing us around. And because we see that the strikes in Hifa also have been much talked about today, multiple injuries have been reported. And what we understand, what we're picking up is that there's some people who are still trapped under the rubble. What is the update on the search operations as well?
Yeah, that's right. There is still a search operation underway. People may be still under the ruins. Haifa is built on a mountain. That's why it's really hard to approach to those houses that were damaged. They are on a mountain, and the rescue mission right now is continuous. And maybe there are still people trapped, and maybe they're still alive. As I understand, it was a family that didn't make it on time to a safe shelter, and that's why they got trapped. And the rocket that hit Haifa, it is the large rocket, about half ton of explosive, but it didn't explode all of the material. That's why maybe still it could be a second explosion, and that's why it's really difficult now to work there. And Iran sending those rockets with the cluster munition, and those rockets, the small ones that are coming from one big rocket, are really dangerous because not all of them are exploding when they hit the ground. And it makes it really difficult for the rescue forces to work. And it shows you again that they are striking Haifa not by chance. In Haifa, most of the facilities that are producing a lot of things from a very, very dangerous materials. And there is a chain of effect that can happen if Iranians will strike one of those facilities or factories, and they are trying to cause as much damage as possible, and that's why Haifa is targeted again and again. Back to you.
Absolutely. Haifa has been... Right, Colonel Sharin, please come in.
Haifa is very important, let me tell you. Haifa is the third largest city as far as Israel is concerned. I have a memory of Haifa. You know why? Because my Jodhpur, Mysore and Hyderabad cavalry people are the one who liberated Haifa. This is all on record. It has got the Baha'i World Center there. It is the industrial hub there. It has got the oldest and the largest high-tech parks there. So why not attack this? Because if you have to see, I will put it, both the sides are wrong when they are targeting the civil. Haifa port is important to you, so is the Bandar Abbas important to the Iranians. So if you are attacking one another, well, somebody has to take a call that what is right and what is wrong. There is nothing legal. There is nothing illegal. Everything is illegal. In this war, everything illegal is happening. No side can claim that, no, we are going strictly by the rules. Because if somebody says, then I would like to question that how did the 165 girls died in a school? That cannot be taken only as an accident. Yeah. It was much more than an accident. You tell me one thing. Where is I have listed down for you. Okay, tell me one thing. Which refinery is a military equipment? Which bridge is a military equipment? Which water desalination plant is a military equipment? When Iran and US are attacking, you are actually now attacking everything other than military targets. There is a destruction in civil areas. There is a destruction on both sides of it. Iran is suffering maybe little much more because they were not prepared that much. Israel has got a ethos of having, the bunkers and everything to save their people. And that is why we find they have been smart and intelligent enough to bring down their casualty. But on our own, this war has got nothing to do with a war. This war is a war on economy. This war is a war on private places, that is the public is suffering. The non-military, civil targets are being targeted. So that is where I condemn both the sides, that no, you are not following any legality, any morality when this war is on.
Yeah, right. In fact, just going across to Nick also. Nick, well, Ramat Gan, these are the suburbs in Tel Aviv which have been continuously targeted. And as you said, cluster munitions very, very dangerous. We've seen civilians also suffering. Just for the sake of our viewers, show us the extent of destruction, the aftermath of those strikes once again, and talk us through what really has been the counter. We understand Israel continues strikes in Beirut, in Tyre, and other targets of the Hezbollah. But is the Hezbollah, the strikes from Hezbollah completely now stopped? A. B, of course, as I said, please show us around and help us understand the aftermath and, the impact of the strikes.
Yes, I am showing you now the impact just of one Iranian missile. It happened half a year ago, and still you can see that people can't live here. You can see this building was destroyed by a shock wave of Iranian rocket that hit about 100 meters from here. And this building, like many buildings all around, are not occupied anymore since the attack because it's not safe to live here. You can see that the building is now closed. And the skyscrapers here all around, this is a business area, maybe the main business area of Israel. Also, you can see the damage, and those skyscrapers are not occupied for more than a half year because it's not safe to be there.
Yeah, right. Many thanks, Nick, for joining us. We will keep coming back to you for more updates from Ground Zero, and I thank Colonel Sharin Singh also joining us on this broadcast as we get our viewers more details on the American operation and, of course, much more the impact of the strikes that continue, even as the countdown for Donald Trump's address. This press conference tonight is also much awaited for. Trump's media briefing tonight, we will be keeping a close eye on that, and building up to that, we'll be right back with more.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Director,
the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Three, two, one. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a readiness.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi addresses rallies in Assam as polling day comes closer. PM Modi to address one more rally across the state today. Fresh visuals emerge from Iran's Isfahan shows downed US aircraft after Iran reported multiple planes were attacked. US President Donald Trump announces a surprise media briefing along with joint military chiefs media briefing to be scheduled at 9:30 p.m. today. Fresh Iranian missile barrage hits targets in Hifa in Israel, leaving 2 dead and many others still feared trapped. Latest reports emerged that suggest Iran and United States and mediators in the region are close to a new 45-day ceasefire. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi dials Indian counterpart S. Jaishankar to discuss the ongoing situation in the war across West Asia. And our viewers, the spotlight is now on Washington's covert intentions, as multiple explosive theories swirl around the recent combat search and rescue operation carried out by the United States. What was officially described as a high-risk combat search and rescue mission is now being viewed through a far more controversial lens, with claims now emerging that the operation may have had a deeper objective, the extraction of nearly 1,000 pounds of uranium from Iran. While there is no official confirmation backing these allegations, the speculation is there and it's gaining traction, raising serious concerns about the true motives behind the mission and the broader geopolitical stakes at play. All right, I have my correspondent live from Israel. Nick, these theories, in fact, emerging after the high-risk combat rescue and search operation, essentially claiming that United States was trying to extract the 1,000 pounds of uranium, the enriched uranium, which is enriched up to 60%. How do you look at this entire high-risk search and rescue operation, given the fact that we have many circumstantial evidences suggesting that they, in fact, were trying something big, in fact, and not just a rescue operation?
I think that the United States and also Israel trying to find the enriched uranium, although in the last summer they claimed it was obliterated and there is no more danger of these nuclear facilities of Iran. But still, as I understand, even if the United States and Israel will find this enriched uranium, Iran can still produce a new one. They can still reach it maybe from other countries. So it will never be safe for Israel unless the regime will be friendly and the regime of Iran will not put on their main agenda United States as the big Satan and Israel as the small Satan and agenda of destroying Israel. So in this sense, this enriched uranium is maybe will be a tactical win, but not a strategic one. And of course, Israel tries to find it, but it's really hard. If it is covered under the site that was bombed in the summer, you need an operation that can take weeks, if not more. It will put in danger the forces, ground forces that will be with boots on the ground there. And I'm not sure at all that they can recover this material. And regarding the operation of rescuing the team of the pilots, this operation was also a joint operation of Israel and the United States, although Israel now tries to deny it because they don't want to be in front of this operation. They understand that for Iranians to capture Israeli Jewish soldiers can be a big win, and they can use them as Hamas used the hostages after the 7th of October. And before that, Gilad Shalit, Israeli soldier that was kidnapped by Hamas, and Israel released over 1,000 of terrorists for him. So Iranians understand how important are Israeli soldiers, just one of them. And this is one of the reasons that Israel keeping its secret, its involvement. And of course, it was a high-risk operation because the United States also have a very bad experience from the past with Iranians, starting from 1979 when there was a hostage crisis, and these hostage situations can completely change the war. And that's why the risk that the United States Army took was necessary for them. It was a necessity. Back to you.
Nick, you're reporting live from Ramat Gan in Israel, and since morning we are seeing multiple strikes are being taking place across different areas in Israel. Earlier we saw how strikes hit Hifa residential building and an oil facility, and also strikes hitting Tel Aviv. And I can also see a damaged and destroyed building right behind you. I want you to slowly pan your camera and show us the current situation where you are right now.
Yeah, sure. I will do it in a second. And this is just one example of what Iranian rockets are doing. You can see how huge is this building. This is an office building with thousands of workers coming to this area, and all the buildings around, office buildings and also places where people are living, was destroyed partially by just one Iranian rocket. And you can see this building still is not safe for work. It was over half year since the rocket hit the ground where I'm standing, and still it takes a lot of time to repair all of that. And it shows you that Iran choosing civilian targets once again, and they're doing it all the time, especially now with those cluster munition rockets. Those rockets are spread all around. It is not a precise missiles. They can spread in a radius of tens of kilometers, and usually they hit buildings like here, or cars, or train stations, and sometimes other facilities. It shows you that Iran doing crimes against humanity in this war. Back to you.
Right, Nick. So our reporter there. Continue to stay with us, Nick. We'll get back to you. We are also being joined by Senior Executive Editor Shavan Sen from the newsroom to get us up to speed to what is happening in Israel since morning. Shavan, seems like there is an escalation as far as Israel is concerned. We are seeing multiple casualties taking place. In fact, 2 people died in Hifa when there was an attack that took place on a residential building. In fact, we are also seeing visuals from Ramat Gan where several buildings were destroyed. These are civilian infrastructure that we are talking about.
Well, in fact, this comes after the counter-strikes that was carried out by the Iranians, the 95th wave of strikes that have been carried out. This comes after 30 universities have been struck inside Iran. And not just that, petrochemical factories have also been hit in Meshar in Iran. In fact, there has been an escalation on the ground. In fact, as far as Iran is concerned, Iran maintains that till the time there isn't clarity with regards to the security guarantees, they're not going to open the Strait of Hormuz, which has undoubtedly frustrated the Americans at this stage. After the rescue operation that was basically carried out, it turns out that President Trump has been emboldened, where he's literally threatened Iran using an expletive-laden social media post saying that only 48 hours is left, and if Iran does not really respond, then he's going to continue with the bombings, and this time the target would be the energy infrastructure. Keeping all that in mind, what we are seeing is on the ground, as far as Israel is concerned, Israel has also been hit by the Iranians, particularly the coastal city of Haifa is of certainly a cause of concern. And secondly, the place from where our colleague Nick has also been reporting, which clearly goes on to indicate that there has been, a drastic increase, or rather an escalation as far as the operations are concerned.
Absolutely, Shavan, and would like to go back to Nick. Nick, I would like to understand from you how many alarms are going off in a day. If you can give an estimate, how many strikes are taking place on Israel?
Yeah, people in Israel, they have in average from several to more than 10 alarms, sirens each day. And it means that in the beginning, there is this frightening sound from all the mobile devices. It's really scary people. And some of them are in trauma from this sound. After that, they have from 6 to 12 minutes to find a shelter. Then you have an air siren that is a strong siren. Everybody can hear it. It goes from 1.5 minutes. And after that, people need to wait another additional 10 minutes in the shelter, because this is the time that takes for the air defense systems to intercept the rockets, if they succeed or not, and to all the parts of the rockets to fall on the ground. So people are waiting for a release notice from the Israeli army that also alerting all the mobile phones. And just after that, they can go back to their lives. So today in the center of Israel, people were waking up in the morning, 3 a.m. After that, in the morning, 6, 7, 8, they have been waking up for a few times more. And people that are living in north of Israel, close to Lebanon, they are actually sometimes live in the bomb shelters all the time because they have bombardments after bombardments that sometimes are not stopping for hours, and they can go to the shelter tens of times for one day. That's why many just live there and they sleep in the bomb shelters. And also, actually, it is happening here in Tel Aviv. Some of the people are sleeping and living in the metro stations that are now closed. Actually, I'm standing above one of those metro stations, and people just sleep there on the mattresses, army mattresses that the army provided to people that want to live there. And this reality in Israel is more for 1 month. And you can see that the target is, again, civilians and not the army. Back to you.
Well, Nick, I'll request you to stay on with us because we're getting in some more breaking news now coming in. Over the weekend, what we saw was being touted as a daring operation that was carried out by the U.S. Special Forces. This after a U.S. aircraft was downed. In fact, the weapons officer went missing for almost over 24 hours. And after the CIA's intelligence input, you've had a daring rescue operation being carried out. But there are multiple theories now emerging. Was this just about a rescue mission, or was it much more than that? If you go by the claim that has been made by an Iranian minister now, it seems that it is way beyond that, and perhaps it's just the tip of the iceberg. Is the United States of America really eyeing nuclear materials in Iran? Is that the purpose? Given the fact that the two planes, the two C-130 aircraft that was basically bombed by US airplanes, was not really close to the rescue operation or the area where the rescue operation was carried out. Now, that's a claim that has been made by the Iranian minister, says that this was far away. So what was it doing in that first place in that very area? Was it far away from the rescue operation area? Because it seems that the weapons officer, the airman, had basically moved 7,000 foot along the ridgeline and was hiding in a crevice. And from there, using a particular communication device, was communicating with the rescuers. It was late in the night when this rescue operation was actually launched with the US Navy SEAL carrying out this entire operation. And it turns out, now, if you simply go by the claim that has been made by the Americans, they say that the moment that they were planning to take off is when the C-130, at least one of the C-130 aircraft nose of the aircraft was stuck in the dirt track, and that is the reason why they could not take off. That's when a replacement aircraft was called in, and in the morning is when they finally took off. That's the claim that has been made by the Americans. But looking at the distance from where the aircrafts were basically bombed and the place, which is not very far away, that's about 120 kilometers from the nuclear facility of the Iranians, was the attempt made by the Americans to try and take out the nuclear materials from Iran. Was that the objective? That's what this is the indication really coming in from the Iranians at this stage. Let me also quickly go across to my colleague Nick, who's reporting live from Tel Aviv. Nick, as far as the Israelis are concerned, who are also part of this entire operation, because as I understand, as part of the rescue operation that was carried out, it was the Americans as well as the Israelis who were bombing the area while this supposed rescue operation was being carried out. But the Iranians are saying that this is not about rescue operation anymore. It is much more than that, because the warplanes were basically bombed not very far away from the nuclear enrichment plants.
Yeah, that's right. Israel in the United States, they have a lot of different missions and a lot of things that they want to achieve at the same time. That's why they are using each situation that is happening on the ground in order to achieve other targets as well. And of course, to find this enriched uranium, to find the secret locations where Iranians trying to produce nuclear warheads and maybe even chemical and biological weapons. This is a priority for the Israeli and American special forces. And Israel doesn't want to disclose for sure that boots on the ground were in Iran of Israeli special ops. But we have some indications that are suggesting that special operation ops of the Israeli army in joint operation with the American Navy SEALs and other special forces were actually on the ground of Iran, and they were looking for this crew member of the F-15 that was shot down, but also, of course, they are looking for the enriched uranium. Israel wants to keep a low profile because they don't want to escalate, and maybe Iran can see it as a one step too far of escalation if Israelis with boots on the ground on the land of Iran doing those kind of operations. And there is a lot of also cover games, a lot of deception, because United States, CIA, they try to manipulate the Iranians so they would not understand what exactly they are doing. That's why they can send planes and helicopters and do some other missions in other places just to mess with the Iranians, so they will not understand exactly what is going on. So this is like a chess play, and we as a journalist, of course, see just part of this picture, and we don't see the whole big this game that is going on. Back to you.
Nick, I'll request you to stay on with us. Terry Newman is also joining us on this broadcast. Terry, it's very difficult to believe that the theory that has been peddled by the Americans, C-130 aircraft, which is also used by the Indian Air Force, and in fact, in very difficult circumstances is where this aircraft can actually operate. As far as sandy dirt tracks are concerned, it is very much possible for them to operate. In fact, on 16,000 feet above the sea level is where these operations are carried out by the C-130. Who's really going to believe that the nose of the aircraft got stuck and that is the reason why they could not take off? And now the Iranians are saying that this is far away from the rescue site.
No, it isn't. The long and short of it is that the navigator is now safely in American and Allied hands, and that's what's important. The other stories around how it was done, who was involved, who blew up the plane, was it blown up? I think, I don't want to belittle those stories, but they're not the main story, and we should keep focused on the fact that there's been an actual strategic change here. American soldiers have been on Iranian territory. That is a major change. It was said at the beginning of this war that the Americans would not do any form of ground assault. Over the last 4 weeks, the Americans have been building up more and more capabilities in order to carry out ground assaults. So now they have done their first ground assault, albeit as a rescue mission, and we will see what will happen next.
Terry, I'm also joining you from the studio. Terry Newman, I would also like to understand from you, we are seeing Iranian side now saying that these planes were in fact parked far away from the rescue site. So it clearly suggests that US was vying for something big. And also talking about the uranium, Donald Trump's stance is not consistent. He has been talking about the uranium, saying that it's out of the country. The nuclear threat is no more, in fact, is what he has said. And now these theories are emerging where you have Donald Trump putting boots on ground essentially to take out uranium is what the theories are suggesting. Of course, this is not something that we can ignore. As we have seen earlier, the US administration in the past as well carrying out these sort of covert operations.
Yeah, we are at war. And when we are at war, there are many types of operations in which one side is trying to trick the other side. This has happened in all major wars. This has happened in wars between India and Pakistan. It happened, famously in World War II before the Normandy landings. There were lots of fake sites in other parts of the UK, which was set up to try and make the Nazis think that the Allied invasion would be from a different point and not from Normandy. So we are seeing this developing. It's just been quite a while since people have seen this, so everyone's getting surprised and worked up about it. But of course, there are many different missions which are going on in parallel. The American desire to get hold of that uranium is something which I think sits very well with what most of the West, and I think also India, thinks as well. They do not want a crazed Islamist regime to have nuclear weapons. And, we hope that the Americans achieve in doing that. I would just add one further thing, though, which is the Gulf states. One of the major changes we've seen over the past few days is that the Gulf states are now getting ready to take a more active part in what will come next. And Trump is turning around saying, why am I doing this by myself? The Europeans and NATO haven't got involved. I at least want you as NATO allies, as part of this coalition, actively and not just on the defensive.
Right. Stay with us, Nick. We continue to track the story. Also, Terry Newman, stay with us. We are just slipping into a short break, but coming back and joining with you both to get us more insights on this very important news that we are tracking at this point in time. Taking a short break, Donald Trump's media briefing, which will also see the presence of military officials, will take place at 10:30 p.m. today.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issue.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Shame.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, on day 38 of the war in West Asia, Donald Trump says negotiations are on right now with Iran and they could reach for a ceasefire immediately. Now, the big question is, will he announce the 45-day ceasefire, in fact, at 10:30 p.m. tonight? But first up, a quick check at the headlines. Prime Minister Modi addresses two rallies in Assam as polling day comes closer. Prime Minister to address one more rally across the state today. All right, viewers, we're getting some breaking news from the capital city right now. Security breach has now been reported at Delhi Assembly. Reports are saying a vehicle, in fact, has crashed through certain barriers entering the assembly premises. Now, this vehicle breached was reported at gate number 2 of the Delhi Assembly. It breached through the perimeters entering the premises. Now, that's a major security breach. In fact, that's taken place